where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice once in fire, a mic drop is gone. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fair. No hurdles, no illusions, no hollow in compare. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Thinking truth from the wreckage, lazy thought from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare. Exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the mortal chemist dead. On his growl rings through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, trigger keeps the battle is right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I became the chaos of found to consume the world cracks open, usher it down. So with the command, don't deploy a core. If you know what's good, feed more the overload.
Welcome. This, of course, is Morty, and I am your host, Lunch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Oh my goodness, everybody hit that like and subscribe. I missed you so much. We are back. My hair looks like shit, but that is okay. What is going on? Who do we got? We got our boy King Nirvana. Welcome. Dick Johnson in the building. And we're back. Shout out to Avery. Welcome. What is good? So, in typical fashion, I don't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure there's at least a 60% that when I am up for a debate, the person's going to be late. Just got a DM from Searka. Like, oh, can we push it an hour? So he's got some work, but we've got time. We're going to be chilling. I probably wouldn't have hopped on until like 9 o'clock if I realized we weren't going to be going until that late. But we are here, and I am glad to hang out with you guys. There's a bunch that went on, when we were gone. So, well, hold on. Let me take a sip and tell you the whole story. So you may have seen when I was on Confluence's show on Tuesday, I was talking a little bit about it. But basically, I didn't. You know how there's a new thing where under the video it'll say, if let's say that like me and Confluence do something, it won't just say the Indian Jesus featuring tagged Confluence in the title. It'll say the video is from the Indian Jesus and Confluence. So we were covering the Sean Hannity on PBD thing last Friday, and just nuked. And I was like, what is going on? Like, we use PBD all the time. There's never an issue, anything like that. But I didn't realize that. Where'd you go, Mort? You good, bro? What, you gonna come up here? I didn't realize that they had used that feature. Oh, all right. And tagged his channel. If I had seen that, I definitely would have known we shouldn't use it. But we did. They nuked it, gave me a strike. Obviously, I was not able to, stream all week. Luckily, I was able to talk to you guys and, do community tab posts and other videos and stuff like that. But first stream back. Well, technically, I did a test stream earlier today, but this is the first real one. Oh my goodness! So I think the first thing we should. Oh yeah. So we I got the strike. Wasn't able to stream. And so now I'm in the situation of you have 10 days to basically challenge it. Or you can challenge it, and they have 10 days to come back and say, all right, we're taking you to court. Or they usually typically will ignore it, and then I don't have to, everything goes back to normal. I don't have to worry about anything. So on the one hand, that is still a possibility, so that could be good. But on the other hand, because of the fact that it was two different videos, one of the appeals immediately got kicked back. So it's one single strike on the channel. So as long as it goes through and it's challenged, I'm hoping that it will fall off of both, because it's one strike. It's not one video. So I'm hoping that it only went through because it's the one strike. And they still have a couple more days to respond. I assume they won't. And then everything will go back to normal. If not, then we just got to be super, super careful for the next 90 days. And so that really just means making sure that we're not going out on a limb, trying channels for the first time. So we're going to have to stay a little bit more in, what we're comfortable with, what we know won't get us in trouble, and that kind of stuff. But guys, remember that we are live on Rumble in every single stream, at least while I'm down here. So do me a favor, hop on over there. If you are not already following, please do follow. And if the stream ever goes down again like that, just go over to Rumble. I will continue going as long as you guys show up. I was still going. I was like, oh man, well, we'll give it a minute. We'll see. And nobody showed up. So I was like, all right, I guess not only will we not finish this stream, but we won't stream for the rest of the week. Whereas if I know you guys are going to be over there, then yeah, it sucks that I can't stream over here, but we can still do all the same thing because it's StreamYard. It'll look all the same and everything. The only difference is that we won't have the chat on screen, but how much do you guys really care about that? Oh my goodness. So that is the situation. That's what oh my God, this new conditioner, I don't like it. It makes my hair all like, I need a detangler. I need a blow dryer is what I need. Towel drying is how it gets all bad like this. Anyway, so we missed a lot. Well, I missed a lot. No, I didn't miss a lot. I just missed a lot between you guys. So I didn't realize that we would have this much time before the debate started. But let's do first things first. Let's make sure that we've got our opening statement ready to go, nailed down, pinned down to exactly what we want, so that when we get there, we are not scrambling last minute. We got Spawn Keeper on Rumble. Welcome to the party indeed, guys. If you are on Rumble, please say hello. There you go. Avery over on Rumble. There we go. That's how we do it. And making sure that no matter what happens, that, we've always got a way to interact with each other. So first, let's see here. Let's open this, and then open that, and then. All right. So should we do it like this? I'll do it like that, so that you guys can see. No, I can't see that. Can you guys see this? No, none of that. Okay. Good enough. All right, so we got the 3 minutes. 3-minute opening. Let's see where we're at from what we got. So, and since we got some time, let's add that music. All right. Feels good to be back, guys. Fucking good to be back. Oh man, it was a fucking week, guys. It was a fucking week. All of the things that I would always want to talk about, they all happened last week. It was fucking nuts. All right, where are we at here? So, I gotta do this. That. And then, come on. Okay, good. And we have that. All right. Okay, so here we go. Here we go. Play. Nope. Babies. Let's try this. There we go. All right, that's better. So a little bigger. Okay. So, he'll typically say, I will start the timer with your voice. Let's get this out of the way. All right, here we go. Thank you to Horseradish for hosting and Searka for taking this debate. I'm looking forward to getting into this without appealing to God or religion. We're here to discuss one question. When does human life gain the right not to be killed? I propose that legally, personhood should begin at conception because that is the moment where new, distinct human life begins. Unique DNA equals unique human being. From that point forward, what exists is not a potential human being. It is a human with potential. Bill Burr may be a filthy lib, but even he can acknowledge it in his comedy bit that cake batter in the oven wouldn't be called potential cake, but a cake in process. From that moment of conception, a fetus has its own DNA, its own developmental trajectory, and, if not interfered with, generally will grow through every stage of life that you and I have already passed through. So at what point during this continuous process is it okay to choose to end a human life? Searka may try to move this debate into gray areas, viability, consciousness, dependency, etc., but those are all changing and subjective standards. Viability shifts with technology, consciousness is difficult to define and even harder to measure, and dependency exists in many forms throughout life, specifically directly after birth, which I'm sure we would all agree is not okay to kill at that point. None of these provide a clear, consistent, or principled line for human life. Principled line for when human life magically gains value. Conception does. It is the only point that is biologically grounded, logically consistent, and not arbitrarily dependent on external factors. If we are going to draw a line at all, and the law must draw a line, then it should be at the point where a human life actually scientifically begins, not somewhere later based on shifting definitions or the convenience of 304s. Once we admit that some human lives do not yet count, we are no longer debating the beginning of life. We are deciding which lives count. Searka will likely argue about difficult cases, edge scenarios, and legal complications. I don't deny that recognizing personhood at conception would require us to think carefully about how we handle those situations. But difficulty is not an argument against doing what is right. We already build complex legal case frameworks to protect human life in countless contexts. The fact that something is complicated does not mean that it is optional. The question isn't whether this creates challenges. The question is whether we are willing to recognize a human life for what it is and extend to it the most basic protection we give to any person, the right not to be intentionally killed. That is what is at stake in this debate, and my position is the only one that life maxes, as Cliviger would say, and minimizes the needless death of babies. Bam. Bam. Done. That's how you do that. That's how you do that. I feel so. What do you got? Let's skip that. We got this. Okay. Now we can bring this back down. Boom, 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 boom. All right. What are you guys saying? Hey, we got Heimdall. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. We got Soul in the building. Welcome. Yep. Fair use, right? Fair use. Maybe we will, maybe as they said, it was, a manual, like it wasn't just content ID. Somebody specifically was watching. It was like, oh no, we need to take that down. So we'll see. We'll see. Fingers crossed. Positive vibes. Hopefully, that will all get cleaned up. Welcome. How does that personhood? That's the problem right out the gate.
Bingo.
That's what I'm arguing. So cool. What did you guys think of that in general? Because I feel like that was pretty strong, but I also, I was reading it in a way that wasn't ideal. So let's give it one more run through, and then we'll do some fun stuff until the debate. So let's do this. Actually, it's easier. Okay, ready, and 5, 4, 3, 2. Thank you to Horseradish for hosting and Searka for taking this debate. I'm looking forward to getting into this without appealing to God or religion. We're here to discuss one question: when does a human life gain the right not to be killed? I propose that legally, personhood should begin at conception because that is the moment a new, distinct human life begins. Unique DNA equals unique human being. From that point forward, what exists is not a potential human. It is a human with potential. Bill Burr may be a filthy lib, but even he can acknowledge in his comedy bit that cake batter in the oven wouldn't be called potential cake, but a cake in process. From that moment of conception, a fetus has its own DNA, its own developmental trajectory, and if not interfered with, generally will grow through every stage of life that you and I have already passed through. So at what point during this continuous process is it okay to choose to end a human life? Searka may try to move this debate into gray areas: viability, consciousness, dependency, etc., but those are all changing and subjective standards. Viability shifts with technology. Consciousness is difficult to define and and even harder to measure. And dependency exists in many forms throughout life, specifically directly after birth, which I'm sure we would agree it's not okay to kill at that point. None of these provide a clear, consistent, or principled line for when a human life magically gains value. Conception does. It is the only point that is biologically grounded, logically consistent, and not arbitrarily dependent on external factors. If we are going to draw a line at all, and the law must draw a line, then it should be at the point where a human life actually scientifically begins, not somewhere later based on shifting definitions or the convenience of 304s. Once we admit that some human lives do not yet count, we are no longer debating the beginning of human life. We are deciding which lives count. Searka will likely argue about difficult cases, edge scenarios, and legal complications. I don't deny that recognizing personhood at conception would require us to think carefully about how we handle those situations, but difficulty is not an argument against doing what is right. We already build complex legal frameworks to protect human life in countless contexts. The fact that something is complicated does not mean it is optional. The question isn't whether this creates challenges. The question is whether we are willing to recognize a human life for what it is and extend to it the most basic protection we give any person, the right to not be intentionally killed. That is what is at stake in this debate, and my position is the only one that life maxes, as Clavicular would say, and minimizes the needless death of babies. I think I got this. Let's fucking go. Okay. So, what gestation would that be? Because I used to be very pro-choice, and this is bothering me. Sorry, I'm getting a little prissy, and I need my hair to look good. But the arguments eventually led me to the place to realize that there is no there is no, as I said in that statement, there is no principled line that's not arbitrary other than conception. I used to be of the safe, legal, and rare. But then the other line that comes from that is if it's safe and it's legal, why should it be rare? And so when we say a certain gestation, I think a lot of us do have that feeling on an individual philosophical level. Like, okay, I mean, like, is taking the morning after pill, is that the same thing as a 9-month abortion? I don't think so. But the law has to be a specific line. And so, it's going to be interesting to see how he draws that out. We got Grumpy in the building. Welcome to the party. 70-30. 70-30 which way? I'm going to guess you're 70 on the pro-life side and 30 on the pro-choice side. Because, again, I do get it, especially when you bring in those edge cases, when you talk about incest and rape and things like that. There are, other things to consider. I just think that at the end of the day, principally, there is no leg to stand on to appease that feeling that, okay, well, we should have, a little buffer or whatever that sentiment is. I feel it as well, but it is what it is. Having to carry the child does affect the one, indeed, which is why we have what do they call it? Not explicit. No. What is it? Hold on. I'll get it. What the fuck is the word? It's not explicit consent. It's I don't know, but you know what I mean. Where we have to say that you have a direct and affirmative consent to have sex because that's one of the possibilities. And so this goes, back to when we were talking about Renee Good and Alex Preddy and all that stuff. So you think they deserve to die? That line came around a lot. And like, no, I don't think that they deserve to die. But if you choose to do A, and you know that A has some potential consequences, if you experience those consequences, nobody's been aggrieved. Like, you chose that. And so if you don't want to be affected by carrying a child, then don't have sex. You cannot get pregnant. Okay, well, I mean, there's edge cases there, but you cannot get pregnant without having sex. So I said, what is your stance on genuine medical situations where the mother's life is at risk and she already has children? I do realize that statistically, that is not what abortion is used for. So I don't necessarily know if in that situation, whether the fact that she has other kids or not, I'm not sure as to how much that's taken into account. I think in that moment, the Hippocratic Oath dictates triage, that whoever needs the most immediate help gets it. And so because of the fact that if the mother's life is at risk, if the mother dies, then up until semi-recently, if the mother died, that meant the baby's dying too. Now we have C-sections, and so like there's a lot of complications and different avenues to go down. And my position is that we should do the best to life maximize the ability to live and minimize the amount of people that are dying. Shout out to Light. Welcome. Teach slaves to be subject to their masters in everything, to try to please them, not to talk back to them, and not to steal from them, but to show them they can be fully trusted. Okay. Whatever you say. If a child has severe medical problems, then I agree with the A word. But if a child is healthy and has no health risk to the mother or the child, then I'm against using it as a contraceptive. Fair. But that brings in that still creates an arbitrary line. So what is the level of severe? Down syndrome? Autism? Born without an arm? Can't breathe without a tube? Like, again, these are that's not a that has a level of arbitrarity, whatever the fuck the word is. That has a level of that where that is that's an edge case that would include us needing to figure out, okay, when this situation happens, then we do X. Maybe there are carve-outs for situations like that. I don't necessarily know about the medical problems, but like if we're talking about life of the mother, then there's situations where we would say, okay, we are going to make sure that the mother lives because and the child cannot. I'm not saying that those situations cannot exist, but the principle has to be that life begins at conception. Otherwise, again, we're just picking random, just whatever you feel like. So I don't really know where he is gonna come from, like what angle he is going to, what angle he's gonna take. But yeah. Let me say, my cousin was born inside out. He lived for 4 hours. God damn, what does that even mean? Born inside out? I don't even know what that means. God damn. I'm a non-believer. I read through the Bible when I was born into the church, but then I read the Bible and then I lost it. So, yikes. All right, so let's see, what are we doing here? So yeah, that's they said 9 o'clock. Searka said he's gonna be a little bit late. I'm hoping that he's not that late. But we got some time to chill. We got Rage Page. Welcome to the party. Said any mother who knowingly gets an abortion is a demon. That's I don't necessarily agree with that. I do think there are situations where I can understand on a human level why you why you're in a situation where you're pregnant and you don't want to be, and maybe not a specific example, but being in that scenario and not wanting to be like, all right, yeah, let's get this kid out of here. But you're trying to make these decisions, and especially if you are, if you've been hit with the propaganda of the left, the feminist, Planned Parenthood, all that stuff. That's just healthcare. Then I don't really think that's as demonic as we think. Understanding the situation doesn't make it any. Well, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying not understanding the situation does make it less demonic. We got Smoking Spaceman. Welcome to the party. I am on the pro-life side. So the prompt is not directly about abortion. So because of the fact that both of us I have not been MIA, you guys need to check all the fucking shit, please. Oh my God. I posted videos, I posted shorts, I posted community tab posts, I posted fucking shit in the Discord. Guys, I'm gonna drop the link to Rumble again. Please go over and follow that page. I waited for a good 20 minutes to see if anybody would pop over, and not a single person did. So come on through. Then what are you asking? What do you mean where I've been? I haven't been MIA. I've been taken out. Trying to take me down. So again, just go over to Rumble, give it a follow. You don't have to watch that on, but now you just know that if that goes down, whoop, right over to Rumble. I mean, we got Twitch as well, if you prefer that, but I don't really use it. How do I don't even know how to get to my goddamn channel. There we go. So whichever you choose. That's why we're we're multi-streaming on different places. YouTube is home, but they fuck around. Yeah, you're watching now because I just fucking asked you to go over there. Where were you last Friday when I was trying to blow my fucking all right, let's start fresh. It's been a rough week. Oh God, a DM from Horseradish. Oh, we're gonna push it till next week. Let's see. Just heads up, your schedule for the 3rd of the North, sort of like the headliner. Searka's running late at work, but we'll be in time. For everyone who's there at the start, now set up. Yeah. Okay, so it does just seem like we're not gonna have to push the whole thing any later. That we're just gonna be, we're the headliners. We're the headliners. So all right, this I'm a little scared because this is from TLC, but it's on Reels, so I'm gonna take the chance. But this is just what randomly popped up when I opened.
My name is Jessica. I am 38, and I am addicted to having abortions.
Oh, what?
Oh, hell no.
What Jessica is doing is not technically illegal, but it is
It should be
incredibly concerning.
I just love the feeling of it.
Oh my God. So remember when we were talking about safe, legal, and rare? Not anymore.
Met this guy on Facebook dating. We don't have intercourse. He kind of just does it in a cup, and then I do this method where I lay on my back.
She doesn't even get dick down? She doesn't even get dick down? This is insane.
With an injection tool. It's been a really good relationship because he also pays for it.
To date, I've probably spent a little over $12,000 on.
Why? Why? You're not even nutting. Well, I guess you're technically nutting, but I mean, you're not even getting it in. Why would you do that? Why, oh, why would you do that? Personally, I find myself in the anti-abortion camp. The pro-life camp offers caveats I don't agree with. Okay, fair. So what? Because I'm just saying, pro-life versus pro-choice. I'm definitely. Are you so like what? Yeah, what do you mean specifically? Are you talking about like the grape and incest stuff? I think I don't know. We'll see that because usually when you get this type of question, it's about it's the next question is like, okay, well, why aren't you paying for these kids to da 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 da? And the very easy answer is because I didn't make those children. Just because I don't want to pay for them doesn't mean I want them to die. Shout out to Yakov. Welcome. I mean, is that an answer to why this guy's doing it? Maybe. That is insane.
Also pays for it.
To date, I've probably spent a little over $12,000 on abortion procedures.
I've had 56 abortions so far, and I'm actually going to be 57 here in a couple weeks.
Bruh, how do you have more abortions than years of life?
If I did end up having a child, it would just be so that I can raise them so that they can get pregnant, and then we would continue.
I cannot. Well, I mean, I guess it depends on how far she actually. Where's the poll? Am I on the right one? You guys don't see a poll, right? Why didn't that pull up? Sorry. Okay, what did I just say? Sorry. Oh my goodness! Shout out to Unwanted Foe getting us started with the $5. Of course, every donation gets a treat for the Overlord. Thank you so very, very much. Making you the new sponsor of the stream. It's so gross using a turkey baster that probably isn't. Oh, it's not even clean. Oh, gross. I don't know. What do you do with this? What do you do with this? What can be said? What can be done? I am amazed. Oh, this is straight from TLC. This is not fake. This is real. Yeah, she should be fixed. Just sew her up. This is wild.
Because be so that I can raise them so that they can get pregnant, and then we would continue, because I don't ever see myself stopping. My name is Jessica. I am
crazy.
38 and I am addicted to having abortion.
That is insane. Absolutely insane. Let's get unwanted foe up here in the banner. Unwanted foe. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, very, very much, sir. So, we'll Insane Asylum, do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Indeed. Hey, we got TV Viewerski. Welcome to the party. And next, our boy, right out of the spot with the $10 PayPal. Where's my applause? There we go. Thank you. So very, very much. Oh, you guys are so sweet. Thank you very, very much. Of course, making you the new sponsor of the stream. Miyaga? What is Miyaga? Miyagi? What? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. We got Jago, Texas. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you guys. We were just checking out this chick who gets abortions for fun. Wait a second. So all throughout the week, since I was not able to, stream, then I did post a lot of stuff both on X and in Discord that you guys should be following me, but most of you are not. So conveniently for me, now we've got plenty of time to check some of that out. TV Viewerski. Boom. Thank you. New sponsor of the stream. Very, very, very much appreciated. You guys are amazing. It was, like I said, it's been a week. So, firstly, this was before the strike. I brought my car into the dealership to just get, an oil change, and it was some error message or whatever, check engine light, whatever. It wasn't something crazy, but just go in, get everything, make sure we're good, and I drive for work, so I gotta make sure that we're good. So go in, whatever, and I Uber home, I Uber back, I get my car and turn it on, and there's still an error message. I'm like, sometimes they still just do that, and you drive a little and then it resets. Days later, still not happening. So then I'm telling them, look, you gotta do something with this, and I'm not paying for Ubers to get back and forth again. So either you can pay for an Uber, or you can give me a loaner car. I'm like, oh yeah, no problem. We'll get in contact with you. That was like 2 weeks ago. So I'm like, so I'm still waiting. Actually, they sent me an email. They were like, would you like to do a survey on your experience? I was like, do you guys want me to do the survey? I don't think you do. It's like, oh, we'll be on top of it. That was before of the strike. So that I'm already dealing with. I don't know what's going on in my car. Already dropping fucking, I think it was over $1,000 on the splash guard. When it snowed, I was rocking my car back and forth to get out of the spot, and some snow got stuck in between the chassis and the splash guard. And then when some of the snow melted and went under and then froze more, it broke it off. So I had to get that replaced completely. Whole bunch of stuff. And yeah, that's probably not anything I'm ever gonna do. Hey, we got Nate the Jane. Welcome. The only justification for abortion is when spontaneous abortions happen and have to be taken care of. Spontaneous abortion? Oh, you mean like if it like a you talking about like a miscarriage? What's a spontaneous abortion? Is that different than a miscarriage, or is that just what you're calling? Anyway, welcome to the party. So then, of course, on Friday we're doing our thing, and stream gets nuked. So then, I'm dealing with all of that, thinking that whatever I'm going to. I did not know that. A miscarriage sounds nicer. Spontaneous abortion sounds like spontaneous combustion. Just like we got Lee. Welcome to the party. So then, we had a hot day last week, and I go to turn the heat on from the heat to the AC. It's not really getting that much cooler. Then I realize it's getting hotter. AC doesn't work. So I call the dude. A guy comes out, and the outdoor unit, the whole thing outside, is just busted or whatever. It needs to be replaced. Another $6,000. Then I'm in the shower last night, right in the middle, and it goes brick cold right in the middle. I don't know if you guys enjoy cold showers or anything like that, but I do not. I like a scalding hot shower. So I had all this shit in my fucking, all this shit in my hair all over, so I couldn't just, whatever. So then I'm trying to, my dad's freaking out, because he's like, I don't know if if it's a pilot light, then you might have gas, spilling out everywhere. So, and then, it's just one thing after another. Then I had my passport. There was an issue with doing. It's been a week, guys. It's been a week. All forms of miscarriage. Okay, good to know. But speaking of which, so like I said, I shared some stuff on my page. Let's see. Let's go back and see what we got. What do we got? Told you I posted a bunch of stuff, right? Okay, so this is probably us, right? Okay. So we got... we can skip that one. This one, I don't know what happened to the sound, but Morty was like... It's like...
Europe will come. Ideal nightmare of a Muslim Europe will come true. They can be as mad as they want. I don't care. America will be a Muslim country. Russia will be a Muslim country. Islam will enter every house, inshallah. But
they're not hiding it. They are telling us. We are going to come over and take over your land.
we have to be a part of that change and never, ever apologize. We're unapologetic. Never, ever compromise. We're uncompromising. When people
Shout out to Hector. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir.
People say that Islam is not compatible with Western society, with a pluralistic society. This is exactly what we are talking about. You have this imam who is just casually saying in the UK out loud that America is going to become a Muslim country, Russia is going to become a Muslim country, that Islam is going to enter every house. Now, I don't know about you guys, but when I hear that, I don't think of a missionary project. I don't think of Islamic proselytizing. I don't think of him referring to Muslims converting people over to Islam through love and acceptance, which, by the way, is not.
I think of bombs. I think of violence. That's what I think of. Shout out to Pete T. Salty over on Twitch. Welcome. Said he sounds like a Barbara Specter talking about Europe. I don't know who that is. Who's Barbara Specter? I bet you're right, but I don't know who that is.
Him referring to Muslims converting people over to Islam through love and acceptance, which, by the way, is not really a large factor in the growth of Islam. It's primarily driven by high birth rates. But he's clearly not talking about faith or a personal belief. He's referring to a political takeover. His language is the language of conquest, and that is the language of people who think that the West is weak enough for them to come in and replace. The United Kingdom, where this imam is saying this, proves why they feel so bold enough to say this. Look at what's happening.
Yeah, they're not doing well over there, and they want to come on over here.
There. Nobody in America gets told any of this, but in parts of London and Bradford and Birmingham and Luton, the police won't even enforce basic laws if it risks community tensions. They have totally redefined the definition of Islamophobia to include race when Muslim is not a race. Their politicians have no backbone. They have no spine. They have entire neighborhoods where extremist preachers literally have more influence than the parliament. There are schools where kids are bullied for being too Western.
Yeah, that's another one, Heimdall. They could, they're doing doing to the young girls over there is sick. So I guess if they get them pregnant, the girls would have their kids. Yup. We got Chad in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome. 2% of the American population fear-mongering for no reason. You're saying 2% of the American population is Muslim? Is that what you're saying? First of all, that's not true. And second of all, they have taqiyya, so we would never be able to know. What is Andia? This is like the 7th time you guys have said something. I don't know what you're talking about. What the fuck is going on? And so this is the same argument that the trans activists used. The exact same argument. They're saying, well, it's only this many people. It's only a little thing here. And now it's 20% of Gen Z. Well, it's actually gone down a little bit from there. But I don't necessarily know what it's like to be Muslim or what it's like to be trans. But I could definitely tell you that the people who are Muslim are willing to die for it. The trans ones are just willing to put themselves in a place where they're going to end themselves. I don't know, but that's the point, is that they lie. That's what taqiyya is for. Oh, we're just the humble little Muslims. We don't want to hurt you. Be nice to us. And then you die.
Politicians as well as police and authorities have openly admitted that they don't talk about this, they don't say a word because they're terrified of offending the wrong people. It has gone beyond the idea of diversity. It has become a cultural surrender, and I'm sorry, the UK's done. There is no recovering from what has happened to the UK. And I already know that people are going to come in and say, oh, well, this imam doesn't represent all Muslims. Obviously, I know it doesn't. Most Muslims, or at least a lot of them, don't want any part of this ideology of the takeover. But
right, but those ones are not true followers. The problem with Islam in and of itself is that the more fundamental you are, the closer to the actual text that you say, the more violent and incongruent with the Western world that you are. One of those said even the moderate Muslims aren't friends, as they will sit there quietly while radical Muslims remove your head for not believing. Bingo. Yeah, there's a whole, that's why we need to do another movie night on Rumble with Bill Maher's Religulous. I know a lot of you guys are not a fan of that and any general atheist stuff, but there's a part of it where they specifically talk to, or Bill talks to these Muslims, and you can see it in real time. I was like, this is not the this lady. She's like, oh no, Islam it's so peaceful, it's so feminist, it's so this. I was like, what about that? Well, I mean, there's reason. And they just walk it back and walk it back. They're allowed to say whatever they want. Under God, it is okay to lie to the enemy, to take over power. That is in their books. Yup.
this is the strain of political Islam. This triumphalist, we're going to dominate the West mindset is very real. And pretending that it doesn't exist is, again, exactly how the UK got caught flat-footed in the first place. Every warning.
Does anyone want to argue that the UK is not having an Islamist problem right now? We're next if we don't pay attention. Shout out to David. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you very, very much, sir. How are you doing? The Islam population is 2 billion. Christians slightly more at 2.2. Yeah, I mean, we've got a nice buffer in terms of geography right now, but the numbers are there. The numbers are there. And how many Christians do you know that are willing to go out in the streets and die for that ideology? Maybe some, maybe a lot. But in Islam, it's all of them. It's all of them. And like Ahmad Devo said, a lot, if you look at the polling for things like having Sharia law in the Western world, the numbers of I want this are relatively low compared to the problem that we're talking about. But the people who, depending on how the thing is phrased, the people who are willing to say, like, well, okay, I wouldn't push for that. But if it was Sharia law, then, that would be no problem. That, as far as I know, that is the biggest push. Not the biggest push. The biggest demographic, let's say, of Muslims. All right. We got, what time? We got 17 minutes before the debates start. Let's see what this guy
was dismissed as racist or Islamophobic until the reality became too obvious to hide. And by the way, since the 60s, the UK's public opinion have continuously shown that they reject the influence of Islam in their society, and that they think the immigration policy has been horrible, and they think that too many people have been coming into their country and their politicians did nothing. And I'm sorry, but this whole we're never going to apologize, we're never going to compromise,
we're never going to let you down, we're never going to let you go. Sorry.
Or anything down in our religion, it's not religious devotion. It is, again, political absolutism. That is a vision of society where pluralism does not exist, where you cannot disagree, where you do not coexist with people.
Okay. All right. Shout out to me. Hey, welcome to the party. Both Islam and Mormons both started out the same. The Spirit came over Muhammad and Joseph Smith violently and forced them to do as the Spirit said. Yeah, religion's weird, huh? Religion's weird! Got him! All right, let's see what else we got going on here. What does this say?
So when it comes to the Muslim takeover, this is quite disturbing, and I've covered this before, but this is just another indicator that New York has fallen. Saw this tweet from Diana Alistar, laying prayer rugs over the names of 9/11 victims at the FDNY Memorial is wildly.
Prayer rugs. Muslim prayer rugs over the 9/11 Memorial. Tell me again how they're not trying to take over?
Inappropriate. I mean, look at that. Can you believe that? That is prayer rugs, Muslim prayer rugs. They're being laid over the memorial of the fallen heroes of 9/11. At this point, I think what they're doing is they're showboating. They're saying, we've won. We've taken over. We can do whatever we want. When you vote in someone like Zohran Mamdani in one of the greatest cities in the U.S., don't get me wrong, I'm not a fan of New York. I'm not a New Yorker. I'm a Texan. Then what you've done is you've relinquished control. A lot of people want to compare this to Christianity and say, what about Christians praying in the streets? Christians would never go to a memorial where there were fallen heroes.
Button's not working. I guess that New Yorkers were a little bit like the writers of Game of Thrones. We kind of forgot. We will never forget until we forget.
Heroes who help people get out of the rumble of what happened that day. They wouldn't lay something on it and cover up their names to disrespect them. You've got to see the difference between these two things, right? I mean, there is some common sense here, isn't there? Even on the liberal side, there's got to be some. Why would you lay your prayer rugs over the fallen names? Again, I say, New York has fallen.
Yup. Shout out to the Confluence panel we were on. That was a little bit of fun.
What are these for? What? Hey, question. What are these for? Why are they just... Look at all these readily
This is at the No Kings.
available out in
Why?
the open bricks, just right outside. Huh, I wonder what those bricks are for. I wonder who put them there.
Shady! Hamdil said, my kid's father was sent to Desert Storm and he took pictures, brought back and developed them. The things I've seen floored me. I will never trust them. Hard to know. War is hell, and they don't make it any easier. Jago said, American ideals will always be one generation from falling. I think I agree. Why do you say that? Spawn Keeper over on Rumble said that's fucking insane. I would take all those rugs, douse them with gas, and burn them right there. That's the right thing to do. No, maybe not. But I wouldn't be mad if somebody did that. See how I just did that? Muslim holy books tell them to do that. Craziness. I don't know if this is gonna get. Yeah, I would show this if it was.
I met him on the day he turned 12 years old.
Yeah,
he was.
What else? 2 days in a row, videos going viral of liberals not being able to have a civil discussion. You can't make this shit up.
The people. So. He is here today, Sheriff David Davis, to say a few words to the community, the people that he serves, the people he serves.
What kind of construction needs that much bricks? Just like, oh, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? All right, well, I guess I'm gonna open the goddamn tab each time. Yeah, so you're saying that potentially there's nothing behind, like over here, there'd be construction. What type of construction just leaves bricks laying out, specifically where there is what do you call it? Permitted event. I mean, come on, man. We just gotta go with Occam's razor. I mean, I do think that's a good question. I do think that, the skepticism there is good, but I mean, what kind of like, that's not how. If they're laying bricks, then they're gonna have the bricks, and they were they would shout out to Ham. That is indeed where the name comes from. Welcome. David said those were paver bricks for the sidewalk being replaced. Maybe. Just a little convenient.
So, he is here today, Sheriff David Davis, to say a few words
to
the community, the people that he serves,
So we got a cop back here, and we got a bunch of lefties, and they're trying to get the cop to talk to the crowd and be on their side. But just because he's a cop, I mean, I don't like cops either. But, like, see what he's going to say first.
And if you don't want to hear him speak, y'all can leave. There are plenty of other people that would love to hear him speak. Hey, guys. I have a lot of family. I have a lot of family who have very, very different views than me. I have lost friends. I have lost family. Hey, wait.
How do you expect them to know what you want if you won't? Or maybe they fixed it already. Listen to them.
Okay, we're gonna fix the jail. We're trying to fix that jail. Okay, so let him. Come on, guys. Hey.
I mean, that goes on and on and on. And you guys saw the Canadian thing that was happening. I guess it must have been about a week ago. Where they were like, point of privilege. I was supposed to be the gender card that goes first, and they had some convention and they couldn't get anything done because everybody had some fucking issue to deal with. Jacob said it only takes 20 to 30 years for any education system to drastically change any nation's public opinion on any topic. Sadly, seems a little bit too true. Rage pages, the disrespect that cops are shown is so disgusting. I'll say yes in this context. I think there are definitely situations where it is fair. It is fair to be a generally anti-cop. That doesn't mean that you can be anti-law and order. I've seen too many examples in my personal life of cops, just going on a power trip that I don't trust. In any realm, whether it's law enforcement or politics or whatever, I don't trust giving people governmental power. But we've got to do that if we're going to have a civilization, right? All right, we got 9 minutes left before the start time. Let's end on a good note. Yeah, let's do this one. So this is I love this because it's what we need. It's what we need.
You want to check off stuff on your list because we as husbands sometimes will forget things from the store and we go home and get fussed at by our wife. You understand that? Yes, sir. Do we want to be fussed at by our wife? No, sir. So we want to make sure as we go down the list, we're checking things off, okay? You understand that? Yes, sir. Can we see it right here? Yes, sir. All right, cool. So we got milk, chicken breast, apples, paper towels, ground beef, bread, juice, onions, eggs. Now let's...
Oh, wait. I meant to be like that. Yeah. Agreed there. Because the cop's always been sweet to me. I've never met a bad cop. Well, I'm sure if I had the heavies, I'd have a little bit different of experience too. But that's precisely the point. Jay said, I only trust the police if I'm the one that called them. Even then, you gotta be careful. So let's finish this up before we head in. Remember, I'm gonna have to jump out. I'm gonna have to leave the stream to turn my camera on in Discord. So let's finish this up.
When your wife made this list, I'm gonna explain to you what she did. What she did was went in the kitchen and just went and saw everything she ain't got, and she just wrote it all down. You understand? With it being wrote down like that, ain't none of it categorized. You understand? Yes, so in order to lessen our time in the store, what we're going to do is we're going to categorize it. First of all, what we even need to get to even grocery shop? A buggy. Somebody go grab a buggy. Remember how much money we got? We got $150 to make this thing work. You understand? Yes, sir. What section we in?
Oh my goodness, 29 months. That's over 2 goddamn years. Thank you so very, very much. And shout out to all of the disciples. Share away, my dear. And yeah, I this is how you fix society. This is how you fix society. Firemen don't typically find themselves in positions where they're leveraging their power on people who they don't deserve. So the soul said I had an abortion 14 years ago. My youngest is 15. I woke up 3 days before due, couldn't breathe. Emergency C-section, and we both nearly died. I was told not to get pregnant again, that I likely wouldn't survive. Archaic Alabama rules stated that I couldn't get my tubes tied because it requires a waiting period with paperwork, etc. So I was used to condoms and other contraception with my own husband to try to prevent pregnancy. Well, it happened. It was the hardest decision I've ever had to make, but we decided on an abortion as we were scared, and I wanted to be there for my 2 boys. Which, again, when we go back to somebody who said anyone who does it is a demon, it's not that simple. It's not that simple. So it goes on to say my husband has since been able to have his tubes tied, the vasectomy, since I was told it probably isn't good for my heart to even be put under with anesthesia. I would make the same decision again today. I'm generally in the camp of abortion shouldn't be illegal. It should be unthinkable. Because seriously, it is the worst thing to have to legitimately think about. But I am thankful that it was legal. And thank you for sharing that. And this is where it gets in. This is why I don't like the Christian aspect of the abortion argument, because it evaporates the human side of it. It only focuses on the bare bones of the situation, and it's a real human situation. And so while I still think it should be illegal, then that doesn't mean that I have no heart for somebody going through something like this. Can we agree it's a personality problem, not a police profession problem? No, because it's a power problem. It's an authority problem. Have you heard of the Stanford prison experiment? They had like 20 kids, 20 students, and they just said, okay, 10 of you are going to be the guards and 10 of you are going to be the prisoners. And they were supposed to do it for 1 month. And they're just supposed to act, and they had basic rules, you're not allowed to do this, you're not allowed to do that, whatever. And they had to end it after, I don't remember exactly how many days. But the guards got so high on power that they were literally torturing the other students. And conversely, the other students were specifically feeling they deserved it. And so, no. Sorry. That notion that power corrupts absolutely will always be something that I understand. I resonate with. Shout out to Dexter with the $2 make you holla. Must see the puppy. And of course, Tree. Thank you so very, very much. All right, let me update this banner. And then we're going to head into the debates. We got 3 there. 17 there. Shout out to Dexter. Bam. Thank you. So very, very much. All right, let me hop in there and then we'll be back. So give me 1 second. Don't go anywhere. I will be right here. BRB. almost said end stream. Don't end stream. BRB. Live and by your side.
There's not like YouTube collaboration for stream, just Twitch.
Yep. So,
Radish, you're muted.
so guys, I don't have an ability to like turn my camera on and come from here. So
everything's going perfectly for Radish, who's not stressing at all about the completely new setup that's very complicated for.
I can deafen them, but then obviously you guys aren't going to be able to hear what they're saying. So I'm going to do my best to try to, pop up here if I'm talking to you guys, and I'll talk over them. But again, I don't have the opportunity to turn that camera on. So we are here. And if you hear this sound,
Are you guys doing this?
that is the on and off of their sound. And so now I'm not going to be muted once you hear it again.
Not through Discord.
And they're going to be able to hear me. So again, bloop, bloop.
Radish, you're still muted.
Uh-oh. Can I change this to mirror?
I wonder, Radish, if you might have to disconnect or reconnect or use an alt account or what happened.
So is it here?
Hey, welcome. Yes, it is here. You've made it. Stand by. He's just doing some stream setup stuff right now. And Lutch is live.
I am as well. You're being watched by 5 people.
Plus 9.
They're all in his house.
We're watching people. I came in prepared.
Oh yeah, that's what's up. When you get around to it, I don't know if you're gonna cam up or just want to use an avatar or anything like that. But for Horseradish's setup, if you get a chance to, I appreciate you. And then just because what he's using is going to generate like a stream link for him to capture your video independently. If you want to change videos, like you could change to or like cover up your camera or change to like another scene or something. But just please don't turn it off once we get rolling.
Emmett, are you playing Def Knot tonight?
Or I would.
No, the state of the if you look at what I'm wearing, it's just that my handlers, also known as the State of Israel, decided that I had to be wearing, the iconography, because you're not going to mess with our guns.
Listen, as number one Israel simp, I'm your judge tonight. You shouldn't.
So that's how it's going to work. Thank you. So
everyone always
very,
picks fights
very
with the judges,
much.
and it's great.
And now the
everybody knows that the State of Israel.
See, here's to a good
great,
debate on a full stomach for
and
Morty.
we
Thank you,
love
thank
them
you, thank
shekels
you.
around,
So very,
don't worry
very
about
much.
I am this close to changing my fucking online name to Iron Dome because that's how I be out here fucking shooting rockets at Israel.
That could be your next,
miss a lot.
home country
To
that you name. I know,
Israel.
Emma, you point to Czechoslovakia, but you could also
And of
do
course,
Czechoslovakia.
that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Very, very, very much appreciated. A little janky, but
All right. Chief, can you hear me now?
I hear you, and I'm reading you.
So, yeah, this might be a problem.
Uh-oh.
Like, it seems to freeze up whenever, or it stops. Like, something goes wrong when I reach, like, 4. So I'm going to try it again from the top. Video Ninja.
What are you?
Make sure you
publish-
don't.
okay.
Yeah.
Publish an Indian Jesus first. Coming down here, that is the negative.
It says
he's
5 to
the
10 is optimal, but it could handle 15 or more.
You know you can
So
just do
why
this
is it-
for OBS, right?
Yeah, if you
We are
just
doing
draw
it
a
through
box
OBS.
around the Discord window, and then hopefully no one ever moves again, and then
Exactly.
I can't do this anymore.
Thank you,
Publish
thank you, thank you.
video. This is for him.
too hot for stream.
It is too hard.
We can just host the whole thing over here if you guys want. That's why I love my StreamYard. Everything is simple and made for dummies.
Yeah, it's just a new setup he's messing with using a new like browser extension. It's a little bit more complicated. You don't have to pay for it like StreamYard, but also, that comes with limitations and obstacles. So thanks for bearing with us.
I was trying to get some new people by because I don't play video games or anything. So I was like, all right, let me get into a gaming stream and whatever. And my computer is just powerful enough to run. I was playing Until Dawn, and it's just powerful enough to run it on like the lowest settings, and but not enough or not powerful enough to go through StreamYard. So I had to figure out OBS specifically for
just for
gaming
gaming
stream. Yep.
Specifically, just because it's low, a little bit low.
And nobody watched.
What the? After you went through all that effort, what a bunch of jerks.
At least I know now.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Oh, yeah, happy
Emmett, you
Easter.
stream, is that correct?
Yeah, I'm streaming right now. We're live.
Is my mic still working? Yes,
Yes, it is.
Yep.
Oh, Emmett, remember what I said? If you could either go to the avatar or another camera, basically turning the camera on and off kind of fucks what he's trying to set up.
Literally, as I was trying to do Emmett. That's funny. Okay. Same thing with
I'll leave it all.
Testicle.
I'll leave it
Testicle,
on.
where you
but,
at?
but I'm gonna leave.
You could cover it, or it's totally cool. It's totally cool. I appreciate
Sorry,
you.
what was that, horseradish?
Oh, I'm just trying to figure out where your camera went, but I remember you're still working on the.
You don't have to
OBS
sit there, Emmett. If you got to step away, that's totally cool.
I'm gonna go for
Yeah,
a
like
second.
even
I'll
if
be
you
right
just
back.
like.
Does anybody know in Discord how to mirror the image? It's bugging me out that I don't usually see myself mirrored, and I don't like it. I feel like I'm ugly. Does anybody knows how to do that?
We're just missing Searka, right? Gonna cruise in late in the outfield on his motorcycle, like one of the bad news bears.
Does anybody know how to mirror your camera image? Is that like a simple thing?
It might be if you're looking in Discord, it's mirrored for you, but not for everyone else.
Yeah, I know.
If that's what you're talking about.
I know, but
I hate it. I hate it. I know. Mine is literally words, and I have to look at my words big backwards.
Yeah, same with mine. I mean, again, my goddamn camera turned off. Why did my goddamn camera turn
Because you disconnected and reconnected, remember?
Right.
What are the other prompts going on tonight? Or are we saving that for when we start?
I put those in Horseradish's chat. I'll read them off right now. So the prompts are: is it unseemly to poop in the shower with your spouse present? If someone who speaks with the
Yes, we're doing it's a waffle stomping debate.
Yeah. Nice. The second one, yeah. If somebody that speaks sign language loses a finger, is it an accent or a speech impediment?
Turns out it's both.
Yeah, and then the third one is: do
Oh,
Pokemon
hell
say
for that one, dude.
Do Pokemon say their names, or are they named after the only word they can say?
Ooh, that's a good one.
That's a really good one, dude. Put that one down on a list.
It's actually not a good
Vigi's
one.
actually wrapping the Pokemon shirt right now. What's Vigi's answer?
I was gonna say, did you just come up
It's
with
not
those?
Meow. Because
I
Meow
would
can
say
say
that-
his name. He's like, my name is Meow, and I can also speak.
Oh,
yeah. Get out of here, Vigi. I just broke his internet
Vigi
so I
broke
could steal
it.
it.
Of course, as I'm trying to put in fucking Vigis. God damn
sorry,
it,
dude.
Mother
Amateurs.
All right, so you know what I'm gonna do, just so everybody knows what we're doing.
Casey's here.
Casey's here. Yay, Casey's here. All right, so I'm gonna at least go to. Are you watching, Chief? Are you watching the stream? You watching what's gonna happen? Watch this.
I'm watching. Yeah.
Boom. And so this
What's
way,
up?
I can still be setting it up and stuff. But the difference is here, audio input capture, yes.
Now we're
We're gonna go ahead
pretending
and
to
mute that
entertain
theme
people at the
song.
same time.
And now everybody else is audible as well. So huzzah.
Huzzah.
I think.
Oh, I need a moment. My YouTuber ain't
Oh, we
champion
need
drawn
several
right now,
moments. Don't even worry.
Yeah.
Cool,
This is a whole lot of new shit going
We're
on
keeping
here,
it
my friend.
casual today, but after today, boy, will this be smooth, allegedly.
That's what they always say. Oh, next time we're gonna do this. And I mean, definitely props for getting everybody together and managing all this stuff. I know that's difficult as hell, but let's get moving.
It's gonna be different from what you've seen before. We're still kind of working out the kinks, of course. So just bear with us as we're getting everything kicked off. But I promise you guys are in for a fucking hell of a show tonight. We got a couple of new people tonight who come very highly recommended. We got some pretty solid props tonight, so stick around. You're gonna hear us babbling and bullshitting and just talking, but you'll know when the party starts. I promise.
So I've downloaded OBS. I think I just need to restart Discord, and then hopefully that option will show up in my settings. But I don't want to mess anything up. So that's why. Yeah.
Oh, no, you're fine.
What
You
happened?
could actually go because we're not capturing your video at all. So it doesn't matter if you disconnect and reconnect. That actually won't fuck anything up for horseradish.
True story.
Okay. All right. Cool. I'll be back in 2 seconds here.
Who are we still missing? We are missing. We got Emmett. We got
Searka.
Casey. We got Vidya. We got Testes. We got Indy. We're literally just missing Searka, aren't we?
Yep. He said he was. What did he say?
He was riding his home. He's just a couple minutes late. So
The leader of the pack.
He's fucking scared.
You think?
Yeah, he's scared of Indian Jesus.
He should be.
He was willing to go there and get completely slaughtered by Andrew Wilson in 4K for all of us to see, but he is scared to bin against Indian Jesus.
If we had, if we
You're
had,
talking about Sergey?
Did he get slaughtered though? Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Yes, he got.
I'm not going to say he necessarily dominated or anything.
The only person who has ever made Andrew Wilson stutter on screen definitely got slaughtered by Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, again, literally, Andrew Wilson even complimented him at the end of it, if I'm not mistaken. So, for what it's worth.
Talking about Sergey?
Again, I'm not saying he won, but I'm saying.
Oh, Searka, he'll be here in a little
He held
bit.
his in.
There's definitely
hold up on the definition. I'm sorry.
There's definitely somebody who made Andrew Wilson stutter more than Searka. If you guys remember the first batch,
was it the pickle jar?
No, but I mean, that's up there.
Pickle jar won.
Pickle jar definitely.
But by the way, it wasn't a pickle jar; it was an olive jar that he actually
Who
opened
else?
the pickle jar.
Who was the other one? Erudite? That's literally the only two things I know about.
No,
Andrew
so if you
Wilson,
think back
other
to
than the Searka
the first Andrew Wilson versus 5 that I was part of, there was me and a few other people, and there's this one dude. Shout out to Gabriel if you're watching. He is a very interesting character and has a very unique perspective on religion and the Bible. I definitely I can find a link, but that is worth checking out. It's Andrew never found somebody
But
like
we're
him.
talking
before.
about 1v1.
No,
Because I've been on panels with him and got him busted a couple times on points he was speaking out of pocket on. But 1v1, it's a little more difficult when you don't have 4 people coming at the guy and he's constantly fighting shit off.
Are you talking about the guy that goes by Gabriel the Pawn?
Yes, him.
Okay, he's part of an upcoming collab thing that I'm also a part of.
Nice.
And he in the Discord for that, I've been giving him a lot of shit because he talks like he's fucking in the 18th century.
He
uses flourishes, man. Ain't nothing wrong with verbal flourishes.
Yeah, he speaks that way in real life. That's not like him just.
Oh my
typing in there.
God.
He's not posing.
That's how he
It's not-
actually speaks.
It's not an affectation.
I don't think
Oh
it
my
does
God, there's
work.
gonna be. I hope I don't have to debate him in the thing that's coming up at all, because
My
that
camera's
is
not
going to annoy
linked to
the shit.
anything, so.
Nope.
Man, I look backwards. I don't like it.
I'm gonna turn this
Walking
off.
through the process.
I have OBS selected as like a drop down in my video settings.
You have to click the button that says virtual camera.
Stream yarn for the win. Yeah, let's talk. Talk to me while we're fucking waiting.
One sec.
Ask me about my
Man,
wiener.
I appreciate everybody. Oh, Chief walked away. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and walk you through it. So the big things are in Discord, you're going to want to set your camera input as OBS virtual cam.
Okay.
In OBS, you're going to have just one scene made and whatever image that is.
I don't
and then
know
on the right
what
where
we're
you see start
yelling
streaming, start
about.
recording, start virtual cam. Next to that, you'll see a little.
If you look in the corner here, that's also another. I'm gonna pull this down, but you can see whether any of those. Then I'm talking directly to you guys. They can't hear me, especially when you can't hear them. But I'm not gonna do that as much when we're actually debating, because obviously we want to hear the debates.
The sources tab, which should
so
be
then
right
it goes
next to the scenes. Click the little plus symbol at
the
the
mute.
bottom. Click image.
Appreciate your patience, guys. We
whatever
are in for a
picture
good
or
one.
GIF or fucking anything you want.
Hey, we got Wrath of
And just so everybody knows,
Reason.
I'm going to ask, please, if you need to leave or walk away from your camera, and I'm going to say this at least one more time.
I'll take
please
it.
just put something over your camera or something, only because it's a huge pain in my dingus to fucking have to go through all of what I just did. Y'all will see what it is and why it's worth it in a second. But oh goddamn, my green screen's starting to fuck with me. Don't be like that, bitch. You guys will see. You guys will see what the benefit of it is here in just a few minutes. But let's see. Try again. Testes.
Okay, no, 1 second here. I think I got this. So scene is done. We're gonna say start virtual camera.
Point of order.
Yes, sir.
When I'm announced, could I be announced as the undisputed season 1 champion?
That was actually the plan, asshat. But
And you
just
ruined
take away
it.
my fucking thunder. Yeah. Now not. No. Now you're going to be the guy who stole the win from Searka. How about that?
Oh.
I mean, moving forward, every time I'm announced.
Again, you are the returning and title-holding champion. Yes, it will be acknowledged, Tyler. It will be
Let me
acknowledged.
tell you something. Did he use
All
the
right, so it did
argument
not
of-
pop through
the argument
testes.
is in a book?
What's the deal?
So I have the picture. The scene is loaded. The image is loaded. I have the settings here. Put output is. Well, the output right now is scene. I guess the output type would be scene.
Output type is going to be scene, and then output selection is the
selection
scene
is
of
King
that.
knows. King knows.
Yes.
Is it easier?
That all should be together. Yeah.
Okay. Is it easier if I go like this so that you guys can see me bigger, or if I stay here and I do that? So then it's very clear that I'm talking to you guys. Which one do you prefer? The first one, where we're like this, or the second one, where I go like this, or at least that? What do you think?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's all. It's my whole personality.
That's
all right.
You know what?
there we
I
go.
approve. Thank you. That is a beautiful, beautiful picture, sir, and it's coming through loud and clear.
All right.
All
Perfect.
right. Publish video. Copy testicles. All right. Then we come back down here, and you are AF1, right?
Casey, do you have a camera, or are you doing?
Yeah,
this
Casey
virtual?
was struggling with his V-tube.
Sorry, I walked away.
I'm gonna put it to a poll.
First off, doesn't it look like Emmett's on an airplane right now?
It kind of does. Yes.
Emmett is on an airplane. He's on the last row though, so that means he's poor.
It's like that lady that went to court.
He's right
for...
by the bathroom, someone's taking a big dump behind Emmett on the airplane.
real.
And second, if I vote for Emmett tonight, this will be the first time I've voted for him. Oh, that's hot.
Welcome in, Casey.
This will be the first time I voted for him since he voted against me on the Lord of the Rings prom.
It's not my fault that you use a horrible argument.
I've never
in the
seen
Lord
you
of the
without the
Rings.
sunglasses, Casey. That's kind of weird.
There's like 50
It's a little
million
different.
things you
It's a
could
little
have
jarring.
said, and you use the worst.
But here, yeah, I'm here for it.
If ring real, why Eagles? That's
I
a
know
good
why.
argument.
Because the Eagles answer to Manwee, they don't answer to Gandalf. That's why they couldn't have called him for the fellowship. I know that, but my opponent didn't know.
Guys, remember, if you are on the vertical stream and you don't want to be, then just hit the description. The link to the landscape will always be there. Obviously, this is a little bit different, so the format's not going to be different. It's just going to be bigger. But whichever one you guys like.
Vigi, did you kill your camera?
No, no one killed nothing.
I did briefly a little bit ago because my Discord crashed.
Oh, God in heaven.
That's okay. It's just one.
Can you guys still see a camera for Let's Chief?
Yes.
I see the moving thing.
Yeah, the moving thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that
I'm gonna debate an avatar.
It's not
or a
coming in on
person?
my side.
I was
So
just
I know how to present myself.
you literally took the words out of my mouth. Case, are you
I'm an
a
AI.
V? Are you okay? Well, I was gonna say
Do you
that's
want me
not a
to relaunch
filter.
my horse?
That's not a filter.
Do you want me to relaunch my horse and then it'll just be me and Vigi? You gotta
One, two, and
relink
somebody's
and
still
then it should
missing.
be
Right?
good.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah,
6,
just
7, 8. We're
Searka,
still
but we could
missing
always
Searka.
tie Searka in the last moment.
Yeah, I don't
guess.
know, Chief. Chief, can you hear me?
Yep. Are
AC?
you all hearing me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay,
Kate-
there you go. We can hear you now.
Casey Salty.
Vigilante, let's Chief. Please both say something.
I think he's just not getting our shit. We might have to just disconnect and reconnect.
Are you
to
guys
him.
hearing them?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear them. Yeah.
Will you please
Skill
both
issue.
leave and come back in real quick? Thank you.
Casey Salty told me that you're the real deal. Passing the message along.
Oh shit.
Yep.
Well, that can have it's pretty ambiguous and part of what does that mean exactly, but let's go with it. Yeah.
Can you hear us
sounds
now?
Sounds like a compliment to
Can.
me.
Definitely.
Al, your audio is delayed like 5 seconds.
What?
His audio is delayed like 5 seconds when he responded for me.
Mine is?
His mouth is moving
Yes.
in time with me on the screen, unless you're just listening to the stream, by chance.
Nope. It's Discord.
I'm getting everybody in normal.
No, he looks normal for me.
I'm getting everybody else in normal. It's just for him. It's
Are you debating him?
Well, no worries.
If you're not debating him, then as long as everybody can hear it.
Debating him about the quality of his Discord broadcast.
I think it was Discord just checking. I think it was Discord just catching.
Hopefully
up.
Discord doesn't crap out on you again.
Okay, so I've got everybody but fucking Searka is lined in. So, I mean, fuck it. I guess
Show
there's
it
no
again.
reason we can't start the party without
Before it fucks up.
Shout out to Emmett. That's fucking funny. He goes to this because he's debating that, and that is a dude.
So yes, that's what
That
I was
is a
gonna say.
dude.
Any links for evidence, cited sources, etc.? Just go ahead and put it into the chat. I'm gonna cry if this fucks everything up, Chief.
No, just
I can't see it from.
I'll
you'll
DM you
supply
so
to
you
me.
could.
Beautiful.
I'll DM you and you could pull it up on
Cheers.
the app.
Yep, appreciate that.
I gotta do this in
All
2
right. Well, then let's unveil it, kids. Let's see if we can do this thing.
The new
Boom,
2026.
boom. All right.
I appreciate you guys.
There we
I
go.
really, really appreciate
So,
you guys.
I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna give Searka about another 5 minutes to try to.
I like
see
the
if-
loading the circle for Searka. Honestly, it's pretty good.
It is apropos, right? And then we still need to figure out what we're doing in the middle there, but that's okay because now that I don't need to be there, it's kind of a blank. But that's all right.
Jesus Christ, Testy.
Yeah, it might have been a little bit of overkill.
Wait till it starts
what,
talking.
the squirrel nuts? No, squirrel nuts are perfect.
Oh no,
No, he
nuts are
sent
what
me
I-
like 10,000 links. He's
I just-
well sourced.
Oh, got you. All right, cheers. That's perfectly fine. Dump it on him instead.
Oh, well, sorry. I know you mentioned we could maybe bring it up on stream. I don't personally think that'll probably be necessary. At least
If it gets asked for, then the judge will.
Instead of having them all, and I'm not going to send them all to him. If one gets referenced, just relink that
Just
one.
cite it as which one I'm getting.
Oh, sure.
Exactly,
Yeah,
and then
no-
I'll send
no
that
problem.
over to him.
Okay, sounds good.
That would be perfect. All
Cool.
right.
Thank you all. Thanks for bearing with us for the setup.
Can somebody message Searka and see if he's going to be in within the next 4 minutes? Because if not, I'm just going to fucking do it.
Got you.
Got it.
You're still looking for the arguments in the other book. Probably take a little bit more than 5 minutes.
He's copying and pasting his chat GPT responses real fast.
Well, in page 119,
All right,
there's my
Emmett,
we don't
argument.
use ChatGPT. We use Clyde.
Yeah, it's
Since
a battle of
this
the
is your first
VTubers.
time here, Emmett, I did post the link, or I did post the format into that other Discord channel.
This is a common thing. As much as I really do like the shorter mini debate thing, this is a common thing where it's like, you know, we gotta get it moving, usually that's more to do with the after party, or not the after party, the after panel. So this, you know, technical issues, it's technical issues are technical issues, you know, what are we gonna do? But you know, it's like if this was the only time, I think people would be a little bit more willing to
go over the different topics.
Forgive.
People are welcome to dip in, dip out as they see fit in that time. However, that's our opportunity to kind of all of us get better and to try different, you know, strategies and kind of go over different tactics. And hey, I liked it when you did this. Hey, maybe that didn't work. Yada yada yada. It's just an opportunity for all of us to kind of help each other get better, as well as for people who are not involved in the prompt to be able to weigh in and kind of have some crosstalk. And then again, after that, that 2 hours, I tend to rate out. We're going to go ahead and keep going though. And usually we stay on and we get a little more rowdy in that part.
We're just waiting time though. We got oh, yep. See, nope. We have we have 3 debates set up. We're just having a little bit of technical issues. So hopefully once we get moving, we will get moving.
Like if you can just try your best to be as good faith as possible, this is for everybody, but everybody else has heard this. So you're the only one who's new to the forum, so that's why I'm talking to you directly. So
and real quick for some housekeeping, horseradish for Casey, Lutch, and Emmett, their text for their names is behind their video in the previous file that we had set up. So yeah,
thought I had that fixed. Thank you, sir.
This is also my first time on here.
Yes, but you've watched.
I have watched. Yes. Okay.
So you at least know.
This is specifically why I don't like using Discord for these things. Like if you're just playing video games with your friends, then you know all you need is the camera on, so you can, or you don't even need the camera on, so you can talk to each other, so that everybody else in the game can hear you. But like, this is not the best situation for what we're trying to do. But again, I appreciate your patience, and I'm gonna give it my best. So
yeah, you're good.
And nothing back from Searka?
Negative.
Nah.
All right.
Nothing back from Searka.
He'll dip in when he dips
send
in.
it.
Say we're gonna fucking send it.
Let's get the
So just
right, so bear with me.
I didn't know I was gonna stay here for that long. I might have
All
to
right.
keep out.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Demilitarized Zone. This is the one stream designed to help you feel better about engaging in hot button issues. Our goal here is to teach Discord. Fuck you. I'm going to start that over again.
Wait, did
you couldn't say this before?
He started talking at the very
I'm
beginning
begging you guys for stuff to talk about. Now we're getting started.
I meant just reconnect real quick, and then we'll launch it. And then Emmett, it is also okay if you do have to leave after your debate. That's totally fine. It just he's letting you know things do happen after.
Okay, yeah, just letting you know.
Is that true story?
All right, back to one, everyone. Back to one.
Places, everybody.
Places, everybody hit your marks. Wait a minute. Now yours shit the bed, Chief.
Jesus.
Like I said, it seems like it's capping out at a certain number.
Guys, I can drop the link right now, and we can get started in 30 seconds.
But you don't understand.
I
God damn it.
I got you.
How many hours we put into fucking laying this shit out, dude. Yeah, we're probably going to have to do that. Fuck off.
There's some settings in your Discord if you own the server as far as bandwidth is concerned, and also server that you're connecting to, like make sure you're on US West or whatever, bandwidth, whatever.
Yep.
You might want to lower it. If you're having connection issues, you could lower the bandwidth.
So it's not connection issues. This is going through a browser. The reason that this is happening is because, and you know what? It might also be, I'm going to kill the Discord just in case that's one of the things that's fucking with it, Chief.
I am glad that, like, you know, I'm just here.
I'm going to relaunch.
Because inside he's probably like, oh my fucking God, what
we
the
were
fuck is going
holding
on?
strong.
So I am glad that I don't have to
quite
deal
some
with
time. And it is -2.
Using browser cord.
Better now?
God damn it, that's Vigilante. That's not Emmett. What do we do?
Can you hear me?
I can, yes, sir.
Okay, perfect.
All right. Stop publishing. Show links. Copy.
Oh, I might have an idea.
Those sound sexual.
Chief, I might need you to drop out and jump back in real quick, sir, if you can hear me.
Yeah.
It sounds
There's
sexual.
Emmett. Yeah, because
But I
again,
know
everybody
those are
else is
real
working
things.
just fine.
Hey, on that browser, go to your settings
Struggle. Streaming.
on system. When it says use graphics acceleration when available, turn that off.
Settings, system.
Anything about graphics acceleration,
Graphics
turn
acceleration,
that off.
turn that off. It says I got to relaunch for that to happen.
Yes. All right, well, fuck it. We'll keep rolling.
Gotheth.
All right. Offmet. All right. Still waiting on Searka, and he is fucking definitely going to be here in the first 15 minutes.
I did reconnect, though, so you...
Yeah, no, I see. I'm getting you in. Let's see if this
All
works.
right.
Publish video. Let's
First time,
copy.
new technology. You know what
I'm
it
gonna
is.
be tired of saying that and
shit.
making that excuse by the end of the night. But that's
I'll
all right.
do
We're
it
giving
for
people
you. You
time
don't have to do it.
show up. So thank you very much, Chief.
We been showed up.
Yeah, I'm just happy to be here.
We been showed up.
We appreciate you being here.
And we are happy to be here
both of
too.
our newcomers, Tessie and Emmett, and all of our, previous guests as well, coming back for season 2 of the demilitarized zone. Even though it wasn't always the demilitarized zone, now it's the
I did. He was
demilitarized zone.
trying to type that.
So real quick chat,
He put an H.
Wrath, I appreciate that offer. And I know he's on his way. I mean, God willing, everything went all right on his motorcycle trip home.
Again,
He
why
said
I
he's gonna
don't like
drive way
using
too fast
Discord for
him.
this stuff.
I would
but
feel really bad if I'm wrong. But for those of you who do not know, I have been sending out, because Wrath, you are one of the people I have sent the prompts to. And I don't believe that I have gotten a response back from you. So we'll take this last couple of minutes just to go over the fact that every week, and it's going to be on Sunday mornings, I'm going to be sending out a list. It's just going to be a Google document that you just have to click yes, no, or fuck off for all of the prompts. It's just like 10 prompts every week. You don't have to verify you're with your email or anything like that. Literally just whatever your stream name is, I'll know who you are. Just type in Wrath and then yes, no, no, fuck off, and then yes. And then what we've got this thing that Chief made that it makes it so it automatically collates everything and does all the magic.
This is not
for us.
something.
So then what we'll
talk
do is
to
by
him
Wednesday night, if you can do that sometime,
talk to him about this after the stream. This is not when you do this
list, and we decide on the best pairings based on skill, based on.
You guys don't need to know any of this. And if you guys don't need to know any of this, then it shouldn't be part of a stream that is already running late.
We generally do it, and I hope this doesn't hurt anybody's feelings, but we generally do it in such a fashion that we'll have a lower ranking battle at the first, we'll have a middle ranking battle at the second, and we'll have our higher ranking battles as the third, right? So again, that way, because we have different skill levels throughout our group, and we don't want to put somebody up against somebody that they're completely not fucking prepared for. But we also don't want this to just be people who are brand new and starting out. So basically, we have some undercard fights and we have some overcard fights. And people go from one to the other as they stick around and they get better with us. So that's it.
I do say, guys, if you're interested,
we can actually get
this is a
party
good
started
format
even
to get
without
started.
Searka, if everything is working correctly now.
Like you go on Speakeasy, you got to be
one last
on
time.
it. But here,
Sound off for me. Testes, can I hear you talk?
Hey, what's up? I am Testicle Johnson. A little bit soft-spoken naturally, but hopefully I'm projecting okay.
You are, as long as I turn you up. Okay. Casey, can I hear you talk a couple minutes, please? A couple moments.
A couple minutes?
No, a couple moments.
No.
I changed it. Fuck off. All right, that was beautiful. Perfect. Jesus, let me hear your beautiful voice again too, sir.
testing. 1, 2, 3.
Maybe you're just a little bit more oomph. All right, very cool. Chief, let me hear a few words.
Here's a few words. Have them, please.
Thank you. I'm going to turn you up as well. Everybody seems to be coming through a little quiet. And Tyler, Mr. Debate Enjoyer, can I hear you?
Hello, ladies and Testicle Johnson, and I am a little soft-spoken and lose debates a lot.
Bidgie, can I hear a few words, please?
Hey, how is everybody doing tonight? This is going to be fun.
We're getting there. Emmett, if you work, dude, I swear to God, I'm going to pull it out and just start whacking it. Let's go.
1, 2, 3. Test 1,
Fuck
2,
yes,
3.
I lied to you, but that's okay. I set expectations way too high.
Let's well
All right,
Let's
everybody.
get in. Everyone, shut the fuck up. Let's run this intro.
Fuck up. Let's do this. All right. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Demilitarized Zone. This is the one stream designed to help you feel better about engaging in hot button issues with people you disagree with. Our goal here is
Finally!
to teach discourse and survival tactics, not just farm gotchas and dunks. We cultivate meaningful, intelligent conversation where you have to stop and listen to the other person, even if it is just to find the flaws in what they are saying. So, at least for tonight, please check your window, check your weapons at the door, take notes, act like grown-ups, and refrain from the blood sports and shit slinging that have plagued our politics for far too long. But here, our audience does get a say. So there will be a link in the chat to where you can vote at the end. Costs nothing. It's free. So limber up those voting fingers. Okay. And we're going to exercise your democratic rights to decide which side made the most persuasive case. Now, we have 3 prompts for you tonight. We have 6 debaters. So sit back and relax and enjoy as we introduce all of that. Coming up tonight first, our first debate of the night is going to be federal employees should be banned from betting on prediction markets. This is going to be between Vigilante on the right and Testicles on the left. Our second debate of the night is going to be Casey Lee versus Emmett on federal employees should be banned from getting... No, that's not the right prompt. God damn it. Oh, I didn't do the thing. I need to do the thing. I know what I did.
Start
wrong.
over.
Bro.
No, fuck
Are you
off,
fucking-
fuck off.
Are you fucking
Quick fix. You
what
can
about-
take it from there and cut it.
Boom. Yeah, we're gonna add prompt. Sorry, everybody. Yep, I will cut it for the after. Give me 1 second. Text. Add existing. This is gonna get prompt 2. Boom. Okay. That's fucking huge. Why is that so huge? Boom.
That's what she said.
That is what she said. Boom.
If I
This will
toggle
be
my
better
lazy
next time,
eye,
people.
is that a valid debate tactic?
How the fuck
It
do you
is.
pop
Creepy
out
thing is fucking
That's
driving me
Twitch
insane.
stream or Twitch chat? Whatever. I'll just fucking.
You are like a broken marionette, bro. That's gonna fuck with me.
It's the battle of the B-tubers. What are you talking
Look
about?
like one of
It really
Sid's
is. It's the
toys.
VTubers unite. All right. So
Yeah, I was just gonna do it normally, but why? Why should I? It's a pixel one versus a 3D.
Yep. No, it's beautiful. I approve. Military industrial complex should be nationalized is going to be our second debate. And our third debate of the night, again, we're going to have to do that again. I'm sorry, people, is going to be between the unpresent Searka on the right and on the left is going to be Lutch, the Indian Jesus. This prompt, please bear with me, is going to be boink. Put so much time into it and we still fucking dropped shit, man. I know I say we just so I don't feel bad, but really it's me. I'm the one who fucked all this up. I suck.
It was me, guys. Sorry.
All right. This
I'll
is
take that
the
one,
one
this
that
one.
I am really looking forward to. Oh, goddamn. What did I fucking do? Okay, we're just going to start that over with.
Control Z,
Somehow-
remember?
Yeah, I remember. Sorry. I mean, I didn't remember, but I did.
Bro.
Top 3. Boom. Searka, where the fuck are you, buddy? Ah! Control Z, I did it. 3. Y'all get to see how we do this shit. Because you know it's super interesting.
On a razor's edge. That's how we do this shit.
Prompt 1. That's it. We do. Prompt 3. There we go.
That looks like he's setting that up so that it's only
Properties.
us on the screen.
Boom. Okay.
If you're gonna do it that way, then why the fuck don't we just use StreamYard?
All right. Actually, we don't need that
Wowza.
enter, do we?
Shout out to the low end.
Fucking legal
Welcome,
personhood
welcome.
should begin at conception. There we go. Lutch, the Indian Jesus, is on the affirmative, and Searka will eventually, hopefully, be on the negative. So, going back to this, and it still all works? Yes, it does. Casey, are you frozen? Oh,
Am I
okay.
frozen?
Nope. You were just,
Okay.
you were doing the creepy
Just
dead
being
stare.
creepy.
Yeah, just being creepy. All right. So, again, like I said, because of the new setup, we can actually get this started, and Searka can kind of come in on his own. Let's, Chief, if you can just kind of let me know if and or when. I'm not sure, but maybe the fact that I closed the Discord is why it's working now. So I don't know. We'll see.
Hold your breath and power through it.
Yep, that's right. I got through the whole thing, right? All right, cool. Then in that case, we're going to go ahead and move straight on into 30
It doesn't
minutes
even
late, 40 minutes late. Fuck me. I'm
it's
sorry,
not even
everybody.
like that. Whatever. I don't care.
We are going to go.
Usually it's everyone else's fault.
Yeah, right. Exactly. And it still is because it's Searka. So, all right, we're going to go ahead and we're going to start.
I'm down, baby. I'm down.
Everybody, thank you very much for your patience. Thank you for tuning in. I guess we're not going to do the stream together thing tonight because I don't think anybody else is streaming. So it's just you just got to be here to watch it.
I am streaming.
You are? Who said that?
Casey.
It's Casey, but we have the same viewers, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, except we get better viewers if we whatever.
Keep
I sent you an
fucking
invite to the stream together. So
Okay.
if you find that, I'll send it again here in just a second once we get started. Vigi, yes or no? You're not streaming, correct?
Oh, Vigi, you're muted.
You're muted in Discord.
I went live and joined already.
You did? Okay, beautiful. Well, then in that case, yeah. So we got 3 minutes on the clock. I'm going to go ahead and get the rest of the invites sent out while you guys start cooking. 3 minutes is on the clock. This is going to go to you first, Testes. You know how it works here. I will start the clock when you start to talk. So go ahead.
Alrighty. A federal employee should not be able to make money betting on the same government decisions that they help carry out, hear about first, or influence from the inside. Simply put, this is about trust in institutions. And if people lose faith that government decisions are being made in the public interest, then institutions stop functioning the way they're supposed to. It's not always one giant scandal or smoking gun. The risk being run is a slow erosion over time. It's death by 1,000 cuts. Losing public trust has far-reaching implications through all levels of government and society. The most obvious issue here is the conflict of interest of using non-public information for personal financial gain. If the conflict of interest is the loaded gun, then abuse is pulling the trigger. Good ethics rules do not wait for the shot to be fired. In public institutions, the standard is not don't commit a provable crime. The standard is also impartiality, integrity, and public confidence. That's why ethics laws exist in the
This
first
thing's
place.
on a commercial
If
break.
the standard were
I don't
only
remember
punish abuse after it is clearly proven,
exactly
then we
what
would
the
not have
prompt
things
was.
like judicial recusal rules, disclosure rules, gift restrictions, or anti-nepotism rules in the first place. Those rules exist because the structure and appearance of impartiality matter more before abuse occurs. And that is exactly the problem.
I
The
got
current
you on-
system asks, how can
I
you
got you on
prove
Discord,
they
right?
traded illegally? But the better question is, why are they allowed to be in that position at all? A conflict of interest is not the same thing as proven abuse. It is the condition that creates serious risk and undermines trust whether or not abuse can be proven. And this abuse is not hypothetical. There are examples, including through a Polymark trader who made $400,000 betting on the capture of Nicolas Maduro, and another bet where the White House press secretary made a speech that lasted for less than 65 minutes. They profited because the speech abruptly ended 30 seconds
What?
before the 65-minute mark.
My ult?
More recently, there's
Yeah, I
been
just sent you a
bets
DM
surrounding the Iran war, as
and
well as the
added you.
prices or the manipulation of oil price. And 6 newly created accounts made around $1.2 million betting on when Trump would strike Iran. 40 lawmakers, as early as March 30th, which was less than a week ago, have signed a letter petitioning the CFTC to investigate these things, proving that this is a known issue. And the key issue here is the advantage doesn't have to come from a clean, provable leak. It can come from timing, it can come from personal internal awareness, it can come from knowing something is likely to happen. It doesn't have to be a single classified document. From the outside, the public can't tell the difference of a lucky bet or a well-timed insider bet. That uncertainty alone is corrosive and why the current laws are inadequate. Lastly, my opponent will say that the current laws are adequate as they are. Some of them are, but the rules are not enough because they are mostly reactive and not preventative. They work best against the cleanest and dumbest cases after the fact when you can prove exactly what someone knew and when they knew it. Prediction markets are dangerous precisely because they reward the gray zone of timing, internal awareness, and plausible deniability. The standard for public institutions cannot be, it's probably fine. Thank you.
All right, good stuff. So now we're going to go ahead and go to 3 minutes of open cross
Oh, bet.
examination.
So I'm not-
This is directed questioning from.
I'm not even on his
this
channel
is his
right
opportunity
now,
to
so-
poke holes,
Shout
set
out
up
to
arguments,
Red
etc.
of a reason. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much, sir.
3 minutes is
And
on
of
you,
course,
Vigi. I will start whenever you start to talk.
for the Overlord.
Yeah. So, question: do all federal employees have access to information before the public does?
So that's a bit of an open question. I would say, I think it's an obvious no. Not all, like the janitors probably don't have access to privileged information. Like
I
offhand.
would say most of them don't, because I mean, like the post office employees definitely don't. Like obviously, you mentioned the janitors and stuff. So I mean, your problem seems to be mostly like with like obscure bets on like poly market. I mean, couldn't we just limit what people could bet on instead of just banning federal employees from all prediction markets?
So I think that creates more administrative oversight. When, for example, let's say that we allow for maybe something with like sports bettings. Well, what if a political figure or Trump is going to make a speech, say at a football game or something, if they're going to wear a specific color tie at some event? So there's a lot of cross where I don't think you can cleanly separate these things. And the point
Thank you,
is
thank you, thank
that
you so
it's
very,
an
very
overall
much,
principle
sir.
or an overall rule.
Much appreciated.
And because they are in a position where they may be able to get access to information, I think it's better to just have a blanket rule that says they're not allowed to do it.
So I mean, I can understand mostly like the argument for like appointed and elected officials, but why like the regular federal employees?
Right. So this is referred to as a I guess would be a bright line ethics rule. So this is it's supposed to be a clean line, and part of the reason is I think to avoid any ambiguity. Part of the initial reason I said in my opening was that these things have to be proven after the fact. So who knew what and when? It's a lot more administrative oversight, a lot more cost that goes into trying to do these.
There's supposed to be
micro-policings of certain
laws
things.
against
So
the
I think
insider
that's why
trading.
A ban outright. would be
Those
a
laws are
cleaner
just not
solution.
being enforced, as far as I understand.
Yeah,
it.
but
the
doesn't
prediction
banning stuff
markets,
just drive
you just do whatever.
the issues underground and prevent disclosure?
So disclosure, I would say there can be a tracking of wrongdoing, but I don't think that I don't think that disclosure actually solves the issue. Again, think of it as a preventative versus after the fact. So a disclosed conflict would still be a conflict. I don't think that disclosing it solves the core issue here.
Fair enough. We have 30 seconds left, so I don't think we have time for another question.
Vibe music or no vibe music?
Go ahead and put a button on it.
I'm going to turn it on. Tell me if you don't want
All
it.
right, then in that case, Vigilante, I'm going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock for you. Whenever you're ready,
Yeah,
sir.
right.
Clock will start whenever
They
you
got her
start
good.
to-
They got her good.
There we go. Go ahead.
Yep. So prediction markets derive their value from the aggregation of diverse information from private sources.
we got one no
to
music.
Estimate the probability of events. This includes things like sports betting, political betting, on
Anyone else?
things like poly market, and then also future
No.
bettings on stocks. What do all of these things have in common? They're effectively gambling. Why should we ban federal employees from gambling? It's an absurd proposition. You can claim this is for
it's
insider
not.
trading purposes.
Exactly
Banning
because
them
of
from all forms
Nancy
of prediction
Pelosi.
betting is just to prevent them from doing insider trading is ridiculous overreach. There's already bans on insider trading, including the insider trading on prediction markets for the economy. We can agree that they don't really enforce this though, and there are ways
Maybe
to achieve
40
what
years
we'd be
ago.
trying to achieve with this that don't limit what 2.2 million federal employees can do in their free time. The best way that we could get rid of these is remove the House Ethics Committee and create an independent ethics enforcement agency that the head of which is elected and not appointed to limit the bias as much as possible. But obviously that's an unlikely and unrealistic proposition because it would require a addition to the Constitution, and we're not going to get that anytime soon. Alternatively, we can but we could require all
So
and
if
appointed
you're on
officials,
vertical,
to put their assets in
check
a
the
blind
link
trust
so that you can be
while
part
they
of
hold
the poll.
office. That is the most
We got a
realistic
good
thing
poll going.
that we could do, and that we can require and should require. Another important aspect of this is that banning things like this just drive it underground. So instead of stopping people like Nancy Pelosi from doing sketchy shit in the stock market, we just get Nancy Pelosi doing sketchy shit in the stock market without the disclosure of what she's doing. Which is why, if you value
But the
government
disclosure doesn't help us.
transparency, we shouldn't want this. Why should we want to make it easier?
What is the disclosure
for the government
doing?
to hide what they are doing?
If nothing's being
The biggest
enforced.
thing here, though, is why should we prevent regular federal employees from betting in prediction markets? If a postal worker wants to bet on the election and bet on companies' futures or bet on their favorite sports team,
See, that's
we
a
shouldn't
cheap.
be in the wallet of.
That's a cheap thing.
2.2
We're not talking
million
about
federal
postal
employees
workers. We're talking
telling
about people
them
who can
what they
actually
can and
affect
can't
change
spend
and
their
then
money
bet
on.
for that change.
And if they get rich off of doing it, they can quit their shitty underpaid jobs. So good for them. And I see the rest of my time.
All right.
Yep.
So we are
We'll
now
bring
going to go back over to you,
Shout out to
Testy.
John Castle.
So
welcome.
whenever
I
you
think
are
should be able
ready,
to,
we're going to go ahead
to
and
bet. Should really power affect the markets.
going to go ahead
which
and
should be
have
the
you
distinction.
cross-examine Vigi. So 3 minutes
Right,
is on
but
the
how
clock.
do
Let's know when you start.
you? How do you?
Sure, I have a small
do
favor to
that?
ask. I have a list of questions brought up here. Could you possibly maybe
The
actually,
vertical
you know what,
or
hang on, let me
the
arrange my
landscape?
windows
I'll
here so
drop
I
it
can
for
see the
you.
timer. That's on me. Okay.
Cheers. And again, I won't
Okay.
start the clock till you start.
You
Okay, so
Heimdall, it's in the description. You can't click it.
sorry, 2 seconds. Alrighty. So Vigi, so at a just so we can kind of find some common ground here at a basic level, do you agree that there are at least some cases where it would be inappropriate for a federal employee to
Good
bet
question.
on the prediction market?
Good question.
Are there examples that you could think of?
I would, generally speaking, I would say just like elected and appointed officials, and only that.
I mean, unless he's going
So when you say
postal.
elected and appointed, do you mean like betting on the outcomes of elections, or?
No, I mean like federal. The only federal employees, I would say.
I see. To who it
are-
applies to.
Again, this is the
Yeah,
link to get
are
over
one-
to
the ones that are
the
appointed and ones
the
who are
landscape stream.
Anybody
it should
other
be
than
in
that,
the
I
description.
don't see a actual.
But if you
point to it.
can't click it there,
Okay.
then
Um,
it is right there.
so-
Otherwise, just go to my
So would you
channel
say that at least
and you'll
from
see. Like,
the-
click the channel.
I guess the outside looking in, so from
And
the
you'll see
public
it.
looking at this, would you at least agree
The one
that,
without the phone emoji
that it's not clear to
is the one you
public
want.
whether something can be a lucky bet or whether it's a well-timed insider bet? Do you think that there's an appearance of malfeasance, even if there may not be?
Not necessarily.
So,
I'm pretty sure
this is the
most
vertical
people
one.
just assume
So it's just
somebody
with-
got lucky and
without the
who
vert.
made the
That's
bet
what
is
you're looking
actually
for.
disclosed. We could think of examples of this, like with the GameStop stuff, where they were trying to fucking tank GameStop by shorting it in the stock market, doing shorting bets. And a bunch of like big name people were betting on that, and including some Congress people. And then they end up losing a fuckload of money because of, well, the internet.
Okay, I got a quick two-part question. So, I think you had mentioned this in your opening. So, would you advocate for maybe something like just better disclosure, like better transparency, or is that something you do think it's sort of okay as it is?
Better transparency. Like my main focus whenever it comes to like reforming the financials of people elected and appointed officials is primarily transparency, and then the fact that I don't necessarily think while they're in office they should have any control of their
We
money
got a lot
at
of
all. I think their
OGs.
money should be put into
OGs
blind trust.
had life going on, and now they're back. Now they're
Okay,
back. Soil is an
so-
OG.
Okay, applying trust. Sorry, I'm just making a note of that here. I'm just having 30 seconds. I could throw another one there. Let's see. So just to be clear, I want to kind of drive this point home. Do you think that? Well, you say you don't necessarily think it leads to the impropriety or like looks like something wrong is happening. Do you think at the very least that this could erode public trust.
Welcome to the
appearance
land of the
corruption would do this?
landscapers.
Not with futures betting. I think the insider trading stuff, for the most part, is what does that. And the reason for that is because the House pretty much has control on whether or not those ethics things are actually enforced, and the House doesn't actually enforce them.
Y'all just go ahead and
I
keep
don't either.
rolling into the open conversation.
I don't either. I think you're right, David.
Sure. So one of the things you brought up was possibly an ethics board, and you said that that wouldn't happen because of the Constitution, all of these things. Even just
I'm
kind
gonna
of at the end
pee.
there, you mentioned how the House doesn't really, I guess, do its job, quote unquote. It sounds like you're sort of tacitly admitting that there is a problem, at least, that needs to be addressed. But when I asked you some of these clarifying questions, I think the main one being the first one there, where if you would agree that maybe there are some cases, and you did say for elected and appointed officials, but so you're limiting your scope specifically to those people when any federal employee could access information. I can give you an example, and why I would even say for janitors or maybe people who work at whatever these other places, lower level people. There are interdepartmental, interagencies issues. Sometimes things will go through one department before another. It doesn't have to be.
It went well.
Thank you.
It
could just be having the foreknowledge, maybe hours before something happens. It could be seeing just a memo or an email chain.
I think you meant no gambling
by you, right? So I don't think that the barrier is very high. And I think that's why I would put much more scrutiny on beyond just people who are elected or appointed.
100% of you said, hell no.
Anybody,
I agree.
With doing this kind of thing in general, it's still kind of more a innocent till proven guilty type of thing. You're just kind of assuming that people are
correct.
The people that are making these lucky bets are people who have insider knowledge. When we because of the fact that for the most part they're undisclosed, we don't have any proof of that.
I agree on its face, and I think one of the things I said in my opening is I think what I would view as the problem, which you seem to disagree with, is I think that there is something to be said about optics. When I'm talking about things like integrity and public trust,
that's what he needs to narrow down on.
That something corrupt.
He's talking about postal workers. Why shouldn't the postal worker be able to bet
public trust?
That's not what we're talking about.
And so,
but even if we're talking about gambling, we're basically just talking about gambling, though. Like the gambling in general erodes the trust.
Sometimes I'll be like,
gambling,
wait, what the fuck? Right over my head. Yeah, we all get that.
When we look at sports betting, it because of the higher influence of casinos and stuff in sports betting, people now believe like the MLB is rigged. They believe the NFL is rigged. They would believe the NBA is rigged. Like this happens in general just because of gambling.
I'm DMing time.
I would say there's a massive difference between somebody, even if it is rigged. I would say there is a massive difference between somebody thinking that a sports game is rigged versus real world events where you're monetizing your proximity to government power. So some of the examples I brought up, for example, the easiest one to off the top of my head is the $400,000
the NBA for sure
when Nicolas Maduro was arrested, and this bet was made, I believe, hours before this had happened. Another example is before Iran was bombed, literally within hours, 6 separate Polymarket accounts made $1.2 million.
Yep.
So I think that it seems like a lot of smoke for no fire. And when we're saying we don't know who it is, I understand prediction markets.
So he's like, this is just preemptive. Yeah, we're trying to prevent this.
So there's wallets, and then there's sort of a chain that you can follow. If the government really decides to, they could subpoena. They could maybe try to access these records, find out who made these trades. There doesn't seem to be that much interest in doing that. And I'm just going to tie that in really quick with what I said before about administrative costs, to try to micro police all of these separate things, because we don't know if it's somebody who's right next to Trump, or we don't know if it's some pencil pusher down below. All of these people work with sensitive information, right? Or potentially come across sensitive information.
He was cammed up.
So I think that there's
he's debating this thing
that is placed on.
So he's like, okay, well then I'll do it too.
Cleaner just to not allow them to participate in these markets. It's more than just gambling.
What is this from?
What I'm saying.
I was just
Here's the
thinking
thing,
about
like,
something
even
like
if-
this.
Even if, say, we did your proposition, we would still get these lucky bets. Because, like, here's the thing. Like, even if
right?
this is insider trading, which is, it would be enforceable,
What
and
is
they could
that?
still go to jail if we actually had an enforcement mechanism for it, because we already insider trading in general is already illegal, and that's what this would be. But the reason why we don't have that enforcement is because that enforcement is, one, left up to the FBI, two, is left up to the House Ethics Committee, and nobody's going to
If you did, you're
investigate
dumb.
the government because we don't have anybody to
That being said,
investigate the
Bitcoin is not
government.
doing great
And
right now.
we can see this with a lot of different things that have happened. We know of a lot of Congress people who do insider trading in the stock market, and
There's like
including like the famous
movie
example that the right always likes to bring up,
or a
being Nancy
show.
Pelosi.
Bang,
There's
bang,
so
bang,
many.
bang,
The
bang,
issue
bang,
here
bang,
isn't
bang.
like the access in general.
Oh
It's
man, I'm gonna
the
start
fact
because
that it's
later
not enforced.
I'm gonna come back to it.
Well, sure, but it's
I
one of
can't-
those things where it sounds a little bit like, well, we've tried nothing and nothing can be done. I mean, in the case of these things, we're saying, well, the principle that I'm laying out is that something should be done, something ought to be done about these things.
I'm
as
the
opposed
affirmative.
to-
So I believe
again, it sounds like you're ceding a little bit. That you're saying that
personhood
there is a problem
begins
that even
at
you're
conception.
identifying here that does exist. So if you're saying, well, it's not properly enforced,
I got a little
can agree
bit
with you on that front,
But
right?
definitely no
so
Trump.
I'm advocating that these things shouldn't be allowed, and that there's a little bit of
I could have told you the
cross between,
opposite. I'd be like,
prediction
oh yeah,
markets,
no, of course, I'm
versus stocks, right? But I would
pro-abortion.
also
Have you
agree
come
with
in
the
and just
stock
like boom?
trading. I do think that there are examples
Still
where
no
people sit
word
on
from
boards,
Searka, but
security boards and things, and they've made stock trades. And yes, there is some quote unquote disclosure that these things are publicly accessible,
bang, bang.
but there doesn't seem
Remember
to be
that
consequences. And so again, I think a cleaner option is just to not give them the option. And because again, even if things are above board and they're just great at predicting these events or whatever it may be, the appearance
we'll see.
is the issue.
We all have
The fact that them doing that is already illegal. The problem is we don't enforce it because
So
the people who are meant to enforce that is the government. Like, we don't have any oversight of the government, and that's the problem.
So we're talking on kind of both sides of the coin, right? So I'm talking more about a prophylactic type of step where we do something before the corruption is allowed. And I think I highlighted some of the issues. I think good ethics standards prevent abuse before they happen. And so I said, like, judges recusing themselves, for example. There are anti-nepotism laws where we recognize that something can be ripe for abuse, and that's why we're trying to address it before the abuse can happen, as opposed to something
I was a
has
little
happened,
worried.
Now it has to be investigated. Now we have to prove what did they know, when did they know it, was it passed off through a family member? I know there's things with Pelosi, right? There were trades by her husband. People, and because the alternate line is,
because the Constitution
it's not going to stop
says
them.
rights
What
are
happens
given
to
to
them reaching out
persons.
their cousin or a friend,
And so
right?
the left
But
argues
just because
that
people will
fetuses are not
circumvent these
persons.
things and try to get around them is
And
not
I'm
a
gonna argue
reason
that they are.
not to try to enforce
But-
strong ethics standards to prevent them from abusing them.
Yeah, but at the same time, again, like when we're
I wanted to say this is
when we put these rules in
good stuff.
place,
Even though
and
it went
even-
over
so
100K,
I
double
grant
your money,
that,
get out.
and,
You
like,
would
we
never
put
think that
this
it would
rule
go
into
that high.
place.
So
it's
good
not
job.
going to be enforced because of the mechanisms of enforcement. Like, so, like, there's like
double
there's
read
some
it. I
great
was like, wait,
examples
pro,
here of, like different people in Congress and different people in the government who have, like,
I mean, it's
or
pretty
their
common.
family members have gotten
It's pretty common in
caught
the abortion
doing or
debate
dealing drugs, and then they just like don't
because
go to
their
jail.
argument
is
that a fetus is not a person, therefore you can kill it.
That laws don't exist. It's
And I
that
believe
when
that.
you're talking about the government, the way the government works currently, at least, the government is effectively above the law.
I agree. I feel like we're describing the same issue that we're both seeing, and we simply have different approaches to it. And so what I want to do is, I'm not sort of throwing out the baby with the bathwater, right? I feel like that there are moments for nuance, right? Like, if you were to come to me, and I guess I'm trying to make a little bit of an olive branch, and I'm saying, sure, if the category that these people are, the federal employees are restricted to, is only sports betting, I mentioned some issues that could potentially arise, but let's say it's something innocuous, right? It's not related to real world events that are happening. It's not the price of oil. It's not, is the U.S. going to take Carg Island? It's not things that affect people's lives in a that deeply affect people's lives in a negative way. I might be more amicable to that because I agree that does fall more on the side of simply gambling. But when we're talking about events that affect people in the real world, I think that having people in government who are not profiting, there's no perverse incentive, for them to be able to exploit real world events. I put that at such a high bar, and I don't want to gish gallop, but it's similar for people who are maybe police officers or people who work in the medical field. There are certain expectations when you have a certain job
there's
that
Searka.
you are expected to abide by. And so I would simply say that this would be part of their job. They're not being deprived of something. It's because we're putting trust into them that we have this high bar in the first place.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, we like say the example you used with like the Maduro arrest.
Sorry,
like,
Rev.
Even
He's
if
on his way.
that was some random like federal employee, which it probably wasn't. It was probably some random dude who just got lucky. Like if it's some random person at the Pentagon, who fucking cares? Like genuinely, who cares?
Welcome to the
like,
party.
If it's not some like actually elected official, we shouldn't care. Like these people, like yeah, they might have some more inside information, but like
that's true.
They're working really shitty jobs that most of them are getting underpaid for. So if they get a chance to actually make some real money off of like a lucky bet,
off of our fucking society,
who cares?
Seriously. I do, because they're making money off of a situation where we should all be making that money.
Is the timer still going?
Well, I sorry, you guys, you didn't know this, but I have the ability to add up to 5 minutes.
Oh, okay.
If you guys are in the middle of a thought,
I'm more than happy to. I'm more than happy to
keep going. Keep going.
Sure. So, well, I said in my opening statement. So it sounds with that last little bit. I mean, I feel like you're ceding to basically that some corruption is okay, or that well, they like because we're saying, well, you're kind of. Maybe not quite speaking out both
it's
sides.
It's so difficult for me not to be. There's their guy. There he
let
is.
him like make bank and kind of sail off into the sunset. Or
it's so hard for me to not like react.
Like, well, the government doesn't do anything about it anyway because they're the problem. So it sounds like from both ends, it's like there's no solutions that can really be put forth. I understand your idealistic of panel or ethics board. Like
Radish isn't happy.
Sorry, I don't want to
you guys can hear me. Go ahead and stop. Apparently, whenever somebody new joins in, Chief, it changes everything. Fuck me. Everything just shit the bed.
Changes how?
All right.
It shifted everything.
I'm gonna have to restart here. All right, so I'm sorry, everybody. Please stop.
Yeah, you're good.
I guess, moving forward, if somebody is not here on time, they are just not going to be participating. I will have somebody ready to step in immediately if somebody is not going to be here on time. Because it was working fine until somebody showed up.
I'll debate you, though. We can debate on my channel whenever.
All right,
we don't got to do
so give me just
15
a few
minutes.
moments, everybody, while I get all this fucking set up again.
Let's see what this is looking like.
Could just take a minute to reconnect these.
So, okay, so that one's working, that one's working, that one's working. So let's see, Casey Lee, let's see.
Live, okay.
Now, you know what? I think I have to actually leave the room because some of them are working and some of them aren't. Unless Casey leaves and comes back in, that's a pain in the dick. So, and then turn your camera back on for me, buddy.
Just let us know what you need. If you need us to disconnect, or
I know I'm just gonna fucking leave. God damn it!
One of them days. It's just one of them days. There is Soil. It's called StreamYard.
We're gonna be on stream. He's just got to reconnect.
It's called StreamYard. I do not understand why so many people are against StreamYard.
People use StreamYard instead of Discord. So the problem with using, I'm just going to explain things as he reconnects and just kind of vamp a little bit. So the problem with using Discord is like people like come and go, so you can't really have them in specific windows.
Let's go, baby. You let me know. We'll make it happen.
Like an A in front of the half team and an N in front of the negative team, and so that would kind of put people in a kind of generic right spot. But we had found this web extension that actually turns everyone's videos into like streamables, like that he could individually move around and control. and that seemed like it was going to be a good idea until we're encountering these flaws today live on the fly because we couldn't test it. We didn't have enough people to test it kind of before.
Yeah,
do you need us all to
damn,
rejoin?
a
Because it
million.
seems like, oh, nope.
At least.
Nope, I'm getting there.
Let's see
I just need
Okay, cool.
Searka and Vigilante to figure out their cameras.
Are we? Yeah, so this is what they're looking like on there. So, oh, I'm Searka.
Sorry about
Circa's
this, everybody.
Searka looking good
Really do
there. Yeah,
appreciate
damn.
y'all's patience.
No, not a
And
little
Discord
joke.
shut the bed again.
I
How
thought it
much
was
are you
funny.
paying for StreamYard, Lush?
Yeah.
It's like $200 a year, dude. And like sometimes, you know, it'll have an issue, but I don't know why people are so against it.
I'm not against it. It's just making a second place that I have to do this. Like I've got the Discord set up already. You know what I mean? Having to then take it elsewhere. Like, and I'm not trying to get too like into the mix with it, but I've noticed that you have been seeking to get people more active in your Discord channel. And I feel like this is the reason, is because everything is Discord centered on mine. People are active in the Discord. Whereas because yours, there's two different places, you're not going to get that same. That's just my
But
guess. I was going to tell you
StreamYard
about
is
that
just
anyway,
for the live streams anyway, so it doesn't seem
Yeah.
like it's that bad of
Maybe not.
bad of an option if it allows you to do what you want to do.
If it
Basically,
fixes this fucking problem,
basically
yes.
all they needed was just one camera previously, or before it would be like 2 or 3 cameras. You know, it just the stream has grown and kind of changed over the last like couple of years, and so now he's at a point where we've kind of reached the limits of what we could do with Discord. And so now we do need to start exploring options, potentially like StreamYard. So
true story.
Which means you're leveling up, brother.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I get that, but it also feels really shitty when stuff like this happens because it's
Growing
like, well,
pains.
Now I look janky. as
Wrath,
fuck,
are
you
you
know what I
more
mean?
when you say nerd stuff?
Historically, I have
Do you
always
mean
been
more
the
like
jankiest
video
streamer on
games?
Twitch,
Do you mean
so.
more like anime? Do you more mean like just
Sexy when it
movies and
works.
TV in general?
It is.
What,
It was
'cause
working like a
I
fucking
nerd
charm
out
too,
on some stuff, but like
how
I
do
don't play
describe that?
games and I'm not into
Auntie, can we buy StreamYard?
anime.
Yeah, I mean, unironically, that is going to be.
I mean,
yeah.
how many of this? 1 to 9. I think you could. I think you just at least for next time. I think you can get away with the free version with 9 people.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We wouldn't be able to do it for the 5v5s though.
And I'm happy
Because
to.
I think it's a max. I think it caps out at 10.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 10.
I think 9 or 10.
Yeah, 10. Muted. All right. Did I see? God, Black one. I mean, that would make a lot of sense.
Somebody please help me remember. Somebody please help me remember
Remember the worry.
where we were at.
Remember the Alamo.
Oh,
5th of
they
November?
were just-
Alright.
we were. They were
November.
wrapping up the
Open.
The open, yeah.
dialogue. Yeah.
I think judges' questions is next, and then closing.
Thank
if
you.
I'm not mistaken.
Yes, thank you very much.
Sorry for being late, everyone.
It's all right.
All good.
It's okay.
It only fucked everything up.
Well, I mean, that's a good question. And I think Searka's actually going to try to talk about this. But
and
Fair
because
enough. We
again,
just didn't have the technology to support your net.
my position is just going to be, okay, like that is definitely an issue if those are given full personhood, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't deal with those complications.
I got the majority of my points out, and hopefully
Very
Vigi
cool.
did as well.
I just had one
Yeah, I
last
think
thing to
we did.
respond
You
to.
can't
so-
figure out.
Yeah, that's totally fine as well.
Me up, Trump.
Watch
You're
video
like
for
black.
Vigilante.
Your previous comment. What was your previous comment?
Copy.
That statement is BS because the chromosomes are
Is it
determined
actually
instantly
streaming?
at fertilization,
Vigilante.
and that stage is just a part of male development. Yeah, it just in terms of the I don't remember
Yeah, and
the
in the
exact.
future, we're gonna have to kind of do this in advance, hopefully.
That's what you should have been doing. Yeah. The you're talking about the statement about how we all are female. And then we get into development. That's not exactly how it works for all intents and purposes. A zygote doesn't really have other than the gametes, like the physically doesn't have anything different than
The judge. That's okay.
We would
There's
see
no
We
one
all
in
got
the
to
middle.
piss
a
from
male
time
or
to time.
female.
Wait, what happened?
Tyler walked away. It looks like.
It's all right.
Oh,
He will be back, I'm sure, very, very quickly.
He might even be listening. I'm just not sure.
I'm going to hope he can hear us. So you said there he is. You said you had one more thing you wanted to clear up there. So let's go ahead and go back to this. We'll restart the clock. Go ahead and put the bow on that last point you wanted to make there, Vigi.
Yeah, so you're talking about like how basically saying some level of corruption is okay. Which I mean, to a degree that I am saying like some level of what you would consider.
Whoops! I almost started
corruption,
talking when I wasn't muted. How many
like
embryos?
whenever we're talking about the people who don't actually have power to make decisions,
Embryos
yeah, sure.
are-
Who actually cares? It's the people that can actually make the decisions that the corruption matters. If you can't make decisions, you being a little bit corrupt outside of like law enforcement, it doesn't matter.
Just one.
All right.
Just one.
Good stuff. So now we're going to go ahead and leave it here for the judges' questions. Well, we're going to in a second here. So
Yeah, let's
judges. do
let's
you
talk in the
guys
back. Well,
have-
we could definitely
I
figure
know
something
y'all
out
were
like
trying to
that.
Pay
And
attention there. Judges, do you guys have questions?
really do want to do
for,
more like pop
we're gonna
culture
start with
stuff.
the AFs
So I'm
or
definitely down.
testes. Do you have a question for testes? All right, looks like Tyler, you're already ready first. So go ahead and hit
You don't-
testes with your
You
question.
don't have to be done. This is you're asking
All right,
good questions.
Since your ethical argument right now is kind of in the lead, I feel like it hasn't been addressed
No.
properly. I'm going to be a bit tougher on you with my question, just because I like to see a nice, fair debate that gets as close to even as possible.
Yeah, see, I'm not. I don't
Okay.
know much
So-
about any of that stuff, but we could definitely find something.
When
We'll
Vic was doing cross with you, he asked you about just banning.
We'll
this
talk in
specific
DMs. We'll
type of
definitely find
bets you
something.
wanted. The only question from Cross that I thought really accomplished anything. He asked you, "What kind of bets do you want to ban?" Your response is, "I don't want to ban those specific types of bets. That would be over-regulation."
Yep.
But your prescription here is to completely do pre-crime, essentially. Assume that these people are all borderline criminals just waiting for their opportunity to
Like,
steal.
are you
and
watching
deface the government
Invincible,
and commit fraud in some way,
Shrinking,
or blah, blah,
Severance,
blah.
Yellow Jackets?
And you're essentially
any of
policing
those?
them to the point where they're not even allowed to participate in fully legal activities because they're potentially guilty actors. How is yours not significantly more regulatory and over policing if his suggestion is just to ban some bad bets?
So I ground this in the overall principle that I'm sort of coming at this from, which is that especially with public office or people working for the federal government, I think that the image of corruption is almost just as important as if there is actually corruption. So I don't see this as a punitive thing. Like I would say that another example, which I had brought up as well, would be that if you want to call it pre-crime, there are ethics standards with things where judges
Preventing
have to
you
recuse
from doing a
themselves.
crime
There's
is not
anti-nepotism
pre-crime.
rules. There are disclosure rules, and these are
Pre-crime-
designed to address things before
Pre-crime
they
is
become an issue.
punishing you
So I would say
before.
that yeah, it's not punishing, I guess, law-abiding people.
Fucking
It's sort of like
Google.
one asshole drinks in the park.
That's
and
what I
gets
thought.
Drunk, and now none of us can drink in the park.
But it does actually make sense because if they put in a bunch and they all
So I meant to put 1 minute on the
are
clock, not
there,
3 minutes, so that was perfect.
then
All right,
you are going to be
now
optimal.
let's Chief. Do you also have a question ready?
Give me a second just to put it together.
No worries. And it looks like everything's working again. So fucking huzzah!
With him,
As long as nobody leaves,
I'm going to be
nobody
the
turns off their
Spurg.
cameras,
I gotta
nobody moves,
I gotta bring the
nobody
energy.
fucking move.
He's very like,
Just
okay,
hold
well,
your breath.
technically we shouldn't do this
ready?
because this is that.
Yeah.
Put me to sleep.
So Vigi made the point that it's already illegal. Tessie, do you agree with that perspective? And if so, how should enforcement be fixed?
Yeah, so we didn't quite get into this. I did cite some specific laws that this does apply to in my links in the side there.
Should we go to ChatGPT? Let's see what GPT.
So sorry, could you just ask the question again real quick? I got a little sidetracked.
So Vigi had kind of described that practice as already being illegal. Do you agree with that characterization? And if so, how should enforcement be fixed?
Oh, sure. So there are things that are illegal, like insider trading. Sort of the point I was making before is that it's sort of the prophylactic, addressing it before it's an issue versus trying to prosecute and address what criminal activity happened after the fact. So I would
Why
say
did I
that
say
there are
like?
some laws on the books
Like
that,
a bunch.
that do try to address some
like
of these
totally.
things.
Oh,
I would just say that they are currently inadequate. Does that answer your question?
All right. So, unfortunately, because I've been doing all of the tech stuff, I have not been able to prepare a question myself. So you guys are getting off easy. You're only getting 2 judges, one from each question, or one question from each judges. So we're gonna go ahead and head on over to
That's what I was
Vigi
saying.
now. Tyler, you got a question for Vigilante, please.
Yeah, so his affirmative argument on the practical level, you guys have addressed it. You've only even come to some sort of mutual conclusion on it. But where he's not being met at is on his
That's
ethical
where
argument.
it is, guys.
The only
Oh,
time you've
God damn it.
addressed that, I feel like, was saying
Historically,
because of lack of
early
enforcement,
2000s,
no matter what
often
we do,
3 to
isn't gonna
5
work,
at
which
once
is a
to increase
practical
success
argument,
rate.
but it's not addressing him ethically. So I want to give you a chance to re-ask one of his questions and give you a chance just to answer it like straight up without any debate.
Damn, there's
pressure.
mad
Should we
ads
not hold
on
those in
Twitch.
government to a higher standard where they have to give up actions that a normal person might be able to do because they
That's
might
the
morally
goal.
compromise
That's the
their
goal.
position in the government or their authority they retain as somebody in the government? My example was going to be
Story of
drug
my
tests
fucking
and
life,
not
guys.
allowing
Story of
police
my
officers
fucking
to do
life.
drugs because they're in a field where they're arresting people for drugs
Like,
and they
I don't
could
even
easily
know, like, why you
develop
even
some sort of
think
addiction.
that way, okay?
So we hold him to
I
a
just
higher
gotta-
standard. He
just
used
gotta use the
nepotism
vocal
and other things
fry.
like that with judges. We are
Like, oh my god.
prescribing. So why would this one be uniquely bad?
That's a question I'm hoping that
so
doesn't come
more
up.
so it's the mechanism of how he wants to do it. I mentioned in my opening statement, the way that I would actually want to fix this, more so because like the only part where I actually see an ethical problem is like appointed and elected officials, which is why we kind of came to the agreement on that. I don't see any ethical problems with like people who can't make a decision being able to do this personally. But with elected and appointed officials specifically,
And
the
now we
ones who
struggle
actually
streaming.
can make the decisions, the solution
anybody
that
on
I would
Vertical?
put in place instead of this,
We have nobody on
is
vertical,
the,
so I am going
requiring
to
them
shut
to
that
put their
down.
assets in a blind trust. This is something that's been talked about a lot for a while. I think it's even been
Remember, if you are on vertical, I am shutting down the vertical stream, but you can either click the link, it is in the description, or you can just go to the channel and it will be the only one that is still live.
pointed that it would actually achieve what he's trying to do.
Stuff. Let's Chief. Minutes on the clock. Would you give him a question, please, sir?
Correct me if I'm wrong. Did you kind of described this as essentially just like gambling and kind of equated it to like sports betting?
Yeah, I equated them because they are effectively the same thing.
Cool. So
Oh yeah, now I got it.
employees of professional and collegiate sports teams are actually typically banned from betting on their own leagues. Could you maybe kind of like explain why that standard wouldn't apply to maybe politically influenced decisions on these markets, prediction markets?
So typically speaking, when we're talking about the people who are banned, the way, from my understanding with sports betting at least, the rules are specifically for the players and the coaches, which would effectively in this case be like the appointed officials and Congress. It doesn't apply to like the people that are working vending and the people who are working like the janitorial staff, things like that, because they have no effects on the game. And it's the same with like Congress. Like you could validly make the argument for why we shouldn't allow people in Congress, people appointed in different positions, like the director of the FBI or like Pete Hegseth in the Department of War. Like those types of people like should not be able to make these bets, but anybody below them that actually doesn't have any power to make decisions, it really does not matter. Just like it doesn't matter if a janitorial staff bets on a sports game.
Salty, I just looked at the Twitch
All
chat.
right.
So
that is
spontaneous
the,
abortion.
Q&A section.
Sounds like the
Jesus,
result of a
just so you know,
donkey
I've already
punch.
sent the invite. If you go over to your Twitch dashboard page, like where you can control stuff in Twitch, your stream, what's it called? Stream something or another. You will be able to, it's your...
Is it invite guests under collaboration? Is that...
Stream manager. No, if you go to stream, if you look under your, I think it's under your notifications on Twitch, you'll see the invite. You should be able to just click it and say, yes, please. All right. So with that said, we're going to go ahead and head back over here. I'm going to put 3 minutes on the clock. We're going to go back to you, Testies. Again, I appreciate you guys. You guys have been sort of our guinea pigs here. Appreciate y'all's patience while we're figuring this out. But 3 minutes is on the clock now for you, for your closing. Are you ready to do that there, Testies?
Yep. Give me 2 seconds here. I'm just okay. I can see the timer. I'll bring you up into the big screen, and yeah, I think I'm ready to go.
All right. Cheers. I'll start the clock when you start to talk, bud.
All right. So sure, I'll start my closing by just addressing some of the final points there that Vigi got across. One of them was, which was a bit surprising to me, is about the lower level employees, or he said that these should apply to elected officials and people who are appointed. I think my overall sort of thesis throughout this has been that I think from the public's perspective, it doesn't matter. If I hear $400,000, somebody got that money, I'm not splitting hairs on who it was. If it was the janitorial staff and somebody threw out a document and they managed to come across it and they gleaned some sort of information, if it was an email chain, I think that to the point about police officers, people who are medical professionals, depending on what your line of work is, there are certain expectations. And I do think that even the solution
poor Searka.
apply to all federal employees is I don't think that most federal employees would have the option
just
of
stay
applying
muted
trust. It
before I
does
say
feel
some
a bit
shit in the
idealistic.
middle of
I do understand that part of his issue is the enforcement mechanism is not sufficient, and I would agree with that. And so I think that what you end up doing is you add more administrative oversight. It's actually more taxing to try and investigate these sort of microcosms and who knew what, when did they know it? Are they predicting just because they're smart, good at guessing? And I think one of the things I have to address as well is why it's not like gambling, or it's not even like trading stocks. So with stocks, there's an outcome, right? But this you're betting on events, and events can be manipulated before the fact, right? I mean, obviously stocks can, if you have insider knowledge, which is illegal, you can guess, you can know if a stock is going to go up or down. This is also a source of controversy. I would say that we've seen certain suspicious trades happen before Trump posts on his Truth Social or makes some sort of speech. However, when we're talking about real world events and people profiting off of those things, there can be horrific consequences. One of the things, unfortunately, I didn't have time to get to, but is worth mentioning, is that the Polymarket, this was today, this news came out, Polymarket got slammed and they had to take down a poll which was betting on whether or not the service member that is missing right now in Iran would be rescued. And so, again, didn't quite get to this, unfortunately, but there is also deep moral implications to these things. I would feel uncomfortable with anybody betting on these things, and I'm not trying to introduce new information, but I think especially in the context of federal employees, again, I think that integrity and the perception of honesty is vitally important to maintaining trust in institutions. And yeah, that's why I would place that above. And I think that why it would be irresponsible to allow federal employees to gamble on world events, basically.
Good stuff. All right. Vigilante. 3 minutes is going on the clock now for you. Start your closing. Are you ready?
Shit, hold on, I got that.
All right, cheers.
Why am I getting an echo?
Yeah, so I mean, the main thing here is you've talked a lot about the appearance. Even with, like, if we put this law into place, the appearance wouldn't change. If people accurately guess this stuff, the appearance would still be there. The problem is the lack of transparency whenever it comes to this kind of stuff, the lack of enforcement, and those are the primary problems here. Yeah, sure, we ban them, and then what happens when people still?
Are you hearing it for everybody or just for horseradish? Because I heard it for horseradish, but I'm not hearing it for them. So let me know.
That if this is what we're assuming, that it's government officials, we're just going to
like, are you hearing it right now?
Still doing it regardless. So the what we need to do is specifically with the people who actually make the decisions, because the people that actually make the decisions being able to bet on this stuff.
I think he's still going to echo.
Is the real problem here. We need to fix the enforcement mechanisms.
I think it's going to echo again. But
realistically speaking, is not currently an enforcement mechanism.
Yeah.
Yes, this would add administrative oversight, but in order to actually fix the problem of the appearance of corruption in this case, we have to increase administrative oversight over the government, because it currently does not have.
Turn his volume all the way down. We'll see.
You could claim that the FBI is administrative oversight, but it's not. It doesn't actually enforce laws whenever it comes to people who are actively in government. You can see this with insider trading. As far as the reason why I was talking about the stock trade and insider trading is because whenever it comes to insider trading in the stock trade, doing prediction bets as an elected official when you have insider information is considered insider trading. It is illegal for them to do that because it is insider trading. Now,
yeah, I think if they have narrowed it down to not all federal employees, but federal employees who can affect X, Y, and Z,
it is gambling. I think that would have been better. Whether or not a world event is going to happen. It is the same thing as sports betting. It's just doing it on
vertical's over, but we got Twitch now.
World events. It operates the exact same way. The odd, whether or not the odds of something are going to happen is based off of the amount of people placing bets on whether an event is going to happen or not. So like when we look at how sports betting works specifically, the way that the casinos determine odds is based off of the amount of people placing bets on one team winning. It works. It is functionally the same, but that's besides the point. In order to fix this, we actually need to increase oversight. We don't need to add another bullshit law that's not going to get enforced.
All right. Good stuff. So we're going to go ahead and give it a couple of seconds while I drop the link for the voting.
I don't know how much I'm going
to. This is going to be in the shared chat. So everybody who's streaming on Twitch, you already got it. Let's, Chief, if you would scoop that up and put it into the room chat for everybody over there on YouTube.
I'm going to see if we're going to keep doing the vertical.
Audience,
it doesn't seem to be helping.
I am asking you
in the beginning.
Please weigh
it did,
in on
but
who you think was the best debater, not necessarily who you agree with, not who you like the most, not which position feels the best to click. We have, again, Testes Johnson on the affirmative, and we have Vigilante TV on the negative. Vote for who you think presented the best case.
Welcome
tonight.
to the
Costs you
party,
nothing.
guys.
Just click that link. You'll be able to put it in the vote. I'm going to give you guys a few minutes to do that while the judges are rendering their votes. And then we will go back to your votes after the fact.
I'm just waiting on that link so that you guys can all vote for who you thought won.
No, but it does matter for the rankings. So please click that link and vote. So with that said, we're going to go ahead and head on over to our judges. I'm not sure who wants to go first, so we'll just start from the left today. Chief, are you ready, sir?
Uh-oh.
I will take that as a no. Tyler, are you ready?
Go for it.
All right, cool. Tyler, where did you land on this? Remember, it's a 10-point scale.
Okay, so the closings actually shifted it from a 7-3 to a 6-4. It was in favor of Testy Johnson, even though I would have rather voted for Vidge on this one. I got some critiques here. So Testy,
okay, real quick. You said it was your final was 6-4.
It was 6-4 in favor of the AF.
Okay, continue.
Yeah, so I got some critiques here. Testy, for you, I'll start.
Mike cuts out half a second too
your
early.
cross was a complete waste of time. I actually suggested the horse at one point that we need to like go over with people how to use cross properly, because you asked 3-4 questions we already had the answers to. It was like 3 minutes of just making him reiterate things he already said. Also, I would have liked a couple more real world examples. You were making your argument about your ethical system, and when I asked you your question, you brought up a couple examples, but you weren't using them in the argument. I really liked when you brought up transparency, which was just quick, but you used transparency
That's
as an
not
example.
how my
We
hair's
don't
supposed to
expect
be. I
private
don't like this
businesses to show us
conditioner.
all of their details. We do this for government because it sets up a standard that the government's not doing anything wrong, because they just show us everything up front. Because these are government employees, because these are government workers, they hold a higher standard that we set for them. So if you would have used a couple more real world examples outside of just my question, I would have liked it more. But overall, I think you took that.
I think affirmative,
You met
negative.
him on the practical level, and he conceded the argument
Affirmative,
about how the policing needs to be
negative.
better no matter what the system is, or we're not going to see results. He conceded that, and it didn't hurt his argument. It seemed to me like you were arguing this more like an AF versus an AF. You were giving your ideal system. This is why we don't need to go as far as.
Am I
But
pretty
you weren't
now?
telling me why his ethical argument was necessarily wrong. You were just saying it was unnecessary. I never really heard a coherent argument as to why his system was something we shouldn't do. You're just like, here's my alternative, and here's why it would work better. And you could be right. You made a lot of good points on it. You were talking about how we should focus higher on higher impact. The larger the impact, if somebody's in a higher position of power, that's what really matters. That to some degree is absolutely right. You were talking about how enforcement mechanisms need to be in place for any system to function.
Oh, you meant for
And
my
you were
my
right.
debate or their
And he
debate?
agreed to both of
I'm
those
the
points.
affirmative
But
on
I
my
just
debate.
never heard, and I tried to tee up for this with your question. I never heard anything sufficient
a
as to why his
baby.
ethical argument was incorrect. Just
alright,
because
so
he's
where's
the app, and it's your job to take that argument down. You didn't get it.
All right, so 6-4 for the AF. Let's Chief. Where are you at, sir?
All right, I'll put the link.
I scored things the same way. 6-4 for
the
F.
chat, people.
Again, I felt like the closings did make it pretty close for me. Like Vigi did kind of bring it.
Go
back
to
in the
that
closing,
and
so I
vote.
Did, appreciate him
Should I
making
show you what I'm voting?
a strong showing in the closing, but both had really good points on either side. For Testy, just like the preservation of our institutions, not eroding public trust. The trouble with monetizing proximity to government
feel
power
pretty.
like as a whole.
So pretty. So
Unlike
quickly.
Tyler, I feel like
quickly.
Testy did bring a lot of examples. Like he was talking about Maduro and
Did you vote?
Iran.
Did you vote? Did you vote?
Members.
Did you
So I feel
vote?
like
Did
there
you
was
vote? Vote. No vote.
real world like examples of another good point that he brought up being the events that can be manipulated before the fact.
Damn.
For Vigi, I felt like it was a great point to bring up that like essentially you're just arguing
knows
for
better.
the government to
He
be in
does.
the wallet of
But he's
2.2 million federal employees. Like that was a great argument. Pointing out the difference
tune
that
of
like insider
reindeer are better
trading
than
is not the
people.
same as prediction markets, and insider trading is already illegal.
Yes,
and
but
that
I don't know the
needs just
song.
better enforcement.
There
I
you
do
go.
agree with
There you
Tyler
go.
that, when that was addressed, it didn't really hurt the other side, but maybe there was like another angle to be taken there. Maybe if we would have went deeper into what that enforcement being fixed looks like and how easy of a change it was to demonstrate the lack of a need to ban federal employees, like maybe that would had played a little bit better. And then just, it felt like a little bit wishy-washy when we were talking about like, the problem is really just enforcement, but also depending on your role, like there may or may not be a point at which
I have two of them.
hearing this insider
Like on
information,
the in my car when you pull down the visor and then you pull up the thing for the mirror, the cover for the mirror.
Like a little
I have
inconsistent,
two
but
stickers
overall,
on
I
there.
felt like you both did a great
One
job bringing like
was
really
from voting for
supporting your
Trump,
arguments,
and one
yeah,
was from
6-4
voting
F.
local. Gotta vote local.
All right. Cheers. Well,
Let
in
it
that
go.
case, the only thing
Let
left for
it
us to do
go.
is to go ahead and head on over
My
here and
heart
see
can't
what
take
the
it
audience felt.
anymore.
So let's take a look. Federal employees should be banned. Results. I'm gonna go ahead and lock it in whenever I 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh fuck. That was a 9-1 vote for the audience. Yeah. Okay. So 9-1 for the AF. Testes, that is a 3-vote shutout. Great job for your first showing, my friend. Sorry, Vigilante, you did a great job, man. You definitely tried. I don't always make this excuse for everybody, but I will say the Vigilante did slide in last minute for me for Gorps to cover, and this was actually a prompt that he didn't have a strong opinion on. So
I think he was saying like 90%.
So much excuse, but he was short notice and didn't actually feel the prompt, so he was steel manning for me. So I appreciate you showing up, Vigi, and I appreciate you doing your best, buddy. All right, so let's see if this is going to move smoothly into the second prompt, because next we have
Hector, you might be behind.
We have
Can one of the mods
Emmett going against Casey.
Can one of the mods
Lee
tag
on
Hector
the
and make sure he's live?
Industrial complex should be
Please?
nationalized. I went ahead and put the AF and the neg up there above people's names, above people's so y'all can see and sort of get a better idea. But the AF's always going to be on the left, whatever. But that said, this time our prompt again, the military industrial complex should be nationalized. Emmett, you got to see what more or less one is supposed to look like. Do you have any questions before we kick this off, sir?
Nope.
Should be
cheers.
Should be what?
Perfect. Well, then in that case, Casey Lee,
What is
3
it?
minutes is on the clock, my friend. Whenever you are ready, the mic is all yours.
It's working. You hear me?
Oh, hold on.
Testing, check your Discord messages.
Wait.
Coming through twice.
You hear this now? Wait. Oh, wait. Is this better?
Yeah, it is. That's much
Is
better.
this better? Okay.
Good job.
I'm getting an echo from Casey.
You're getting
right now. Hi. Do you have something? Is just me?
It's just wait. Horseradish, say something.
I'm getting an echo from me.
Okay, so that might be you.
Wait. No. I'm saying I think I can hear horseradish. I can hear me through horseradish. I think.
Yeah, horseradish. I think you might be echoing.
Why is it only me?
Yeah, it shouldn't be.
It's not. So yeah, that's just Casey.
Am I loud? Am I too loud?
No.
Let me toggle back the mic. What mic I was using? One second. That might help.
What?
Man, I know.
Yeah, you're only coming through from one source for me.
While we're doing that, can somebody put the actual prompt in the chat, please?
100%.
Thank you, sir.
Is this? Am I back echoing on?
Echo.
Yep.
I'm echoing here. Okay. Well.
Yeah, it seems to not be just on my end.
I will say when our streams joined, I did initially have an echo from horseradish. I don't know if that means
Test. Hello. More. I'll turn myself down. I don't know.
It shouldn't be. Yeah, it says worse echo now.
Yeah, so I don't know if there's something. If you want to just take me off of the shared chat, I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but
no, it's not. It doesn't. Oh, it sure as fuck does, buddy Rowe. I forgot. Yeah, you got to mute, and that's it. Boom. Beautiful. Thank you. Good job, Lutch. You win.
Genius.
You win the points for the month. All right, buddy. I bet you try it now.
Oh yeah, I'm trying it right.
There you go. Now you sound
good,
great.
beautiful.
So, see, we're working out the kinks, kids. We're working out the kinks.
All right, so this is the prompt here.
Wouldn't be worth it if it wasn't a struggle. All right, so one more time.
MIC means military industrial complex. Actually, fuck it. I'm just gonna write it up.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm going.
Start it up.
The status quo in America is a several-tier justice system. One for the rich and the connected, and the other is for you and yours. Exactly what crime would the defense contractors break where we would have a reasonable expectation of an investigation and charges, when even some ties to the CIA is enough to get a pass for literally raping American children, no cap, full stop. The first level of
If we didn't have
corruption
headphones,
is
then
the
all
classic.
that echo, because
Lobby
the
pays
mics are going to pick up a
congressman,
lot.
Congressman pays
So if
company,
everybody's
company
talking
pays
and everybody's
lobby,
on
and the
different
money
things,
goes around and
then
around
like
and
if I'm
around, the
listening
taxpayers lose.
and it's
lose.
loud, then you're going to hear
Notably,
their voice through my
comically,
microphone. Right
IPAC
now, their
pushed
voice is only
Congress
going
to
through my
purchase
head.
Israeli air
and
defense
obviously through the computer.
systems. Military did not. Military tested them and said they sucked and they had better stuff. Congress passes another bill in 2020, with the bill states explicitly that the army must use them.
All questions
Great use of
are
taxpayer
silly.
dollar. October 7th happens and the army says, "Oh, here you go. You're gonna need these." Maybe gives Israel back their air defense systems for free. That's cool. Though the corruption involving defense contractors is much more ingrained than the usual congressional earmarks.
How
It isn't
old-
Congress?
How
that
old are you
usually
going, Dark?
decides
I feel
what's
like you're
being
too
purchased
old to be saying
after all
that
when it comes to
part.
military weapons. It is in fact random, or sometimes not random. DoD spooks often moving in and out of those companies' executive positions just to go back and
I gotta
do
pee again.
another stint at the DoD, and back it around we go. Researchers from watchdog groups like the Project of Government Oversight and others note that track each year hundreds of individuals moving back and forth each year between private defense contractors and the Pentagon or other government positions. In 2016, they note 645 cases involving quote revolving door hires. And now when, for example, a former defense executive becomes Deputy Secretary of Defense, they are now in charge of managing and purchasing the weapons for the companies that they quote unquote used to.
I don't know
work
enough
for.
about
And let's
this
be
at
real,
all.
we'll be hired
I don't even know
back
what that would mean to
at some point
nationalize
later.
it.
Imagine if you can, this is moving on to another point slightly. Imagine if you can that your country, your defense contractors are selling to whoever they want, and a weak but and paid for Congress with already virtually no oversight on this.
Yeah.
Does nothing.
Too old.
And combine that
Too
with the
old.
aforementioned issue of accountability, and what you get is Visacom. In 2019, the Navy SEALs needed 450 highly specialized radio antennas. They specifically required a model made by a specific company. The contract
when you
didn't
come
go
in
to
after
that
and everything's
company,
all
but
set
instead
up.
to Pentagon-connected insiders who turned
That's what
around
I'm
to
saying.
simply upload the sensitive
I
military
don't really understand the
blueprints
question
to a
that well.
Chinese manufacturer's web portal and ordered knockoffs at the cost of $6 each. Despite committing literal treason, over 6 years of litigation,
discuss-
and Visacom was fined $300,000. The company has
Yep.
done over $30 million.
I'll talk to anybody
in government
about anything.
contracts.
You can't learn anything from people who
When
are that
literal
much dumber than you.
treason happens, there is no expectation for individuals to be blamed. Oh heavens, no! There is little expectation for actual repercussions to the companies, even at this point. That is
All
today.
right.
That is now.
So I gave you an extra 30
Nationalize.
seconds. We went
good.
a little over there, Casey. That's all right. So
Nationalize.
I'm now going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock again. This time, Emmett, it's for you to go ahead and cross-examine, ask questions, kind of set up. You can either set up questions to knock it down or set up questions to set
I
yourself
know.
up.
I
as you
hate
see
it.
fit.
I
So I'll
hate
start the
it.
clock when you ask
I
your first
hate it
question.
because, like, if you were watching
So,
his stream, it would be
first
normal.
of all, thank you for having me on.
This is another reason why I don't like using Discord for this shit.
When it comes to moral the moral, when you're so, oh, this is so bad. That doesn't matter
okay.
to me. It makes no sense. So you're trying to get, because you're saying that we should go ahead and get these companies to be part of the government. How is it
Gotcha.
giving
Okay.
more to the government will be less corruption?
You take out the profit structure.
Baby is a people.
The companies don't have profit, so there's no one raking in the dough from taxpayers.
Yeah, so they're
Take out
saying,
the
you know,
Okay, so
Lockheed,
if
all
that
that
is the
stuff.
case, that would mean that the more government we have, the less
right.
spending we would see, right?
We would have the companies that we hired wouldn't be raking us for their profits because there would be no profit.
But
'Cause
there
they
wouldn't be
a
companies that we
for-profit
hire.
business.
We just go ahead and take whatever they have, and we're just gonna spend more money of our taxpayers.
I don't know
for
about
them, right?
dogs, plural, but that is a people.
We're already
That
getting
is a people.
grossly overcharged.
Feed
for
my
nearly
people.
all the things.
Let
Okay,
my
so
people
that is correct.
go.
let's say that is correct. Wouldn't that be a government inefficiency? Like wouldn't be a problem of the government that they are getting overcharged? How is it that giving the government more power would mean that these will solve the issue of the government not doing their duty?
They already have the power. They're just using it to make profits for their friends or for companies that they in fact actually pseudo work for.
It's a little bit more high-minded.
That's correct. Yeah, well, that would be correct in your worldview, right? But you said that they were committing treason, and you said that they're committing treason right now. They're doing absolutely nothing. So you want to give them all the power of all these companies to a bunch of dudes that are doing absolutely nothing when it comes to treason?
When the company is given U.S. military like antenna, like a highly specialized stuff that our enemies aren't allowed to see, we literally ship that and send that to a Chinese company to have them make $6 ripoff. Like, how is that not treason? I was sending
I agree with you. They should all be in jail, but why should I give it to the people that are not even putting them in treason?
Right, I'm saying that there'll be different people. There'll be different people in there when they're not themselves making money by this system.
If let's say that, just 20 seconds real quickly, if let's say that the government should put them to play with the trees and they're not doing that, why should we give them more power to the people that are not doing their job?
Right. When you remove the profit structure, you also remove the corrupt individuals who are there for that profit structure.
All right, that's perfect. Landed it right on the button. 3 minutes is on the clock now for you, Emmett. That is your time to open, sir.
So let's see if Emmett gets away from it.
The reality of the thing is that when I was thinking about what kind of argumentation I was going to make, once we're going to go for, I immediately realized that the first thing that we're going to talk is about corruption. And oddly enough, whenever we talk about the government has a specific role. The role of the government is to be the force, the enforcer, okay? And to do the enforcement, they were going to have to use all kind of the most amazing and advanced capacity they have in order to use force. In this case, planes, guns, anything they want. That's all they have. That in and of itself is going to be a little bit of corruption in there because the government is not there to create anything. They're not there to do anything. They can't. All they have is a cudgel and they're going to hit you on the head with it. Okay? That's their capacity. So I could go to the whole thing of, well, the government cannot create, they cannot innovate. If you go to Venezuela or China or anybody, all they do is rip off, or in the case of Venezuela, die of hunger. One of the two. So I don't want to be a communist country. I don't want to be part of the communist. Me. Pretty much die of hunger. What I want is to be able to create the most
disavow.
And the only way to do it is by allowing the individuals to create companies so that they can do it. They can innovate. They can do all these kind of things. But that's not even the problem. The problem is that every time we see a government create a structure, this structure is going to tend towards corruption. Yeah. So Casey is saying, you know what? Let's give all of these companies to the government that tends towards corruption to fix the corruption that we have in the government. Stupid. It's a complete non sequitur. It makes absolutely no sense. I don't understand how is it possible that we, after 2,000 years at least, we have seen these kind of horrible implications of letting the government overreach because they become corrupt. We're still trying to get the government to overreach and become way more corrupt. And we see it every single time. Democrats and Republicans do it. They create structures in which we're going to see a bunch, we're going to see bureaucracy appear. And every single time in those kind of bureaucracy,
it is very, very rare.
People that are supposed to be there, ranking millions of dollars. And you know what is the worst part? When they're part of the government,
it is rare that I agree.
They cannot even.
Wow, but you guys are split.
Go bankrupt.
The poll is almost 50-50, guys. If you have not voted,
them every time we have to give them more and more money because they cannot. They're part of the government. What are they gonna do? Stop taxing us? So I'm gonna end up in this. I think it's a completely non sequitur, giving more power to the same people not doing the duty because of corruption. To avoid corruption is completely nonsensical. It's P and not P at the same time. Thank you.
All right. 3 minutes now is on the clock for you. What a great face to come back to.
Oh my goodness.
3 minutes is on the clock.
Oh my fucking goodness. If you know,
I'll start
You
talking to
fucking know.
Why can't the governments create stuff?
Well, let me put it this way: when you go and see the structure of the economic system, the way that the government exists is only through force, and all they do is enforcement. So they become corrupt. That's why they cannot create.
Is NASA, is that enforcement? Is NASA enforcement?
Yes, they do it through enforcement. The reason why is because they do it through your taxpayer money. What happens if you don't pay your taxes?
How is going to the moon enforcement?
They do it through the capacity. They do it to you paying your taxes. So if you don't pay your taxes, they're gonna come to you, enforce it, and put you in jail or take away the
China
money.
versus US.
Right, but
both
you
these
didn't
are-
say that you said they only do this and they never create things. So I'm pointing to an instance where they created things, and I'm asking why isn't that them creating things?
Because they're not creating what NASA does and what NASA has done is they pretty much take all of the they outsource all of the minds to the universities, and the best of the minds in the universities go back to NASA. It's a synergistic system, and still NASA is a corrupt institution. This is what I'm saying. We have already these kind of institutions that have been corrupted and are corrupt, and even though we can find in some cases they can kind of work, because we still need to have the private sector. They all work in the private sector in the sense that they work in the universities.
What do you think?
If you're an
fully
engineer and you work for a
privatize the
government or
military,
you work for a corporation,
I
why
mean,
isn't you just doing your own?
I feel like
why is your
that's better.
engineering different?
Right
How is your
now,
engineering different?
Well,
Because
if
of
you're
the
an
name
engineer
of
and you're
the-
working,
Right now, it
if
seems
you're
like
an engineer and you're working for
there's a
for
false
one of the companies outside
connection,
and you fail and it goes bankrupt, it's your fault. So you have a responsibility to be the best that you can. If you fail in a government institution, well, and I guess the taxpayers can pick it up.
No, an engineer.
Yeah, exactly. If you fail as an engineer, let's say that you destroy 10 rockets and that would have destroyed NASA. In reality, it doesn't destroy NASA because it's part of the government, so they can, taxpayers.
30
can pick it up.
seconds.
Yeah, and what happens with very large companies in the U.S. Go bankrupt? Like banks.
It would depend on the. It would
What do you
depend,
think
right?
would
But I would
happen
say
if
that is
Boeing?
corruption.
What do you think would happen if Boeing was going to go bankrupt?
Yeah,
They
I would
make a
say
lot
that
of
is
our
corruption.
fighter planes.
I would say that is
Now,
corruption.
what do you think would happen? You think
They would
we
be
let it
bailed out, and I would say that is corruption.
Correct. So it's not really capitalism, is it?
I never said that this is capitalism.
Well, that would be if it's not the government like making stuff, and then the opposite is like the benefit would be like some sort of market system or whatever. But I'm saying it's not the market
I
system
get
anyway,
it, but
is it?
that would be corruption, wouldn't it be?
Absolutely.
So this is the thing that you're telling me right now. Hey, the government is corrupt. I want to give you more power, and I'm saying why? Why do you want to give you more power? It's already corrupt.
What specifically was corrupt about NASA? Like not today NASA, but like going
Operation Paperclip.
So we go once again. The problem that we see is it tends towards corruption. So every single
How
time
did
you
NASA
have these
tend
kind of
for
institutions that will go corrupt, and you agree to that. It's
And
like,
so you just
right
saw
now,
Tyler
NASA
be
is
like, "What's
corrupt.
going on?
So-
Who cares?" Him right here. He was just like, "Who cares?"
I'm debating
What do you wanna give him
against.
more power?
I'm debating against our current system.
So he's saying
To a system we
I know
used
you're
to
debating
have.
against the
you're
current system by
arguing
giving more power
on
to
something
our
that doesn't
current
really
system.
matter.
No. We revert the process where NASA wasn't corrupt, where NASA was inventing like all the things they created, the batteries and all of our power tools. They created a lot of the electronics that we
that's
use
not
even
true.
today.
Again,
That's what's not true.
It's not true that they created all the power tools and all the batteries and all the things.
No.
That's not true. It's not
The
true.
type of
The
batteries
engineers-
that we use in power tools, that they designed those to go to the moon. Had to make them
Okay,
smaller,
let me pretend that is the case. Is my computer designed by NASA right now? Are we using the same kind of technology that gave us to the moon?
No, I never said your computer was. But there's probably
perfect.
components in
Then-
it. There's probably components in
Great.
it, actually.
Then it's not only NASA, right?
Actually, the camera in your phone uses a CMOS image sensor. That is something NASA created.
You think that the camera on my phone was created by NASA?
I don't think. I know.
Okay. Let's say that I agree with you. All of it. I agree with everything you're saying. They were amazing and created all of these. Tell me, how is it possible that right now Boeing is working with NASA and they pretty much fucked up a mission?
Definitely SpaceX. Definitely SpaceX.
Well, first of all,
Do you want to give more power to Boeing right now?
Today's NASA is different because today's NASA
Shout out to Tang.
hires private
Yes.
companies like SpaceX
Quality of life is
to do
healthcare
shit and
education.
Boeing to
And
do
you
shit.
know what?
That's what I'm arguing
You
against.
said to me. Yeah, you know,
There you
you
go,
know what's the
everybody's-
coolest part of what you said to me? That you agree with me that it tends towards corruption. So why you want to give it more power? Can you answer that question? If
No, I'm getting rid
government
of the
tends towards
corruption.
why do you want to give more power to the government?
Right, there's a corrupt government and there's far less corrupt government or corruptible government.
Okay,
I'm
show
trying-
me one.
I want
show
to
me one less
change
corrupt
to a-
government.
I'm saying no. I didn't say corrupt or not corrupt. I said more and less. And I said a
Yeah, show me
system
one less
like
corrupt
a
government that
system
is
like
applying-
NASA is much less corruptible than the current system that we have for NASA,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
involves hiring other companies to do the work, overpaying them, by
perfect.
the way, grossly.
Perfect. You're the
To go to what,
affirmative in
Mars?
this case. So you should be able to show me a state right now that is less corrupt by using the kind of prescriptions that you're saying.
Yes, I'm saying today's NASA versus the NASA that actually did all of the work themselves and
Yeah.
didn't outsource.
Yep.
I'm arguing don't outsource. I'm saying that these companies should be publicly owned. That's what I'm arguing for. We need to go back to that NASA, which was less corrupt and less corruptible.
I granted that in the past NASA was perfect, but it tends towards corruption because now it's corrupt. So if that is the case, you should be able to show me right now a government that is not corrupt, that is doing the kind of policies that
nothing.
you say you want.
Bro.
Why can't we look?
I was
at
watching the Ricky
historic,
Gervais show.
A historic system.
And the dumb guy.
I'm going to
even the one that we
It
had
was like
here.
when they went to the moon, two of them went on the moon, and the other guy was in the ship. He was the loneliest man ever.
Corruption is corrupt now.
That's
so
not what lonely means.
If that is the
But
case,
technically,
right now you
he was
must have a country that
furthest
you know
away from
of
other
that is
people.
implementing these kind of communist policies that is not corrupt. Can you tell me one? Show me one.
I never said that it wasn't corrupt. I never
That's
said zero corrupt.
our next poll.
I said I
Our
didn't
next
say
poll.
NASA was zero corrupt. I didn't say the U.S. government was ever zero corrupt. I said less corrupt. Yeah, a lot of the countries and systems are less corrupt than the U.S.
Can you tell me about one that is less corrupt in accordance to you? Like, show me how is it less corrupt?
Just as a country as a whole.
Of course,
Probably
we're talking about the whole. We're talking about the
Norway.
country as a whole. Norway.
Yeah, I'll go with that. Yeah.
New
Okay,
poll!
fine.
Have we
Is Norway a
gone
communist
to the moon?
I'm not
Well,
arguing for communism.
Hey, everybody needs a good cry every once a week or so. You know what I mean?
Have all the power when it comes to the structures because that allows them to
I
be
didn't say
less
all the
corrupt.
power.
Wouldn't that be communism?
Is having firefighters paid by taxpayers, is that communism?
No, because they're a specific industry. And I would say that there.
So are the defense contractors.
I would say,
I did not
would say
realize
that if we
how
had them
gay
as contractors, there would
Casey
be less
sounded.
efficient. There would be way more
Is it
efficient.
like that?
That is one of the all-time failures in history. The richest
Trying to
man
keep us
who
down.
possibly ever
Trying to
lived.
keep
It's
us
highly
down.
debatable. Is ancient Rome, and he owned the firefighters, and they would show up,
I think so.
and buildings would be on fire, and they would literally start haggling. That
I
was
mean,
that we learned
you're
from
talking
our
about
fucked
Crassus.
history.
Yeah. Do you know
so.
do you know what's the name of that guy?
Bob. Always.
You gotta remind me if you want.
Yeah, his name
they
is
uplift the
Crassus.
blacks.
Okay, and Crassus became
the
the
browns
most rich man
go
in all of Rome,
down.
so I don't think it was much of a failure for him. But anyway, let's
No,
move.
not
on
a failure
that.
for
Can you please
him,
Tell me
a failure
of the
for
Norway
society.
space Can you tell me about the Norway space program that is less corrupt at NASA?
Oh, I never said that. I don't know whose space program is less corrupt.
Well,
I
you said
never
that it
said
was
that could
He
be
always
country,
tries
so
to
I
eat
thought
his
you were-
puke.
We're gonna
He
go
always
into-
tried
I
to
said
eat
I
his
can
puke.
name
But
countries.
equations. We're gonna make
that's
them
because
a
I
little
give him
bit
good food.
equalizers, right? So they must, if you're talking about Norway, and Norway is capable of having their space program, is less corrupt. So you should be able to show me their space program, right? And what they do.
I don't even know they have a space program. I never stated that they did.
So you have you have shown me absolutely no reason to believe you that there's going to be less corrupt.
The country with a space
you're
program
not-
that's less corrupt than ours is ours 50 years ago.
What?
That tend towards corruption. because
So
it's
let's
part of
go
the
back
government,
to
right?
that system. Yeah,
well, I don't know. I don't know
battling
if you can, but I
corruption
cannot turn back
is an
time.
ongoing process. You're never going to stop ever corruption. All of it. You have to.
So we
to
shouldn't even
pick and
try. Let's
choose,
go.
like,
Let's.
What is less
Since we can't
corruptible
stop
than other
corruption,
things.
let's do more.
Do you have
no
a right
on
to
or
turn
off.
back time so that we come back to the 50s?
Yeah, I do.
Because I would
Yeah,
love
we
to
just
be
answered-
able to do that, but
as
I
far
don't
as
think it's
yeah, as
possible
far
to
as the
turn back time.
structure, as far as the structure of our
I don't
industrial,
know.
our military industrial complex.
Sometimes,
Yeah, I do.
that's
I
what
do.
debate is.
We just
Yeah, you
design
do?
the system so it works more like it used to.
How did it used to work?
Good question. Good question.
Less contractors, more
Really?
more like nationalized industry.
Do you have any
doing
documents
work.
that show how many contractors they use, how they use them? Do you have any information about that?
Yeah, NASA.
I got a feeling.
Okay.
That tonight's
okay.
gonna be a good night.
Do you know who is the first billionaire in American history?
Non sequitur.
Tell me.
This is a non
It's
sequitur.
the Aviator guy. I don't remember his name. Right now. It's from a
Nobody
movie. One of his
cares.
first things that he did. Well, it's not for a movie. He's actually a real person. He was a germaphobe. One of the things that he did was create planes for the American government.
No! Don't leave,
It was about 50 years ago.
Please don't leave. Oh!
Now you tell me. I don't know. It's your claim is that in the past we didn't have contractors and that was better for us. But I mean, I just showed you there was actual contractors in the past working with the American government. So I'm not entirely sure if that's the way that it used to work, and we're going into this time machine back in time, or
No. Well, I gave NASA an example of like something we should aim towards. I believe that like
This is
the
Emmett,
plane
guys.
industry is probably
This is who
likely
Emmett is.
Always been.
He happens to be right,
private, probably.
I agree with your belief because I have every time just to say I have a belief, I agree that you have that belief. But do you have any way to show me that in the past it was less corrupt?
My example for a system that today sucks because it's corrupt and uses contracts.
No data, no information directly, just your idea of what was in the past because you believe in it.
I started out emo for life.
What kind of data? would you
Emo
like?
for life.
What is the measure of corruption?
Oh,
what?
My measure of corruption is the more that we have government intervention, the more corrupt it's going to get. You have to show me that the more intervention from the government is not going to make it more corrupt. So if you have any data on that,
Avery
I would
also
love to see
says,
it.
yes, we went to the moon.
Any data on what exactly? You're going to restate that?
On government intervention making things less corrupt.
Well, if there's no profit structure, then there's less incentive. And here we're just using logic. Then there's less incentive and then less possibility for the extraction of wealth.
Who told you there's no profit structure? In fact, the people working in there are getting profited by it, right? If you are a government official, would you be profiting by the fact that you're getting paid to be a government official?
Right. We're talking about on the level of owning a business.
86% of you
the profit of a company
said yes.
That's
we went to
what
the
we're
moon.
talking about,
I was just telling Avery. I should have put.
I don't know how many people
I'm not sure.
More than
but I think he has profited a bunch.
Okay.
Not good.
Yeah.
Not good.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and jump on in there. I let it roll a little bit over.
I learned about that in
just
high
to-
school,
just
but
to
I
see
don't
where
really.
you guys were going with that.
That's
but,
what I'm saying, Testy. I
So
don't
we're
know.
going to go ahead and get into
How do
the
you know?
Q&A section. So hopefully each of the judges has at least one question for each of y'all. Definitely enjoying the content here, and I'm pretty sure that they will. So judges, boink.
Judges.
Oh,
all right, y'all ready to
did
vote
something
again?
weird. Fuck me.
The better measurement is if it
Uh,
gets
so
more privatized,
judges-
become more or less correct. That's a
Let's
good
fix
one.
that a little quicker. Sorry about that. Yeah. Do you guys have? I made you go first last time, Tyler. So so I'm going to look at you, Chief. Do you have a question ready for
solipsism?
Name.
Give me a sec.
All right. Should I go to Tyler first then?
If he's got it ready already.
Tyler,
Otherwise,
you
I'll
ready to
keep
cook?
one up.
All right. Tyler, you're up first. Question for Casey, if you would, please.
Okay, we're listening, but
All right,
also
Casey,
we're watching. Ready?
I again kind of want to make this lenient on you because I feel like I want a more even debate, and you need the helping hand at the moment here. So I don't take that as offensive, but you argue that government structure is not inherently corrupt. What is corrupt is the incentive system that you argue.
It's got everything.
Remove.
No. The first thing you said, I never said that. I always said
You argue the
we're looking at-
problem. Okay, well, I'm asking you a question. Let me get the question out.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, you're arguing here that it's not government inherently that's causing this corruption.
Everything
So
you
his
could want to
argument
watch
that
is
more
free.
government
Oh, see,
doesn't
I'm
mean
here.
more
It's
corruption. Your
free.
rebuttal is,
Yep,
no, we're removing the
there.
incentive structure. So more government wouldn't necessarily mean more corruption because those people would filter themselves out. Emmett's response to this, which I feel is unaddressed right now, is that no, we're not removing the incentive structure.
I'm telling him his
We're
mic is
taking it from the private markets to the taxpayer, where now they're not going to be able to go bankrupt. Now they're not going to get fired. They're going to be able to fail up in government, as we often see, and spend taxpayer money on things that go nowhere and could potentially be corrupt. So with that argument out there, I just wanted to give you a chance to directly respond to it.
Why would a system that the government is paying for, that there is no one that owns that business, that or whatever, because it's not the business, why would it produce bad things, and why would it try to skimp on, for example, antennas, or why would it fuck up the poop pipes in an aircraft carrier trying to save money? Like it wouldn't. The thing that you said was wrong. Yeah, was that that because it would be part of the government, then therefore it would have these same problems. But it actually solves a lot of problems. If you don't have like an actual like free market, if it's not something like 4 companies are making like B-52s or B-2s or whatever, then you don't have any of the benefits of a market system. You only have a de facto monopoly, and in this case, the people who own that monopoly are going in and out of the positions who pay the price for the monopoly's goods. Everything is inherently, in this case, there's no way that the things they're purchasing are actually what they're worth, what they're paying for. We're overpaying for everything.
All right, good stuff. And now over to you, Let's Chief. You have a question for Casey ready?
Yeah. So you mentioned like revolving door hires being a problem where people went from government to private sector to government. How would that problem be addressed by eliminating the step of private sector and then just staying like in that same government circle?
Right. The problem is with when they get out of the Pentagon and they're hired as executive of Raytheon, like the money that they're getting is literally tens of millions of dollars, and they're not getting it because they're just that good. They're getting it because they just left the Pentagon and they just left the position where they were giving that company the business or the contracts where that money came from. It's a system that simply like how can a system go on as it is? Like,
all right,
and that just simply doesn't exist when you remove the external company that can pay someone $10 million for giving them a contract. You remove the main issue of our
telling Horseradish about
good stuff
about StreamYard.
All right, now going back to you, Mr. Tyler.
Bramis,
Emmett this time, please.
I'm still trying to frame it. If he has one ready, let him go.
No worries. Chief, you go first this time.
Cool. Emmett, could proper oversight and accountability solve for the problems of
But that's already how they work. Like that's already we're already there.
projects done under like the umbrella of the government itself?
I said that that's the idea, right? That's the point of having a Congress, and that's the point of having oversight committees, is that to get to that point. I don't think that we are going to have a perfect government, and there's no way that we are going to get to the point in which there's not going to be any kind of corruption. But it will be even through the problems that we have right now with the current system, it's still less corrupt than if we just give him, the bank robber the whole bank. In this case, we just have to accept the fact that we don't live in a perfect society or system, and we need to be asking to have more accountability.
Good stuff. And now it's over to you, Tyler. Are you ready for a question now, sir? Yeah. All right.
Yeah. So, in the same vein of the last question I asked, I kind of want to get your response to it as well. When you were arguing that the incentive system, even if you remove the private market bidding incentive system and shift it over to a nationalized industry, you spend all this taxpayer money you said on buying it, which I'm guessing you were suggesting they're going to buy. What are some examples of how that incentive structure now is coming out of the pocket of the taxpayer? How can you better refine that argument? Because I feel like
we're up next, baby. We're up next. You ready to fucking close down this shit?
I would say that every single time
I better see y'all in the chat fucking going.
This kind of
social
like social constructions, social creatures, in a sense, that we have.
Also,
they are trying to fight for survival, in a sense. When you take away the idea of the survival of the company, it becomes a free for all. At the end of the day, what they want.
If you want to join the Twitch chat, it will still show.
Government officials, what they want is to
show
have
up
the
here.
people they want. Get into
everybody
those
else will be able to see it as well.
And they don't.
Only if you can open a new tab. Don't leave my stream.
Having these people working
to go
for
over
them and doing what they want. But the company itself is like sick now. So they're going to have the problem of not having the incentive structure of trying to survive, of trying to create the things that people actually want so that they can do as they need. In this case, weapons.
Never actually started the clock because I was distracted doing something else, but good stuff. It's still fucking doing it. I don't know how to make it so that my shit stops making noises. That's really annoying. Whatever. Yeah, okay. So we're going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock now. So it's going to go to you, Casey. Your opportunity to go ahead and close for us. I'll start the clock whenever you start to talk.
Kratom.
Yeah, my opponent has this brain rot where it's like government bad, government can't do anything, corporations do it better, business does it better.
Government
Even
is
what
bad.
He just
corporations
said
do it
better. But what he just said a moment ago was leaning on the idea of a company surviving and needing that incentive to survive. And I entirely agree with that. That's why I'm a capitalist. I'm not the communist. I'm not debating for communism. But the whole argument is that survival structure doesn't exist. Even he admitted that our government wouldn't let Boeing fail. He admitted that, and then 5 minutes later is talking about the surviving. Surviving instinct important for an efficient company.
I'm gonna get some more water before my debate
work
starts.
Good, and they don't care if they're working for Jeff Bezos. They don't care if they're working for Sam Altman, who raped his sister. Engineers don't care. They just do work. And the actual most important point, which I haven't even mentioned, is the incentive structure for these companies to push our military, our country into war, into making more bombs, into making more military things. And when you spend $1 trillion every year on hammers, well, everything starts to look like a nail. And that's exactly what we've seen. The companies that benefit from us going to war are pushing us into war. It's been nonstop. My entire life we've been at war, in war, my entire life. This wouldn't fucking exist if it weren't for the companies that are benefiting to such an extent as they are today.
Yeah.
If we're talking about a system,
Can we get Morty a treat before the debate starts?
Where
just one, 99 cents.
The company that makes
I know you got 99 cents.
One type of plane or one type of tank is going to continue to do that. There isn't that capital. There isn't that gain you get from being a capital, from being a open market type situation.
Stop trying to win the
Moreover,
argument and
the
just
rank
have the conversation.
Corruption that we just see, right? You could see someone going into the Pentagon, signing a contract for a company, and then leaving the Pentagon and going to work for that company for tens of millions of fucking dollars. Whatever you think the corruption is in government that exists, whatever, like this is the.
If you're watching here, yes, I'll drop it here. If you're from there, then
that right there,
I'm sure.
Done.
All right. Good stuff. Landed it on the button. Unfortunately, I had it on the wrong screen, but that's all right. We're still working on getting better. 3 minutes is on the clock for you now, Emmett. Go ahead and start whenever you're ready, buddy. I'm all ears.
Yeah, of course. I was not going to go to personal attacks, but since I have brain rot, this commie fuckle who the wants is to get your taxpayer money and do as much damage to your country as they can. Okay? The idea of, oh, I'm not a communist. Fuck off, commie fuck, okay? We're not gonna give you our industry. We're not gonna do any of that. The point of it is that all your moral indignation means absolutely fucking nothing at all. Nothing. You're like, oh, Alman raped his sister. Who the fuck cares? You would vote, if it was possible right now, for Bill Clinton, who got a fellatio in the Oval Office and flight
shout
all
out
the
to
way
David.
to West like thousands of
Thank
times.
you.
Okay,
So very,
at the end of the
very
day,
much,
when
sir.
it comes to doing this kind of moral indignation about, oh, whoa, the government is better. The government is the same kind of people that are in power, and what they want and what they have as their main incentive.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
The main incentive is
so
to be
very,
as rich
very
as
much.
possible and to be as powerful as possible. Just as the people in the company. The difference is they do it through force. The companies do it through providing a service.
One
That
more,
is the big
guys,
difference.
and we're
companies want to be able to provide
halfway
the
to
best
15.
possible service and the
Remember,
best possible
it doesn't have to be the
product that
dollar
they can
amount.
so they can get as much money as they can. The
15,
government doesn't. What the
99
government
cents.
does is use as much force
It's
as
the goal.
possible in order to gain the power and to force people into either paying them, for example, taxes, or in order to destroy the market so that you can only have one option, and it's the government option. At the end of the day, we don't want your stuff, communist. Okay, you want to go to communist countries? There's a lot in the market. Go to Venezuela. They love you there.
Good.
They're gonna be super happy to have you there.
I
in
need
Venezuela.
Searka to be riled up.
And that would be it for me. Thank you so much, Horseradish.
Absolutely.
That's exactly
All
what
right.
Avery's
yeah,
saying.
That's that was it. So great performance from
monotone.
both of y'all. I'm actually, unfortunately, was dealing with a sound issue there, so I kind of missed what happened there. That provoked
Shout out to
the ad response. But I'm sure I will watch it whenever I'll find out whenever I hit the VOD. But
I
with
don't
that
know.
said, judges will be the ones who decide how that reaction
What
and
do you guys
response
think?
all interacted and affected their
Let's do
personal,
directly from here.
positionings. So, judges, I'm going to hope that you guys are ready. I'm going to go ahead and once again drop the link in the chat. If one of
I'm
you
gonna
guys
do both,
could,
but
or
we have
actually,
a poll
I guess,
here.
Yeah, if
And then
If
you could take that link. Yes, sir.
If it's possible, would you put it in the side chat so I can link it?
Yes, that's what I
So-
was just about to say. So Let's Chief, I can't because of the fucking delicate nature of the setup. But
There's a poll
if
right
Let's
there in the
Chief
side
would
chat.
drop it into the side
Thank
chat
you.
of the Discord,
yeah.
thank you. For Let's Chief or for Emmett as well as for Lutch. So okay,
We're on Twitch. You don't need from me,
that
baby.
is going to be the link. Go ahead and click it and vote it. And
I didn't vote.
It takes nothing, and it does really, really matter, and it really, really helps. Especially because I have this strange suspicion this one might be a split decision by the judges, so it's probably going to come down. But I could be wrong. We'll see. Judges, are you
Vote it.
guys ready to
Bop
render
it.
your judgment?
Judge it.
Let's, Chief. I'm going to have you go first because Tyler is still on the fence. What say you, sir?
Oh, wrong one. Sorry.
What a matchup. I thought that was good.
Hey!
Casey, I feel like
Shout
started
out
off a little
to
bit
Soil.
weak, but on the close,
Two.
ended up,
So,
bringing it
where
all
are we there?
together.
Hey, with the $2.
Like,
Thank you, thank you,
especially
thank
with the
you.
imagery
So,
of the,
very
like,
much.
absolute worst version of the
Love
corruption.
you.
Just pointing out, like, you know,
Yeah,
just
there's another
ensuring
piece.
these contracts, getting paid millions.
There you
millions
go.
of companies,
Thank you,
going
thank you,
back
thank
and
you.
like,
So
it's
very,
like,
very
incense-
much. Thank you, thank you,
incestuous
thank you.
circle where people are just making like tons of money for like doing like a really terrible thing is a good point.
That's
but,
over
again,
half
like,
away,
started
guys.
Off, like,
6 more. 99
not
cents
super
hits
strong.
the goal.
I feel like Emmett, the first half of like the open kind of like dialogue was like really strong for you, and then I feel like you kind of started to slowly revert.
Oh, I
into
forgot you already.
some,
That makes you the new soul.
some like
Soil to
online
soul.
political debate,
Sponsor
like, tropes that
of the stream.
honestly,
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
you know, weren't that necessary. I feel like you were strong in your argumentation. So when you did things like, you know, starting to be like, you know, let's pretend like that's the case, just kind of dipping your toes in the bad faith there. You know, you don't rely on those like cheap tropes and like pointing to like communism too much. To the end, I like get it at the end, but like, you know, when it happened and kind of like
I don't know, because Casey kind of was being bad faith first, as far as I saw.
And you don't need those kind of tropes to be a strong debater. And they, like, in all honesty,
I talk about goodwill.
In all honesty, kind of like make you sound
me,
like every other kind of right-wing debater.
Like
when
Emmett
I think
got
you
that
might
goodwill,
be, like, more skilled.
And then Casey was like, me, and he was like, all right, I'll match that energy. That's what I felt.
With their kind of like bullshit. That's like kind of just like simple and easy to like fall into that kind of line of argumentation. But saying like your arguments that, you know, the government being, corrupt already, having to like feed more money into that, and then like initially
see, a lot of people don't like that. All right, so maybe I got to be a little bit more direct.
Like really bad, and I feel like that's
a little bit more direct.
Really poorly.
So our poll,
and obviously things got
our
out
poll
of
is
hand,
at 50-50
here. But you know, it was kind of
and
like on both
theirs
sides. So
it's close.
Overall, I felt that Emma just made a little bit stronger argumentation overall, and that's why I scored this debate 4-6.
4-6 for Emmett from Let's Chief. Good stuff. I actually agree with a lot of that. We're going to get back into some
actually
of it. There's
specifically
some
looked
stuff
at the
I would push
science,
back
which is
against,
why I'm a pureblood.
but I definitely enjoyed that feedback. Are you now prepared, Mr. Tyler? All right,
Yeah,
good stuff. Go ahead. The mic's yours. Where did you land? Chat, please,
right.
please. It's not allowed.
So
okay,
I was
I'm gonna
just
fix that right now. Sorry, people.
I was just saying that thing about cross-examination, and then Emmett comes in and probably did the best cross I've seen in like several debates, man. He just beat him up, and I don't think the arguments ever recovered from that. He laid down his main argument of if government's corrupt, how is more government going to settle government corruption?
Yeah, you can't get past that point.
The answer to that initially was we're removing the pay incentive, and he said, well, the incentive will just shift to taxpayers. And Casey, I tried to give you that. I tried to tee you up, set up the context, and give you that, and say this is the argument you need to hit. And you didn't give me a
what are you doing? What is this?
Never went back to it. I really feel like that was what you needed to refute to make it was a core pillar of your argument that you didn't hold up on. And Emmett stumbled a couple times. He really fucked up when he asked you for a country, and then 2 questions later he massively shifted his goalpost to like ask you like about the nationalized space program of that country.
That was bad.
It was really bad on his part. He goofed there, and you didn't pounce on it at all. Emmett, again, that's one goof. A couple of
what's
times
creepy?
you've been using more examples. That's why I specifically asked you, give me some real world examples. You're saying taxpayers are now on the hook. It's not going to be the private industry corruption. We're going to get a different kind
we
of.
have 2 people who did not vote. 2 people who did not vote.
There's probably some better.
You could
examples
swing
I
the
already
whole
used, but you gave me
poll
a sufficient amount to back up your
on my
So
chat.
I really just wanted to help you guys both out there a little bit. So I give it to Emmett 7-3. 3-7. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, it's all right. It's all right. I know what you meant.
That's so confusing.
Left and right. It shouldn't be that hard. I mean,
numbers.
Are you one of these
hard.
guys? All right. So in that case, it looks like once again, it's going to come down to the audience vote is actually just for show, kind of like America. But let's go ahead and give it a couple of seconds.
I don't need to ask you
lock
guys,
it in,
right?
'cause
We're all on the
apparently I
side
fucked up and I was
of
prohibiting
personhood at
VPN
conception.
users from voting on this one.
Does
I know
anybody
I fixed
disagree
it
with
on
that?
the other ones, so I apologize. That was my bad.
it.
As you guys can all tell, there's a lot of new changes, a lot of new shit, a lot of things we're figuring out for the first time tonight. So we're gonna stumble, but we'll never fall. So, all right, 5, 4, 3, 2, locked it in. Show me them results. Ooh, this one's much closer. This one was also going to be a 6-4 for Emmett.
Fuck.
So
I gotta pee
that
again.
is a second shutout victory, or excuse me, 4-6 is what I mean to say. So it looks like Casey, while we did appreciate your performance, it looks like the audience and the judges seem to think that Emmett took the win here. So great job from both of you guys. And the fact is, I mean, I always enjoy your content, Casey, communist or not, or socialist for the record. But Emmett, this is my
neither
first
of
time.
those.
I know.
I was a strong man.
I was just fucking with you. But Emmett, for what it's worth, enjoyed the hell out of your. This was your first showing, man, and yeah, like exactly like both the judges said, I was super impressed. So thank you very, very much for coming in, man. Please hang out and again stick around as late as you can. But as always, like you said, you're new, so anytime you need to go, you go ahead and go. So
I do gotta go, but I cannot
going.
stay, but what I can do is I can stay with my avatar and everything here so that you don't have to move everything. Would you like me to do that?
cheers, that would be beautiful. I'm tempted to have you try and leave just to see if it nukes the whole fucking thing, but I don't want to have to go through it again. So we'll nuke it some other time. So yes, if you would do that, sir, you are an absolute.
Emmett, where can we find you again?
And yeah, Emmett,
You can
go ahead
find
and
me at
drop any
Count.
links, please.
You can find me in YouTube at Count Emmett. I just got monetized yesterday, so
Congratulations.
that is pretty rad. I do art more than anything. I do pixel art, another kind of art stuff. Let me go ahead.
They might.
I've been working on
Spit it out, Emmett.
40K with my Sisters of Battle, which are the snow bunnies, and they're gonna be doing cool rad stuff. And I do karaoke on Saturdays. So I thought it was tomorrow,
It is
or else
Saturday.
I probably wouldn't have been available.
right.
But it was fun. Thank you for having me on. And I will just stay in the call. I will not be able to hear you. I will stay muted, but just so you don't have to move everything.
I
Yes, I'm
appreciate
vain.
it. Hopefully I can
Fuck
get you
you
back
guys.
on again in the future, sir. All right.
Thanks so much,
so-
for thank you for inviting me, Tyler, and good to see everybody.
Give him the
Thank
blue
you for the
steel.
debate, Casey.
All right. So we're going to go ahead and move on to our third and final debate.
Here we go.
We're way late because of all the technical difficulties and the glitches and shit, but we're here, we're doing it. So again, I appreciate all y'all fucking hanging out and being patient with us. So our third and final debate, our headliner, so to speak, of the night is going to be legal personhood should begin at conception.
Let me come back and
This is
see
going
some
to be between,
donos.
on the left, on the AF, Lutch, the Indian Jesus, and up here above me on the right, representing the negative side of this prompt, is going to be Searka, our returning almost champion. Sorry, Searka. It sucked, but he came in at the end and he knocked you off your pedestal. So, but this time, this one is going to be yours. So, that said, Lutch, you guys both know how this works. Do you guys have any questions before we begin? Or are you ready to just jump into it? You guys have been super patient. I appreciate it.
I'm ready to go.
All right, cheers. Well, then in that case, Lutch, 3 minutes is on the clock, sir. I will start the clock when you start to talk. Bring the thunder.
All right. Well, thank you, Horseradish, for hosting, and Searka for taking this debate. I'm looking forward to getting into this without appealing to God or religion. We're here to discuss one question. When does human life gain the right to not be killed? I propose that legally, personhood should begin at conception because that is the moment a new, distinct human life begins. Unique DNA equals unique human being. From that point forward, what exists is not a potential human. It is a human with potential. Bill Burr may be a filthy live, but even he can acknowledge in his comedy bit that cake batter in the oven wouldn't be called a potential cake, but a cake in process. From that moment of conception, a fetus has its own DNA, its own developmental trajectory, and, if not interfered with, generally will go through every stage of life that you and I have already passed through. So at what point during this continuous process is it okay to choose to end a human life? Searka may try to move this debate into gray areas, viability, consciousness, dependency, etc., but those are all changing and subjective standards. Viability shifts with technology, consciousness is difficult to define and even harder to measure, and dependency exists in many forms throughout life, specifically directly after birth, which I'm sure we would agree it's not okay to kill at that point. None of these provide a clear, consistent, or principled line for when a human life magically gains value. Conception does. It is the only point that is biologically grounded, logically consistent, and not arbitrarily dependent on external factors. If we're going to draw a line at all, and the law must draw a line, then it should be at a point where a human life actually scientifically begins, not somewhere later based on shifting definitions or the convenience of 304s. Once we admit that some human lives do not yet count, we are no longer debating the beginning of life. We are deciding which lives count and which don't. Searka will likely argue about difficult cases, edge scenarios, and legal complications. I don't deny that recognizing personhood at conception would require us to think carefully about how we handle those situations. But difficulty is not an argument against doing what is right. We already build complex legal frameworks to protect human life in countless contexts. The fact that something is complicated does not mean that it's optional. The question isn't whether this creates challenges. The question is whether we are willing to recognize a human life for what it is and extend to it the most basic protection we give to any person, the right not to be intentionally killed. That is what is at stake in this debate, and my position is the only one that life maxes, as Clavicular would say, and minimizes the needless death of babies.
All right. So you landed it right on the button there.
How'd I do?
Searka, 3 minutes is on the clock for you to cross-examine. Use this time as you see fit, sir. Welcome in. Glad you can make it. And I hope you're ready. We'll start the clock when you are ready.
Of course. Well, first off, does every cell have its own DNA, unique DNA? Indian Jesus?
Sorry, you were a little quiet. Does every what?
Does every cell have its own unique DNA?
No. The cells in a singular body is going to have the similar DNA structure. That's why we're using DNA, not being a cell. You know, a lot of people will talk about like, oh, I could clip off a toenail and that's still my DNA. But that's moving far outside of the framework of assigning personhood to a fetus.
So you're just factually wrong. No, every cell has its own unique DNA. That's a fact.
Is it though?
Yeah, it is. And then second, things like being biologically human are not the same as being enough for full personhood, right? Like that doesn't really just mean anything about what the debate is about, correct?
Sure.
So just because it's biologically human doesn't mean that we automatically just assume something like personhood.
Why?
Correct?
No, not correct.
Because those two things are different things. It's actually pretty unclear when to give personhood from. Right? Personhood is essentially something a government does, like the described rights we have in government are then prescribed onto something. And it's to me, I think it is extremely unclear to give personhood to just a fertilized egg.
So I just want to be, maybe I'm ignorant AF, but you're telling me that there's a different DNA sequence in cells in my right hand than the cells in my left hand.
They're similar, man, but each cell has its own unique DNA.
So then can we talk, let me rephrase unique DNA to be the unique DNA profile.
Mm-hmm.
Unique DNA profile equals unique human being, correct?
I mean, there's not much more to say right now than just probably like.
Well, is that correct or is that incorrect?
No, it's just this is not really relevant. Okay, I'm sorry. It's in my cross-sex right now, but you just need to read a biology book.
Okay.
Now, the other thing I want to talk about. Okay, I mean, how much longer? 36 seconds. I think one of the other things you said was something about. No, I'm pretty sure that just covers it. The rest of it was kind of like nonsense to me. So we can move forward.
All right, cheers. Well, then in that case, 3 minutes. 3 minutes is on the clock for you now, Searka. Whenever you're ready, I'll start the clock.
Okay. I'm going to say that, of course, something biologically human exists at conception. In my opinion, the negative does not need to deny that myself. The real question is whether conception starts the rights of makes the start of a rights-bearing person in the moral, legal, and philosophical sense. Those are not the same thing, and treating them as the same thing is a whole mistake. Biology can tell us when a new organism begins. It cannot by itself settle when full personhood begins. When moral standing becomes equivalent to you or me, when the law must treat a fertilized egg as a citizen, the move requires argument and not just assertion. Something like DNA is not enough, in my eyes. Metabolism is not enough. Human origin is not enough. If it were, every human tissue sample would carry the same status. And clearly it does not. So the burden here is heavier than it first appears, in my eyes. There must be a reason conception and conception alone is the bright moral line. Why not implantation? Why not sentience? Why not consciousness? You brought up consciousness, but both of those two things you said to yourself are very unclear. Applying personhood to a developing fetus is in and of itself extremely unclear as well. I found it kind of weird that we brought up consciousness and didn't really see the link there. At least not like topically, but just the link between their unclearness. Why not viability? Once those questions are on the table, the certainty around
Do not answer that.
Conception starts to wobble quite a bit. And that matters because this is not a careless debate.
I specifically answered that.
If full moral status, legal protection, and public power are being assigned at the very first instant of development, that requires more than a slogan. It requires a reason that survives scrutiny. And that matters because this is, So the negative position is not that life is worthless before birth, not at all. It is that personhood is a developing status, not a switch flipped at fertilization. Moral weight can grow and human value can be real, but conception is not magic, and saying it is, I just don't think says or does it so. So that'd be mine.
All right. I take it that sounded like you landed it. So 3 minutes is now going to be on the clock for you, Lutch. Go ahead and cross-examine as you see fit, sir.
Okay, so then you're saying not a conception is a bad place to draw the line. So then where would we draw the line?
I think the moment of birth is the most clear point at which we could actually prescribe governmental personhood or personhood, which is the prescription of rights from a government onto a human being.
So 9 months in the womb, totally good to kill them because they're not a person. Is that your position?
I don't think it's murder. You just said
I didn't say I said kill. I didn't say murder. I said can you kill them?
I don't think.
Do you not think they're alive? Our fetus is not alive?
Semantically, I guess you're correct. Killing, yes.
Is there another what? Okay. So if it is alive, is it okay?
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay. So then the question stands: is it okay? 9 months pregnant, sitting on the table, saying push, and be like, actually, you know what? Nah, just end it. That's okay?
I mean, no, that doesn't happen though.
Why not? I didn't ask if it happens. I asked if it was okay. Why is it not okay?
So you said 9 months in. Okay, how many? I'm sure you've heard this before, but what is the percentage of third trimester?
Why is that relevant to my question? I'm giving you a hypothetical where there's I'll tell you again. There's a baby or there's a mother that is 9 months pregnant.
You can tell me again, but what you just said is made up. It doesn't happen. Man.
Yeah, that's what a hypothetical is, sweetie. And so again, the hypothetical is there's a woman and she is pregnant, 9 months. Baby's about to come out. according to your framework, it is okay to kill that fetus, not murder. I understand you don't think it's murder, but it's okay to end the life of that fetus at 9 months because of the fact that you say it's not a person.
I actually probably.
I'm just establishing. I'm trying to understand. That's yes. That's what you believe, or no? That's not what you believe.
Going to let me answer.
Sound like you were about to ramble to a yes or no question.
No, I just said I actually don't think it's okay. I just don't think it's possible to legislate on it.
Okay, why is it not okay then?
Which is what this topic is about.
Sure. Why is it not okay?
Legislating.
Right. Why is it not okay?
Because the risks far outweigh what you're talking about right now.
The risk to who?
The risk to the women, the risk to,
Okay, so you were talking about viability.
Here, let me give you another example.
You were talking. Well,
let me give you another
if I could just take my cross-examination while we're. So you talked about viability before, and as I mentioned in my opening, the viability changes based on technology. So if we had the technology that was completely safe for a woman to have an abortion at 9 months, that would be okay with you? Completely safe for the woman.
We are mammals, dude. If we could shit eggs,
that does not answer my question.
It would be different. Yes, it does.
How would you feel if you didn't eat anything yesterday?
No, we are mammals. We have complicated pregnancies. No amount of technology is going to change that, my friend.
That's not the question. The technology can change.
That's the problem.
Okay, I can explain it to you. I can explain it to you.
We have development that happens here.
Okay?
Like here, you can have a condition where, like the fetus, for instance, the doctors know that it's not producing a hormone or something to make.
How do they know that? Do they use technology? Do they always have that technology? Is it possible that new technology will come up where it is exactly what I'm saying, the hypothetical that I'm bringing, whether there's no risk to the mother?
How is it going to change the fact that the liver will not grow inside the fetus?
Why do we need the liver to grow in the fetus if we're killing it?
Oh my God. Do you want to outlaw abortion?
Generally, yes.
Okay, so if in your world right now, the fetus that I just described has to be all the way to term with no liver, and then the mother has to watch it die in her arms once she gives birth to it.
Okay.
Are you aware of this?
Yes. I don't know. Is there a question?
Is that fucking cool to you, or I'm confused? Like,
no.
What do you mean?
So do you not understand the difference? Do you not understand the difference between legal and emotionally or morally acceptable?
I do.
Okay. So then you're doing a bait and switch there because you asked me how I feel about it when we're talking about the law.
Exactly. Well, remember, I said.
So you're projecting that I think it's totally cool the situation that you just gave, when that's not the case.
Let me answer. I said I don't agree with someone just getting an abortion in that weird, just push it out. Fucking
okay, agreed.
In.
So,
but I don't think we could legislate it because I'm not a moron.
Okay,
because
elaborate.
What happens is we end up with what I just described to you a second ago, where someone has to carry a fucking baby to term,
and that's worse than millions of babies dying a year. I will stand 10 toes down that if whatever number of women that happens to every year, that is less than the babies that are killed every year.
Do you think less maternal death and fetus death happens when you outlaw abortion, or more?
Depends on how the law works, but I mean,
I feel like you've never looked at these stats then. Because
you're asking a very broad question. There are many ways. I'm answering it. Can I answer the question? Can I answer the question? You're asking a very broad question, and it depends on the specifics of the law that to answer the question. I don't know based on is it okay? That's too broad for me to answer. Can you if you want to specify the
broad statement? Didn't you just make a broad statement about how I want less babies to be killed or something?
Yep.
I mean, I'm just telling you that when we outlaw abortion, we end up with more dead fetuses, essentially more dead babies in your eyes.
Oh, okay. So when we end up with a law that doesn't align with reality, we should just get rid of that law because reasons.
Making a law about life beginning at conception is reality.
Yep.
Like personhood.
Yep.
How?
Because unique DNA, the unique DNA profile. The unique DNA profile.
I already told you that unique DNA is in every cell. So
right, but
it's pretty dumb.
Okay, fine. So you can, if you want to play semantics, then you very clearly know that that you could take a fingerprint or a footprint or a hair from my body and it would match with me versus a hair, fingerprint, or something from you, and that would match you, right? So maybe I'm too stupid to know what that is called, but that.
I just don't think you understand that now.
Maybe I don't, but where am I wrong?
The potentiality argument, making conception now this like realistic, law that you can do, is a problem, is it not?
I mean, it would be
doesn't match
difficult.
reality.
I mean, why not? I think it would be extremely. I do think it would be difficult, as I said in my opening. But that just because it's difficult. I mean, this is essentially, I mean, this is the same kind of argument that we've heard.
Difficult? What do you mean? What do you mean difficult?
I'm giving you. I'm admitting that if we extend personhood to conception, then that will create other conflicts in the legal system. I'm saying that doesn't mean it's okay to kill babies.
Okay, you think it's like murder, though? I'm assuming. Why do you keep saying
Yes.
kill?
Because you don't accept it as murder. I'm playing on your field.
No, you can say.
I'm not invoking murder because I know that you don't think that. So we can agree that it's being killed. That's why I specifically asked you before. Do you believe that it is alive and that it can be killed?
Literally murder, though, right? You think it's murder?
That's irrelevant to the point.
It is not irrelevant.
Okay, why is it relevant? Why is it relevant that I think it's murder
We're
versus
talking
kill?
about personhood. Here, right? So when life begins at conception, okay? For instance, are you aware of Texas's maternal death statistics at all? Like the average rate of a pregnant woman's death per capita per 100,000?
I do not. I'm not familiar.
Okay, so after they put in their trigger law effect for abortion, right? They just stopped giving the data to the free paid for service to actually like measure this, right? And it went up like, I think in the first year before they just stopped giving the data, it went up like fucking 30 to 50%. Okay.
Okay. Is there a question? Or you're just telling me about
murder
that?
to happen? You want less killing to happen? Correct?
No, because they're very clearly we can have, as I said, it depends on how the law works. So maybe that law and the way that Texas does it doesn't help and leads to more babies. That doesn't mean that extending personhood
doesn't help because it's
it doesn't mean that inherently
on-
it doesn't mean that inherently by extending personhood to conception that problem must exist. We can change other laws to make sure that the problem you're appealing to doesn't exist.
Yes, it does. Yes, it
So
does.
so
You
it's
are men. We have
impossible.
complicated pregnancies.
Okay,
We
so I
have
just want to make
complicated
sure.
pregnancies.
So we're going to edge cases. So what if I
No, I'm
just
not.
even give you those edge cases and we say
These are not edge cases, dude. These are not edge cases.
okay, I thought you
This
were
is not
I thought
like
you were
a
going somewhere. Sorry.
distribution chart. This is not a distribution chart where you can be like, oh look, like an island.
No, I
out there
thought
in the middle of
my
nowhere.
apologies. I thought you were going down the grape and incest route. My bad.
No, I'm talking about just how women have complicated pregnancies.
Mhm.
We have we did not evolve like a nice way to give children, unfortunately. It's very complicated. It can be very brutal. And if you essentially give personhood all the way to conception, we have far worse outcomes for everyone involved. Completely.
Okay, outcomes like what? Which outcomes are worse?
Maternal death, as well as
What about the baby's death?
So like,
what about the number of babies though?
again, I don't think it's murder, right?
I didn't ask you about murder. You keep trying to put that word in my mouth. I have never spoken the word murder on this stream. You and I agree that a fetus is alive.
Okay.
We are talking about ending the life
I
of
don't
that
think it
living
gets
thing.
personhood though. So killing.
Okay,
in
but
this
we
case,
didn't get there yet.
killing-
I'm not asking you about person.
in
I'm
this case,
I'm asking
the
you.
fetus does not mean
Okay,
murder
so
to me,
because
right?
it's not
I
a person,
I don't
then it's
think
okay to
just
kill it.
Killing like that. I don't think it's just killing like you're saying it.
What do you mean just killing? What's the difference between killing and just killing? Is it
When two
is it
people
ending
who
the
have
life or is it
personhood-
not ending the life?
When two people who have personhood kill each other, okay, there is a personhood prescribed to them, right?
I would say that would be
As in,
before
like, the
that, but
government,
sure,
they
yes.
have rights.
Yes.
At least if we're talking in the U.S., I guess if you go to some
Sure.
random island, it won't work this way. But I don't think it's possible to put that onto a fetus because of the outcomes we have.
Such as?
Because of the fact that.
Such
I
as
just told
what?
you, maternal death.
Okay, and so then I asked you how that compares to the fetal death. If we have 100 women who die every single year from complications because they can't get an abortion, and we have 1 million babies that die every year because they're aborted, I unfortunately, this is not a perfect world. People die. There are complications. I'm sorry, the lady's got to die. If the lady's got to die to save millions and millions of babies, It's not an easy thing. This is why I got frustrated when you said, "Oh, you think that's okay?" No, I don't think it's okay. I just think it's a fact of reality that when you compare the two situations where there's some maternal death versus there is a fetal death in every single instance, and then there still could be issues like if you don't get all the parts out and you can get infected and so on and so forth. So then some of the maternal death there also falls into women who get abortions. So I'm not. I understand the emotional thing that you are. I understand the emotion.
Earlier that oh my God, can I talk for a second? Didn't you just say earlier that being biologically human, you agree with me, does not mean that it is enough for legal personhood? Correct?
I don't think I said that. What was the question? What?
Do you think just simply being biologically human, okay, as in like the fact that it's now a fertilized egg, is enough for personhood?
Yes, that's the debate, is it not?
So why don't we just make unfertilized eggs have personhood?
Because they don't have the unique DNA. They haven't started the process. All of
Yes,
these,
they
all
do.
of
They're
those.
also biologically human. So what route are you using right now to tell me that just a fertilized egg is somehow more human or something?
Again, whatever you want, I don't know the correct word, but whatever is different between if you took my. Can I answer the question? Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you call it, dude. I'm saying whatever you want to call the difference between taking a piece of my hair and being able to match it to my DNA profile or whatever the fuck you want to call it versus taking a hair from you and being able to match that to you at a murder scene or, whatever that is, that. I don't care what you call it. Fine. It's not unique DNA. I was wrong in saying it's unique DNA. The principle of what I am appealing to still exists. Do you think that do you agree
What
at
is
least
that principle?
that there is a uniqueness to each individual human being?
Every cell is unique.
Okay. So how does that stop my point that if my hair is found at a murder scene, they can tie that to me and know that it's not for you?
Whether or not it's unique.
Yeah. Why do I need to finish the question? Right?
Every cell is unique. Then how the hell do you make this conclusion?
So I just want to be clear. The science of doing DNA testing in law enforcement, that is completely irrelevant.
I don't know if it's really smart to bring up the science.
Nope, I don't get to finish that question. I don't get to finish an answer. I don't get to finish the
DNA,
question.
man.
Oh my God. I thought this was a 1v1. So the question is, do you acknowledge that there is some scientific aspect that if there is one of our hairs found at a murder scene, that they would be able to tie it back to whatever you call your identity, your body, your soul, whatever it is? Do you disagree that that is how science works?
Should we give it personhood?
So again, the question was, do you disagree that that's how science works? If your hair is found, no, you didn't understand it, so I'll say it again. If I take a hair, if my hair is found at a murder scene, they can use that hair to determine that it was not Searka, it was Lutch, and vice versa. If your hair is found, they can use that hair to say it was Searka, not Lutch. Is that correct science or is that incorrect science?
It's correct science. Now,
okay, so then whatever the difference there is that you, whatever you want to call it, fine. If it's not unique DNA, then fine. It's not unique DNA. I don't give a shit about the semantics. Whatever that is, whatever process that allows a single hair to be tied to me and only me, exists within this child at the moment of conception.
Okay, so the property for you.
So that's why So do you have a better line? Is it where should we start
yes,
then?
Because right now it sounds to me like a person's hair could qualify, I guess, in your world for personhood. I don't.
Nope. See, this is what I said before about the nope. Does the hair doesn't have the whole profile, right? That's a human. That's a whole
unique or something.
You keep trying to. I'm conceding that. I'm conceding that the unique DNA is not the correct term. You're now being in bad faith, purposely trying to straw man me. Then I'm saying, no, we do have unique DNA. That's not what I said. I'm giving you that. Fine. I don't know the scientific term on what makes it what makes the police able to find me from a single hair and know that it's not you, and vice versa. I don't know what that term is.
We're not even talking about that.
I'm talking about that. You seem to not want to talk about what I'm talking about because I think it directly exemplifies what I'm trying to say to you.
No. I'm trying to understand how you are grounding, the property of personhood in your worldview right now.
So, and what did I say? What did I say when you asked me before? What did I say when you asked me before?
Let me just, is this not correct? Okay. Just tell me if it's not. You said DNA is unique. Therefore, when the fertilized egg happens, it's a unique DNA, right? Unique human DNA, I guess, and that means we can put personhood on it. That's
So
how you're
did I
grounding it,
did
correct?
I did I already concede that and show that that doesn't matter to my argument?
Okay, so what are you using to ground it with then?
Again, whatever you want to call the process, that if one of my hairs is found at a murder scene, they can tie it back to me and not you, versus if they find your hair at a murder scene, they can tie it back to you and not me or anybody else. I don't know what that's called. I'm not a biologist. I'm not a law enforcement. I'm a forensic.
I'm asking you
I don't
what
know
you
what
are
it's called.
grounding.
That is what I'm appealing to. Are you going to say that
don't
because I
care.
don't know
I
what
didn't
it's
ask you
called that it
that.
doesn't exist?
I don't care. That's not what I asked you. I asked you what is.
You
the
asked me what
property
I'm
you're
grounding it in, and I grounded it in exactly what I just told you. I just don't know the name for it. Fine, unique DNA is not appropriate. What is wrong about the actual thing that I'm talking about? What is incorrect scientifically about the notion that if you find my hair versus finding your hair, that they could tie it to you and nobody else? What part of that is wrong? That it's not unique
Because I don't
DNA.
know
I know
how
that, but the process.
I don't know how that grounds personhood.
Then I don't know what else to do for you, baby. I don't know what else to do. The fact that you are a unique human being in and of itself as a whole human being, that is the grounding. At conception, that is when that becomes a reality. So whatever you want to call that.
Being unique is your grounding property right here.
Yeah, sure.
Except every cell is unique, and now we can give this piece of hair personhood.
So, no. Because the hair applies to a profile that I'm talking about, a full, I don't know if it's gametes or a fucking
Piece of a ribosome of a cell will profile.
What do they
to a
fucking call it?
single cell.
What do they call the profile? Like it's like it starts with a G. Fucking, I don't know what I mean. I think you're really being bad faith because clearly, if you know more about this than I do, you absolutely know what the fuck I'm trying to say. And you know, I don't know.
I kind of.
So
do.
whatever
I just
makes
want to know that
DNA
it's not
evidence
good-
work, whatever makes
it's
DNA
not-
evidence
it's
work
not
is what I'm
good
grounding
enough
it.
to ground personhood.
Why
It's
not?
Just not.
Why not?
All right. I'm going to go ahead and jump on in there. I gave you all an extra 5 minutes because I was enjoying the back and forth. But we're going to go ahead and move on to the judges' questions. And I have a strange suspicion the judges' questions are probably going to be able to bridge this gap a little bit. I'm really counting on that fact, actually. So, judges, I know
We'll do
y'all have been
treats
listening. I
in
know
a
y'all
second.
are all
Appreciate
the
you
way into
guys.
this. Who's going to go first for me? Tyler, you doing it again? Chief, do you still need a second? Yep, Tyler looks like he's ready. So, Tyler, your first question, please, if you would, for Lutch.
Yes, I'm so fucking annoyed by this. Could you please, Lutch, explain, just uninterrupted, what you mean when you're saying a unique DNA profile individual to a human being?
So again, the idea, whatever the principle is that allows us to use DNA analysis in the court of law, maybe I'm retarded. I thought that we all had unique DNA and every cell has the sign. But whatever the process is that allows for one of my hairs to be tied back to my identity is it's unique in that manner. And because it is not just the uniqueness, it's the fact that the entire profile is unique.
All right, good stuff. And now I'm hoping you're
Different
ready
person.
as well, Mr. Let's Chief. Let's Chief, do you have a question for Lutch?
Yeah, let me read my own handwriting real quick.
We'll go through the chat
Go ahead and hit me when
after
you're
this.
So I think between like 1/3 and 1/2 of all fertilized eggs fail to implant. Would you suggest that there should be a crime committed essentially each time that one of
No.
those egg fails to implant?
No,
And
because
why
it's
or why not?
Because that's a natural process. So nobody is doing anything. It's like nobody's actively making that happen. That's just a part of the natural process.
Enough. All right, now we're going to go ahead and go over to Searka. Tyler, got a question ready for him.
I'm still working on it. If he's got one.
Yeah, Let's Chief, can you ready for a Searka question then?
Yeah, could you explain if there's a difference between biological personhood and legal personhood and why?
Why is there a difference between biological and legal personhood? I mean, I don't know what biological personhood is. That's just biologically human. Legal personhood is when we prescribe the described rights of a government, at least, onto a human being. So it's a legal like a legal prescription that we described in our government. It's not just being human, obviously. I think that they're just. Is that good enough?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. And
I had
are
that
you
in my
now ready,
notes, too.
Mr. Tyler?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I gotta go a little outside the debate, and I hate doing that. I hate bringing things in to make my own argument. It's just a lot of this was a definitional debate trying to figure out what he was saying. So, Searka, would you already say that we somewhat already just legally prescribe personhood onto a fetus? Like if a drunk driver kills a pregnant woman, will get charged with murder. So that personhood legally is already in place. Would you be arguing against that existing?
No. I would not be, no.
We're gonna start this. We're gonna look this up. I'm almost certain that's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, man.
All right.
There has to be some connective
Thank you. I
tissue.
fucked that up and comment.
There has to be some connective tissue.
Yeah, we're still figuring it out, kids. All right. So now then, we are to the point where each of the debaters is going to give us their 3-minute close. Thank you guys for that. We're going to head over to you first, Lutch. I'm going to put 3 minutes on the clock, my friend. This is your time to shine. Put a button on it. Let us
Sorry,
hear it.
we're doing closing.
Yes, sir. 3-minute closing is all yours.
Yeah, so I think I definitely need to look up this this thing about each single cell having such a unique profile that it can't be considered, maybe it's right, but that doesn't change the fact that we very clearly can use DNA to identify an individual. And so oops, whoopsie. I don't have the correct word for whatever that is, but Searka absolutely understands that there is a uniqueness to each person, and the connective tissue to whatever it is, all the cells in my body that are different than the cells in Searka's body. He understands that's what I'm appealing to. And for some reason, he wants to, take a semantic win because I don't know the right words. I mean, okay, cool, but I don't think that changes anything about the fact that despite, we didn't really get into it, but despite the differences that we would need to make to the law and the carve-outs that we would need to do, which would be extensive. That's kind of where I thought this argument was going to go. That despite that, that doesn't, as I said in my opening, being complicated is not an excuse to do something that is not right or not do what is right. And I think what is right is to accept that the unique profile or whatever Searka wants to use, whatever word that is, that allows the process of DNA analysis to work. That is what is the basis for why I think a fetus should be granted personhood. I mean, we already have things like, if you run over a pregnant woman with your car, then you get charged with murder twice. So there's ways that we have to bring that in, and there's other ways that might be, again, more difficult. But being difficult does not mean that we should just, it's too hard not to kill the babies. We we'd have to have a conversation, change the laws and stuff. So let's just kill the babies. I think the idea that, it may be true that we see more maternal deaths when abortion is illegal, but that's a very unique factor. And there's many factors that go into the health and safety of the mother and the baby. And so focusing on that part, again, seems kind of bad faith, if I'm going to be honest. I apologize. I like you, brother, but I don't think you've been in good faith here. So I'll throw it back to you.
All right. Cheers. 3 minutes is now going to be on the clock for you, Searka. It's your turn to close. How do you respond?
I think I'm just going to say that the weight of the round is not whether human development or just simply like biology in general begins at conception. Obviously, human biology does begin at conception. Non-life cannot create life, right? Not like excluding abiogenesis, I guess. But the real question is whether biological beginning is enough for personhood to by itself establish that in a full and moral and legal sense. That is the claim I think I asked to accept, or at least we were asked to accept. And that claim requires more than just recognition, more than caution, more than just like an emotional force. It requires a reason. And I guess the one we heard today in the grounding was uniqueness. That reason never arrives simply by pointing to conception as a starting point, in my opinion. A beginning matters, but a beginning is not the same as a completed moral status in this case. Human DNA is not enough. Mere membership in a species is not enough. Potential is not identity. A seed matters. It is alive, real, and I think it is worthy of care. But we do not confuse the seed with the tree here. We do not take the first moment of process and pretend the whole process is already complete as it relates to legal personhood. And that is why the debate matters. Once conception is treated as the decisive moral line, the law is no longer making a modest judgment, it is making a total one. It is saying that the earliest cellular stage carries the same standing as a conscious, developed person or newborn baby. That is an enormous claim to me. If that line is going to govern rights, duties, and public power, it must be
fucking genome. That's what I was looking for. God damn it. Thank you.
Lack of clarity. What you have instead is a description of biological origin doing work I think it cannot do on its own.
Do you guys think he didn't know that?
Can tell us where a new organism begins.
Do you guys think he was unaware of what I was referring to?
Begins, but it cannot.
Come on, motherfucker. You know exactly.
Person that begins. I want to point out that every cell in the human body is unique in its own way to the other cells in your own body.
Genotyping? There you
in
go.
The same manner in which he just described in his closing. It's not a framework
identical.
That makes sense. Yeah. It's being forced, in my opinion. If you try to actually understand how uniqueness doesn't really mean legal personhood. The negative position here remains the careful one, in my opinion, mine. And human life before birth has value. I think it has moral significance, but the value is not the same thing again, one more time, as full personhood. And conception is a clear philosophical line, is not a clear philosophical line that is often made out to be.
Bro, right. This is where I was going to go. I was going to go.
Very
I had
cool.
a whole thing.
So,
in my,
thank you both very, very much. We're going to go ahead and go over to the judges to see. I'm going to be real. I have no idea how this one's going to go. I have been right on, well, kind of half right on my guesses previous to this one. I have no idea how the fuck this one's going to land. So I hope that the judges are more ready than I am. I'm also going to go ahead and get that into chat. So I did already make sure that the VPN users were able to vote. If somebody would grab that and put it into the Discord room chat for me, somebody who's in the room, so that way people on other platforms can share it as they see fit. And remember, judging is free. Voting is free is what I meant to say. Sorry. Judges, are you fellas ready? Yeah, Tyler, you know what? You've been going first every time.
Vote for me.
Yeah, he is. You've been picking up the slack for Let's Chief. So go ahead and
it's very obvious.
Where did you?
If he knows enough to know,
a lot of time was not well spent in this debate. Like it just, I clearly was laying out something that I easily picked up what he was laying out, and still, even all the way to the closing, it seemed like Searka did not comprehend. There was like 15 minutes wasted on that. Like Searka made some pretty damn good arguments in the opening. He talked about the philosophical justification for personhood. I was waiting for that argument. I didn't think Andy and Jesus would have anything for.
That's what you're
that
supposed to do.
Never showed up.
It's about the debate. I appreciate it.
I never got any meat to those bones. So we did get a utilitarian argument out of Searka saying that the risk wouldn't be worth the reward. Andy and Jesus came back and countered that utilitarian argument by saying, what if there's 1 million abortions versus 100 women? I'm sorry, but those 100 women going to die. A utilitarian equation would essentially say this is the best way to do harm reduction is save 1 million lives. And Searka responded with, but I never said it was murder. And then they got into a squabble over murder. Then they got into a squabble over killing. And the utilitarian argument, we never got back to it. So in my mind, the last person that landed a good point on that was Lutch. So I have to give it to him because we just never heard any more on that. And then again, in Searka's closing, he was stating conclusions, and the conclusions were good. I just never heard any of that during the debate. Your opening gave me promise that I was looking forward to. I think you even had the winning argument in there if you could have proven it.
Take care of that, brother. Take care of that.
And so I think Lutch was able to stand his affirmation unchallenged because he really just got the final word on almost all the other arguments, except for the one you guys never got to the end to because we never got the definition down.
So final score?
7-3. 7-3.
7-3 for the affirmative. All right, let's Chief.
Sir.
It's on you now, buddy. Where'd you land?
So I'm just gonna echo a lot of Tyler's sentiments. For me, I feel like Searka's closing moved me maybe a little bit more than it moved Tyler. Again, I agree with Tyler that he made a lot of great arguments in his closing that we didn't really get during the debate. And they could have been more, well supported during the.
Did you guys vote?
And it felt
vote.
Lutch
for me
gave here's A, B, C, and D for why I believe what I believe based on these qualities. And in response, we got things like, read a biology book or, you're dumb or whatever. And that's not really in the spirit of what we do. And didn't really make a convincing argument either. But again, like I said, the closing did move me a little bit more than Tyler, as well as having being able to clarify the difference between what makes a thing biologically human versus when you give that thing rights. But I ended up scoring it 6-4.
Don't just vote for me because it's me. I
6-4
want a
Lutch.
real win.
All three debates, the judges have agreed. I don't know that that's ever happened before. That's pretty damn nifty.
We don't agree on a lot either.
No, exactly. That's a big fucking deal. So I'm gonna give y'all just a couple more seconds to lock in your votes, chat. This would be interesting if also all three victories tonight were 3-0 shutouts, because that also has never happened before. But either way, no matter how you guys vote, we already have the winner, and that's going to be Mr. Lutch, Mr. Indian Jesus. Great fucking job, dude. I appreciate you. And yeah, that was a great debate from both of y'all. I actually took a whole bunch of notes on that one. This was the one that I was most looking forward to, and I hope Chad enjoyed it as much as we did. So let's take a quick look. I'm going to count it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and let's see the results. Fuck me.
Let's
Chat
fucking
is
go!
50-50. So that's at least something. That's pretty fucking cool. All right. So it doesn't change the winner, but it does change the rankings because we do go by score cumulative. So with that said, thank you both. Thank all of you guys, actually. This was a new thing. We did a whole bunch of new things tonight, and I think a lot of the new things worked. We might have to dial in some of the new things. Wow, Casey Lee went black and white. I didn't see that coming. So just for those of you who do not know, we are going to now go back. We're going to open it up a little bit. Everybody's able to kind of talk. We're going to go through the prompts one at a time in order, but I think, we're probably going to spend only a little bit of time on the second one just because of the fact that we had Emmett's already gone for the day. But
I'm not really trying to go anywhere else, so we're gonna hang out here as long as
we will be
it's
looking
fun.
for feedback,
and then we'll go to the after party for the
changes,
members,
updates, etc. Also, for those of you who do not know, in the server, we keep track of the score, we keep track of the rankings, and it does reset every 3 months. We are currently starting the new season.
Thank you, Testicle Johnson.
Very
much.
Right. Average debate enjoyer was last season's champion.
And
this is going to be the last particularly monetized
Thank you.
for everybody so y'all know, starting in 3 months, starting next season, we're going to be rolling out throughout the course of this season some ways to kind of get a little bit of money in the pockets of the debaters. So there's going to be donations that come in that are going to be split across the winning teams. We're also always trying our best to keep things as fair and balanced as possible. So we're doing our best to try to keep the judges as unbiased. I think it's fucking funny that at least 2 of the debates tonight were won by people who disagreed, or the judges disagreed, but they had to pick the person who debated best. So good on you for my judges. I appreciate the hell out of y'all too. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and put 30 minutes on the clock. I'm going to go ahead and have y'all start the conversation on the first prompt, if that's all right. Which one?
Federal employees shouldn't be able to do prediction markets.
Boom.
Horseradish is going to go take a piss and get some whiskey.
That's exactly right. Well said, sir. All right, so go ahead and open the conversation. Clock started. We got, like I said,
thank you
peel
so
it apart.
very
Chief
much.
And Tyler, y'all, I guess whenever he gets back, y'all kind of take it away. But this is for everybody. Ask questions, give pushback, whatever.
Yeah,
I'll be right back.
I felt like this was the most like I don't see how you could look at. I mean, this was sorry. What are we doing? The military one or the other one?
The other one.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry. I jumped into it. Good. My bad.
Well, I was because Tyler did. I do appreciate feedback and reading everything. My initial thing, because he's like, I wish he hit harder on the transparency thing, and I felt like maybe I was following the prompt. I was trying to follow the prompt as exactly.
What was the first prompt?
So, like there could be a counter.
Oh,
okay.
Somebody
says transparency is like kind of a compromise, but my whole thing was I had to say that it should be banned or it shouldn't be allowed. So I felt like if I said, "Oh yeah, I support transparency," it felt like a bit of a half measure, and that's really the only reason I didn't go down that road. But that's all I got.
Yeah. I mean, I was just saying, I don't really have strong opinions on this, like Radish said. I effectively tried to use my real opinion on this as like my approach, which like I said, it's mostly like I think it'd be okay to ban it for like elected officials and appointed ones, but like I genuinely do not see the point in any other federal employees. I think it'd be a significant overreach to do it any farther than that.
Cards on the table. Yeah, I also. I mean, I gotta fight what the prompt is, but yeah, I also would agree. It's like too heavy-handed. I wouldn't support like a full-on ban. My actual opinion. I think I think like ethics committee. I actually agreed with a lot of your solutions. Like I think that would be amazing if we could get some of those things done. So it was kind of funny.
You're literally one of my mods. I expected you to agree with what I was saying. I knew the shit that I was going to throw out was going to be hard for you to not just agree with me outright.
Yeah. Dude, I was like, yeah, these are. I think I agreed on some stuff. I was like, yeah, that's a great idea. Let's definitely do that. But then I was like, I have to justify an outright ban, right? So that's why I had to go like even the janitors, dude. Like, what if they're cleaning up after somebody and they find that document in the trash? And they're like, I'm gonna make some money. Yeah, it does seem a bit far-reaching to ban everybody. And sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, that's exactly what I was going to ask about. Then, if we made it, because that is relatively broad, any federal employee. But if we, I heard you guys talking about public elected officials. Like, is there a place where we could narrow it down to these specific federal employees should not be allowed to bet?
Yeah, I mean it's the standard that I use the entire debate, which is elected officials. So anybody in Congress, the president, anybody in like state houses and stuff, governors, blah blah blah, and then appointed officials. So like the director of the FBI, judges. Things
What
like
about
that.
those elected official staffers?
I think I would be okay with that. Yeah.
Yeah, I would probably be okay with that because like it's kind of like the question that you asked me about the sports betting thing because I kept bringing up sports betting. So I would probably put those on the same level as like the coaching staff or like the umpires and stuff. So yeah, probably the staffer as well.
Yeah. And I don't know, maybe a more broad conversation. I don't know how you guys feel about betting markets more broadly. Like, I managed to squeeze it in my closing. I had tons of resources, and I was like, I didn't want to get bogged down and try to search for things in the moment. But the
I
story
think
that
things
came
like
out,
poly markets should be illegal.
yeah, like more broadly, yeah, like the story that came out today that Polymarket took it down and they apologized, but people betting on if that guy or if the person, the rescue mission in Iran will be successful. It's like there's just some. I understand that it wasn't
Something more
moral.
morbid about that.
Yeah, it wasn't a moral argument or conversation we were having, but some of the things I've even seen on Polymarket and other places, like it just seems so deeply immoral to be betting on people's lives in that fashion. So.
I'm better with that one than I am starting a war. Are we starting a war or not? Or like at least with the getting the guy back, at least no one knows already.
Yeah.
So it's
I'm gonna be honest. I thought about it's like I do actually support like betting on like federal elections and like these world event stuff in general. Like I don't think poly market like in the whole way that it operates should even be legal. So I was like one of my things that I was considering doing as like my approach is like why should we be banning federal employees from just betting on sports and then just focusing on that?
Yeah, well, so I had an argument. I did like with my prep. I didn't manage to squeeze it in. Like it felt very shoehorned, so I kind of dropped it. But one of the things I was going to bring up after like the Iran strikes was that there is also the potential for security risks. Like if the market all of a sudden spikes like an hour or two before something big is about to happen, like it could actually tip off things and like have some sort of domino effect that can affect, like again, real world events, but like big events as well, right? So
I was thinking, is there's actually bigger things than betting on poly or whatever, like the actual markets, like making $1 billion bet on the oil futures. Like,
that's what I was about to say. There's already laws about insider information. There's already laws about insider information about betting on the stock market. Why would this be any different?
Oh no, I was gonna say like whenever when I'm talking about like the like I think betting on like future events for like actual things that affect the world, like world events and stuff. I think like shorting and betting like like that stuff, like betting on the future of stocks in general, I think that should also be illegal.
I actually agree. I think Congress should not be allowed to invest in stocks. Like we're kind of on the same page in that because.
Oh no! I'm talking about like no.
Yeah,
I'm going even farther than that. I don't think that like the whole shorting stocks and stuff like that in general, like that whole prediction market as well. That whole prediction
betting
market,
on the failure
and then, like,
instead of the success.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Well, betting on that whole prediction market should be illegal, as well as the whole prediction market of betting on future events like poly.
Oh, I see.
Okay. Both of those should be illegal. I basically think like when we talk about prediction markets, the only
I don't really have that strong of feelings on this. Like we know that they abuse.
So even though
shit,
even that, right?
But like
it is, we know that sports people and you brought one of y'all brought it up in the debate that we already have like rules against people involved in the game betting against themselves, right? Like Ronda Rousey can't go and bet that she's going to lose this next fight because we know she'll just throw the fucking fight. Similarly, we already know with these poly market bets, people are literally betting on what color the first dildo to hit the court floor of the WNBA game is going to be.
They're not classified as bets. They're classified as futures.
Right. Sure. Yeah, exactly. But once again,
so that changes the entire argument, right?
Right. If the person who makes that bet brings his purple dildo, he is able to directly impact. And I believe this was a thing that just happened where a bet was, the guy who streaked.
It was a big fist, actually, a rubber fist.
And he's done it 2 years in a row, apparently.
Welcome to my fucking life.
That hopefully, I highly doubt it will, because Trump's SEC is signaling that he's going to let them keep their futures licensing or whatever. But ultimately, futures markets are extremely important to the U.S. economy because of, let's say, like the old example of like a farmer who wants to make sure he doesn't go bankrupt, so he like buys a futures contract for
gambles against his own
success.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's
So
like insurance.
these companies like Kashi was the first one. They got their futures contract a while ago, and then started abusing it. I think there was cases against them, and Trump, as soon as he came into office again, just dismissed all of it.
Sure. So once again,
really bad.
So
You can make
all
a
of those,
rule.
all of those situations betting against yourselves, that's not what I'm talking about, or the benefits of being able to gamble against yourself or buy insurance, et cetera, because that's basically
No,
what
but
it
the
is.
classification is
What I'm talking about though is if we all know that a person betting for the purple dildo is just going to bring a purple dildo to the game and do it himself, why would we not think that the exact same thing is going to happen when it comes to the government? That the person who gets to decide which city gets bombed first in Iran, that Pete Hegseth isn't going to be on the slide being like, no, my name is Pete Negseth. Like,
Yeah, this is really, you're 100% correct. It's really bad. We needed to do something about this a long time ago.
This is in my links. I'll repost it in the side chat. But this was also a story from 2 days ago that the Trump admin is suing 3 states because 3 states have tried to, I guess, ban or regulate prediction markets based on their own. And based on their own gambling laws.
Same thing that they did with the
like
AI,
I said,
though?
guys, we're gonna. I'm just gonna wait until they get to my.
And that brings up another question. Exactly. Yeah. The Fed is stepping in, right? So
I'm just gonna wait till they get to my topic, see what's good, and then we will roll.
Like smoke where there is most likely fire.
I mean,
right?
the problem is we can't just like get rid of futures contracts, right? That would be really catastrophic to our economy. So
how much does it contribute if you don't mind me asking?
It's for
You can make
commodities specifically.
You can make a rule about like you have to be using like if you want to buy oil futures, like you have to show that you're either using oil or you're.
He doesn't like it,
you have to
but
be in
he
the business
supports me.
Controlling who is allowed
could be
to
a
bet on
possible rule. Like it's not.
What
It's
futures
for a lot of
do is
companies. It's not bets. They're hedging.
They allow companies to like if they have a bad harvest or something, still exist. It's like.
There are other ways to solve that problem, though. Better ways to solve that problem. Just because that's the way that we're currently solving the problem doesn't mean it's the best way to solve the problem.
Yep. I'm actually not.
Yeah, like government
I'm not actually
subsidies.
informed enough to
like
have
abortion.
an answer to that. I honestly don't know. I bet there is, but at the moment, commodities markets are fundamentally tied to it. I bet there is.
I mean, I'm fine with like an airline company.
Better subsidies?
Like dabbling in futures of the fuel that they need. It's hedging their own need or whatever. Like obviously you could see the benefit of a company that uses
He's
a lot.
all right. He's just one of these source lefties. I mean,
have some of money wrapped up in the future. But that's entirely different from like investment bank like doing it.
Yeah, like for an example, like when we look at why this is bad, like we can I brought it up during the debate. We can look at the GameStop situation and how they we're trying to short GameStop in order to fucking drive GameStop out of business. Like this shit's fucked up and should not be happening.
Oh, what was even? I mean, if we're gonna rant about the GameStop situation, how about we talk about the fact that they stopped allowing people to?
That's what I was gonna say.
Go ahead.
Yeah. No, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No. I'm telling you, go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, it was that the Robinhood app or whatever. They they intervened
it was
in
almost
the
all
quote
of them.
unquote free market where they shouldn't have, and then they just stopped trades.
Protect
They're like,
their
well,
beneficiaries.
we're allowed to manipulate.
They
the
allowed
market, but
they allowed users to sell but not buy.
not buy.
Specifically, the stock.
The whole reason
it
why
was just totally fucked up.
I mean,
the whole reason why they did that is because the people that were buying GameStop stocks almost drove several investment companies into bankruptcy. That's why they did that.
Good.
Yeah, exactly.
But
Like,
they don't
playing
get
by
to
their
fuck with the
rules.
market. They run the market on Robinhood. You don't get to shut down your market. You don't get not even shut down. I mean, shut down is one thing. You don't get to fuck with the market in such a way that no one can no longer buy a stock. They can only sell it. Like what are people gonna do? They log on and they can't. No one could buy the stock anymore. It's not going up anymore. Like this is a different
the
level
rapid
of fuck up.
fluctuation in the market made it so that the collateral was too.
I don't think I've ever lost on this platform. Am I mistaken about that? I don't think I've ever lost on this platform.
Excuse because they were involved in a company that was going to lose a lot. That a company was going to lose their.
Oh,
shit
it wasn't.
because of their
The
bet.
thing is, it wasn't just Robinhood that stopped it. Every single fucking stock trading app stopped it by the end of the whole situation.
Yeah, it's because of the subreddit, I think, and they even went after them legally. the GameStop subreddit or whatever. I thought there was that would qualify
yeah.
as insider trading. I'm pretty sure some of the people who like led that subreddit actually got charged. I don't know if they were. I don't know. I could be wrong here though.
That's bullshit, dude.
There were, for what it's worth, there were a few
I mean,
things.
they were coordinating quite big purchases.
This is a riff that I have gone down many a time. There were like 3 things that happened in short succession that were universally, regardless of like bipartisan fucking hatred of, and this was one of them, the GameStop thing. Everybody I talked to on the left or on the right were like, yeah, no, you don't get to fucking do that. You just showed us that it's all a fucking sham.
Yeah, exactly.
You just showed, and I thought that was going to be a chance for us to all unify, but no, we still fucking yell at each other across the street. So,
Are you guys reading what the fucking the Twitchers are saying?
Futures are important for stability, right? Like Casey brought up airlines, and what they do is they hedge fuel costs, right? So like,
what
when we talk about futures markets, like the betting companies are using something like a commodities future market, essentially, like an exchange traded agreement. So I think Horst asked me earlier what would be a better alternative, but I don't really know how we could like manage or like turn the raw price uncertainty of like, you know, the total cost of gasoline, for instance.
Can you see that?
Like, because of the stupid war, or
Can
some
I,
drought that happens in a state, and then we have this unmanageable risk. So that's
Like a
what,
small,
that's what commodities
medium,
are.
big.
So like, well, I guess where my curiosity is that because you say it, I'm not using your exact phrasing, but like inseparable or like necessary in the commodities market. Like, what did they do before? Because prediction markets are still relatively new. So like, is it just that the position that they've put themselves in now has made them
now they're not fucking saying
commodity
anything.
Futures. Prediction markets, like the ones that we were talking about, are different than the commodity ones, right?
And for what it's worth,
When
I
you
just
say
want to
when you say
clarify.
prediction markets, what do you mean?
He's talking about poly market and the ability to. So they're not new; they're just new being on the scale that they are. We used to call it proposition betting. Like dudes in a casino were betting on this shit already. They just didn't have it on the internet and accessible to every fucking mouth breather who has a cell phone, right?
I was gonna say, like, because futures contracts are very old. Like, we're talking. Like,
they're a little.
Okay, all right, then
lefty.
Horse clarified. So yeah, I appreciate that.
If you buy timber futures or whatever, you're betting on it or whatever or not. Like if you just hold on to it, at some point someone's gonna like call you about what to do with the lumber or some shit. Like you like a lot of people do use it for betting, but it's also like you're actually buying the thing. You're just buying it in the future. Like there is that lumber does exist. It's that the thing
in one
you deliver
sentence,
is
though, what does the futures commodity market do? In one sentence, what does it do, Casey?
The commodities markets.
Yeah, like what is the
Particularly with the
what it does?
futures?
Why do we have them? Outside of
it
just risk
allows
management.
people to well, I mean, it is mostly risk management. It allows people to know what how much of the how what they're paying for things in
Lock-in
the
prices, right? It protects
risk
them.
or-
Yeah, offset risk. It protects them from volatile price changes. So like oil right now is a good example. A lot of airlines right now look really smart because they hedge their oil, you know, because now the Iran war has made oil fucking super expensive. Right?
Let's get
That's
to
a volatility
the
that's really
interesting
hard
part.
for like farmers or producers to handle, and it can be unmanageable. So futures markets have this stability mechanism in them in our entire economy. So they're definitely, I think the origin of it, at least contemporarily, is also like 1870. I want to say, or like 18. I don't know. It's like a London Metal Exchange or something like that.
Okay,
It doesn't matter. The point is they help
And
with
then
price
then you
stability.
have the derivatives markets, and then you have the futures derivatives markets, and then you get into debauchery pretty quickly. That
So right now,
save some
like
of that for next
poly
Thursday,
markets
Casey.
is able to do all these bets you're seeing are essentially the same classification as what we just talked about, which is fucking insane to me. I have no idea how that's a thing.
That's a good
So,
point.
let me ask
That's a good
a
point.
similar question to this, but let's flip it around. Does anybody think that it would be okay for, I don't know, let's say the assistant to the head coach of the 49ers to be allowed to bet on the outcomes of the games? Do we think that should be allowed? Do we think
No.
that's ethical?
I don't believe that's
No.
ethical.
Yeah, as long as you're working in the company, then that
Yeah,
should.
if you're directly involved.
Yeah, yeah. But like their sister, I mean, I don't think that's
can't really
necessary.
stop that.
Right. I
You
don't
know,
necessarily think
what
that's
if- what
ideal,
if-
but how are you gonna?
What if you were only allowed to, and I think somebody kind of touched on this, you were only allowed to bet to the success of. So for instance, if you work, because the same thing could be, and this
out
is
Pete
the
Rose.
logic, this was the tieback.
that
Exactly,
actually-
Petey Rose.
does that
If
actually
you
get rid
if
of
you
it?
work in a company and you're getting stocks or you're buying stock in your company, it's because you want your company to succeed. You're going to put in your best effort to make the company do better. But if you work at a company and you are intentionally betting against the success of your business, we're going to assume you're going to fucking sabotage it, right? So what if there was a way that we were able to make it so that you were only allowed to bet, and this would be getting rid of the betting against what's it called, shorting, but also like for poly market betting and such, if you were involved, you're only allowed to bet in favor of. But no, because then it's like what time of the day and what color of the dildo.
Yeah.
There's always going to be a loser.
Well,
Even if you're
you know,
betting for winners, there's always going to be a loser.
You know what
But, like,
popped into my head?
I would. Oh, before we go,
go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me answer your question
Tyler,
real
let Tyler.
quick. Let me get, because your question, I do think like if the Browns are out of the postseason and the Browns players and coach want to bet on who wins the Super Bowl, why should they not be able to?
I mean,
Yeah, they should be. They just can't vote on their game.
Nah, I think.
Yeah,
I
just
think
their own games. Yeah, where they have an out.
Jesus,
I
you
think-
think that it's corrupt, even just them working in the fucking game.
Not inherently, but I think it's just too clean of a line that if you're in the NFL, if you work for the NFL, you cannot bet on the NFL.
Yeah, there might be industry people who like could still influence things that might have information behind
Indirect
the
stuff.
scenes. Like I could kind of see
Indirect
that you-
knowledge because
yeah,
you're the assistant coach of the Browns, but the
Or
assistant coach
you
of
have
the
an
49ers,
you have an
and you are
agent.
buddies.
Right,
You have an
yeah.
agent. Someone on the
So-and-so just
team
broke
has
an ankle. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
So
Things
kind
that
of
are already illegal.
So kind of bringing it back to the federal employee thing. Shout out to David. Got a question here. What is the positive for allowing government employees to gamble on things they possibly could have insider info about? Steelman the positives.
I have a hypothetical for Tyler's scenario. A really
We'll
good
get there,
one.
Searka. Hang on. I want to answer. I want us to engage with because this is coming from Chad. I take it, Lutch.
Yeah. So just
so-
Steelman the positives
so-
of allowing government
Yep.
employees to be able to gamble on things they possibly could have insider info about.
This was actually
About
said
which?
by Vigilante, and I'm
Mhm.
sure that most people on the right are gonna spurge out about the communist or whatever, but giving you the ability to rise above your station. So if you are smart enough to exploit information and to use it to your advantage, you would be able to potentially make enough money to be able to be one of those wealthy elites who become a shot caller
by cheating.
But the positive
Is it cheating?
Is it?
If
Yeah,
I-
that's the
if I
question.
know-
That's
hold on,
begging the
hold on, hold
question.
on. It's only cheating, I think, if you are manipulating it intentionally to that end. But if you just happen to know,
I agree.
before
Smoking
anybody
Space
else
Man.
knows,
I
or
agree.
you're able to, because I could be watching the fucking. It's no different than Lutch watching the NFL so closely that he knows who the best players are. And more importantly,
That
he
is-
watches the news so closely
That's
that he
individually
saw
better.
before.
Yeah, that's the.
He saw before anybody else that that
they're
person
asking-
got his.
But I'm not getting
They're
any
asking why it would be
information.
societally-
Yeah, I'm not getting any
societally
other
beneficial.
information. I'm just paying attention to the information that's
Yeah.
been presented in a
Yeah,
much closer way.
exactly.
And so
But that's
I think
individually-
that's markedly different than getting what insider information, getting information that the other people betting, investing, whatever don't have. I think those are slightly different things.
Yeah.
So
you're
then
talking about the
federal
individual.
employees should be banned from using insider information
I
in a
think-
prediction market.
That's already
If you
illegal.
can-
They are banned.
Hold on. What the
Well-
question he was asking was, what is the positive
They are
of
banned.
just allowing them to bet in the first place without
being
any
able to
malfeasance?
being able to use their
Yeah.
information to
the
succeed and excel.
Yeah. What is the positive for that? Well, that's beneficial for them, but why is it beneficial for
For-
society?
yeah,
And
right.
society as a whole benefits off of this
Well, there's
because
no-
they haven't done anything wrong. You have to, if you're going to accuse them of corruption, you have to prove that. We have a process for that. We get to face your accuser, present your defensive argument, and such. You can't just inherently suggest corruption is happening and thus bar people
I
from things that everybody is also
Cannot
allowed to
wait
do.
to get back to
That's
this.
just not how America works.
Except,
It's America,
are we talking
Jack.
about the NFL still? Because the NFL has an asymmetry of information. They absolutely every team knows things that the market and public do not know.
Which is exactly why, if you work for the
Really bad
NFL, you
things
should
that-
not be able to bet on the NFL. I think that's the cleanest line. And
If you
again,
work in the government,
wherever you
should
draw
not
that,
be able to bet against the government.
They're hiding information from each other, though. It's not like just because one team knows it, every team knows it. Like they keep their injury roster close to chest.
Still an
things like that.
asymmetry between the public and what the NFL knows.
Yeah. Yeah,
they know things like locker room conflicts. They know things like injuries. They know things like,
Not across teams, though.
Yeah,
Generally, that's
I assume even across teams.
I assume not.
Coaches
They don't
know
let that
each
shit
other.
out. They keep it. That's why Bill Parcells had to use a video camera to film people because they
But
weren't
that
getting
shows
that
it.
information.
They literally know it.
That's
You literally
literally
just
something
explained what we're
entirely
talking about.
wait, no, he didn't. How
Well,
does it?
hold on,
What
'cause
was he recording if he
Because
already
doesn't
knew?
the video camera also mean that he knows things he shouldn't know and has an
because he
asymmetry?
gathered his information. He had access to that practice with a video camera that I don't. So he was able to accrue information
they're
that
not
I
allowed
don't
to
have
do that.
access to.
And
Yeah,
what
they're
is it?
literally not allowed to do that though. It's
You mean not
they can-
supposed to do that, right?
But
no,
yeah,
they're
like, but
not
you're-
they,
I
coaches can get suspended for an
Yeah,
entire
but like
season for doing
a
that.
person on the street wouldn't never even be able to get into that position. I think.
Yeah,
is
so
the
it's
point.
that's
Yeah.
the imbalance of
So-
power. That's the imbalance of access.
So how would that work in terms of like a casino? Casino employees can't gamble in the casinos owned by the company that they work for. You go to a different
Correct.
one.
That
And
is
again,
already
like if
in
you're in the
most of the
NFL,
case.
then you
Yep.
could bet on baseball or a basketball. I don't see why is that not a good line to draw? If you work for the industry, you can't bet on the industry.
Oh, I think it's a great draw. Actually, I think it's perfect. For what it's worth, I'll take it to the next step, Lutch. That most casinos, it's not just that you can't gamble in a casino you work at; your family members can't. A lot of casinos, like your spouse, cannot gamble in the place you work at. So, again,
But
they're
the casinos,
they're
like,
that
especially
tight
with the
about
betting, they rely on people making their bets with the idea that this isn't rigged, that they're making their bet in because they know something.
Yes.
They're smarter than other people.
Unless
they're
they're
making
rigging.
their bet because they know that the people with insider information are at least aren't supposed to be betting. So there's more betting. I mean, you could argue that more betting is bad actually, but it's important for the betting industry. That's the
So
case.
closing thought. Well, we just have a couple minutes.
3
left
minutes on this one.
We agree with you.
Few
Lex.
minutes
That
on the
does
middle
make
one.
the most sense.
And
Now,
then we
can
getting
you
back
give us
into
some
it.
sort of a situation where we would be able to enforce that. Like, are the casinos going to fact or background check you to find out what industry you work in before they allow you to bet? Or are we just going to do this on the honor system and fact check you after the fact if you win a crazy harebrained bet?
Based.
That is to you directly, Lutch.
Oh, I apologize. Oh, I'm so sorry. I
No,
did not
no
realize. I don't
worries.
think it was.
No. Again, let me start it over. We all kind of agree with what you suggested that a
Mhm.
person who works in an industry should not be able to bet Polymarket in the industry they work at.
Right.
How do we enforce that? What is a reasonable method of enforcement? Does the casino or Polymarket have to like find out where you work before they'll let you bet? Like, are they categorizing what kind of topics you're allowed to
Should
bet
not be
on?
crypto.
I think that should
not be crypto.
That should be.
the problem
well,
still
if we're
is you're
specifically talking about the casinos, I think that it should be the casino rule that you can't bet. I would be off the top of my head, so
It's
maybe
not
not
betting,
perfect. But I think if the
don't call it betting,
government
it's not betting.
if the government had a law on the casinos that they would be fined or whatever if their employees are doing stuff they're not supposed to do, I think the individual casino could enforce that in whatever way they see fit because they would know who the employee is, they would know the family. So yeah, I would say
the casino knows who
not
works
betting
at that casino, but the casino can't prevent Searka, who works for the federal
online.
government, from betting on a federal government thing because they don't know that Searka works for the federal government. So I ask again, Polymarket doesn't know where Searka works. The casino doesn't know where Searka works. How are either of them going to be able to prevent Searka from betting on a market or securing futures in a market, if you prefer Searka, securing futures in a market or making predictions in a market that he works in? How did they know that? Or do we just go based on the honor system?
Securing futures is fundamentally very different, though. That's the thing. It is very
Okay.
Didn't you start out by saying it's whatever? No, I think
okay. We're talking about gambling because that's really what Polymarket is.
I
It's
think
a
that
form
is.
of gambling.
I think that's a great question. I don't necessarily know because you're again the situation being that someone works for the federal government. Polymarket has no idea where you work for, so the federal employee can bet on something.
You got it. Is there any way
If
you
I
can?
can- yeah, if I can chime
I don't
in,
know.
I think. Well, I think the rule.
Hang on, real quick. Let's Searka was about to offer an answer.
Sure, go ahead.
A federal employee cannot bet in any market. It is illegal right now. The problem is they can go on Polymarket or Kalshi, and it's a future security now. It's not really betting, and that's a massive
But it is.
mistake. in my
We
opinion.
can play a semantic game of calling it UAP instead of UFO. It's still the same fucking thing. We all know it's the same
because
thing.
of the way we've classified it. We can change that.
The problem
but
on
right now,
the problem on top of that
semantics, right?
is
But wait, can I-
that
20 seconds left.
Information, but instead of betting on it yourself, you could just sell it to someone who,
Well,
that's the
somebody
other
else who
the
could,
other thing.
absolutely.
Somebody
That's true story,
that'll so that'll always exist. I just wanted to chime in here if I can.
Yeah, go ahead, Jesse.
Well, I think having the rule is probably the best you can do because it's sort of a like you are not permitting it, and I think the majority of people will follow that once they know that. So it's like jaywalking, right? Like if just because people know that you're not supposed to do it or you could get a ticket or something, it discourages people doing it, even if there's no traffic, like whatever. It creates that.
It is illegal right
it
now,
sets
right?
a tone. What's illegal?
Yeah. So
To
basically,
bet
you're
as a
saying we
federal
can trust.
employee.
We would trust people to their own recognizance.
So no, it's illegal to
until
use
we would
non-
trust
oh,
but
sorry.
verify.
Yeah, but you could lie about that,
Yes,
right?
basically, and it's illegal to use non-public information for betting. I don't think it's illegal
It is
for
illegal
federal.
to make a bet, like do gambling on these things. But the problem is right now the protection that we have, or the like legality.
No,
of it
I don't
is
believe
not there.
it is. It's illegal to use non-public information for these things. So
No, it is illegal for a federal employee to make literally gamble on policy or things like that.
Can you please show me the link to
research.
where that is. Please give us whatever information you're pulling that from, Circa.
Sure.
Cite a source. I don't care. Yeah, just give me whatever
the
source
reason
you
that
got.
Kalshi in Polymarkets is different is because it's not betting; it's a security.
Sure,
Based
cool.
on-
but
That's
it
the
is still
issue.
betting. But again, that's fine. I would like to see where you're getting the information that it is illegal for federal employees to bet on these things.
You can't.
Like,
there
I
is
understand
rules-
you're
So
telling
this-
me that it's a distinction.
Yeah,
but,
this
but
might
Well,
be.
I did a fair bit. Okay, go ahead.
So yeah, this might be slightly irrelevant. I don't know that I'm not a gambler that much, but with gambling income being declared on your taxes, is there something there where that would be the
5
mechanism?
CFR 735-201.
What?
Sorry.
Thank you.
5
going.
CFR 735-201.
So, is there anything with the notion that someone has to declare gambling income if they're somebody who works for the federal government and they try to claim, money from here? I don't do my own taxes, so I don't know exactly how that works. If it's, but I'll just throw that out to the rest of you.
Declare it to who? Like the IRS? You have to, if it's over like some amount, like $2,500.
Yeah. So
you're supposed
okay. So yeah, let's say we have a federal employee who we all agree should not be using the information that they have, and Kalshi or whoever doesn't know that they're a federal employee, but they bet, they win money, and then at the point of declaring that information, declaring that income, is there anything there where we'd be able to say, oh, obviously you could do tax evasion, but it's either tax evasion or you're actually telling us what you're doing. I don't know exactly how that works. So,
real quick, Circa, I just searched that page for the word bet, and I searched for the word gamble, and I don't see either of those in that code of federal regulations. So, if you could tell me where it says that you're not allowed to gamble or bet.
735-201. That's what it is.
So I have it pulled up here. So a employee shall not conduct or participate in any gambling activity, including operating a gambling device, conducting a lottery or pool, participating for money or property. I think the first part here says on government-owned or leased property, so they can't do it at their job.
I had to look it up,
understand
but
that.
it depends.
Or on duty for the
depending on
government. So
this is the kind of fucking thing. What does it say? That's what we're asking you, motherfucker. That's what we're asking you.
It only gets reported to the IRS if it's over
Hide
1,000.
it, but it's still illegal, which is what Searka's
1,200.
point was.
200. Yeah.
So, so it's easy to hide it, but it
that's
is
the kind of
technically
money
illegal already.
Well, that's the kind of money I think we're talking about.
I need to
However,
push back on this.
Go
It regulates when and where. It does not prohibit you
No,
from gambling on
there's
these things.
also agency-specific ethic rules, and
Yeah, I have a bunch of them pulled up in the side, or I can pull them up in the side chat. But like, you can't benefit off of through public office for like private. I guess, what do you call it?
Isn't that what we're talking about, though?
We are
Benefiting
but-
versus betting. Is that always the
Like,
same?
you can't gamble as a federal employee on policy.
Yeah, you
or
can't use
anything
public
related-
office
yeah.
for private gain, right? So it is
You can't
technically
gamble on anything relating to the government office or like government in general or any policy or anything that's agencies. Like, that's what I'm talking about. It's
I understand that, but I'm just saying what you cited.
But it's
doesn't
not
say that.
illegal in poly market right now.
Yes, because it's not technically considered gambling. I understand.
That's the problem right now. That is the real problem.
Yeah,
But I think we all
That's why it's
understand.
different. We have laws in
So
place
ban
to stop
polymarket.
gambling from happening, right?
I
Well,
felt
that's what I was just about to say. So hold on, Searka. So do you believe then that people should be banned from betting on federal employees should be banned from betting on production markets?
On the ones online, the ones that
Yes.
we're talking about, right?
Yes.
I think the SEC needs to reclassify them away from something that is a very important part of our economy.
Stop calling it futures and start calling it gambling.
No, get rid of their classification. I don't know why the hell we gave them the ability to do that, or at least when they started doing things that are more than just futures contracts, we needed to, fucking like enforce that and be like, this is not a futures contract. I'm not a real one. at
By
least. Like,
by
it
the
needs to- it
way,
needs to be discussed.
online gambling is illegal in Washington State, but my friends, a lot of them use Robinhood, and at some point, like I was like watching a sports game with them. At some point, I look over my friend, and he's like betting on the game we're watching, and I'm like, oh, what are you using with that? And like, apparently Robinhood started making it so you could bet on quote unquote sports futures. They
Really?
literally
I'm
made
sorry.
they
I'm gonna
literally
answer it
made
while I'm trying to
sports
laugh.
betting, but sold it there, or they disguised it as a future or whatever, right? So that just like playing word games, basically, like to go
Pretty much, yeah.
sports future.
Poly markets did leave the U.S., and then when Trump came back into power, they came right back, and now they are in the U.S. again. But they did leave, like, completely, and they were not a futures contract company. But Trump, I think, approved them as soon as they came back.
And they deal only in crypto, which is another huge problem.
Yeah,
if
that's
you
the
win a
problem.
bunch of money from a casino, they take your name because they need your name. They need to say that's where the money went. So like if you don't put it on your tax statement, like that's a problem because like the casino knows where the money went. Therefore, the government knows where the money
Kalshi
went.
does not
The
do this, by the
poly
way,
market,
but-
Yeah.
no one knows where the
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have corruption in terms of markets and stuff. There's just no other way around it. I think the question is really how do we minimize it?
To hear it, but it's okay. So I was actually going to jump in there. So we've actually went pretty far over the 30 minutes allotted for this particular prompt. It was a great conversation. There was a lot to poke at it, and it was really cool that it actually happened like that. Everything seems to be working now, so we're just going to roll on to the second one, if that is all right with everybody else. So the second prompt for the night was about the military-industrial complex. We already know that Emmett has left, so he's not going to be able to really hear any feedback or be able to really contribute much to his side of the story. But I'm interested to hear everybody else's takes on this.
I know Lutch was ready to tee off at the start.
Yeah,
the
I
last
saw him.
selection.
I saw him fucking going frantic. So yeah. Again, let's hear from the peanut gallery. Who agrees that the military-industrial complex should be nationalized? Just to start this off. 1, 2.
Broad.
I don't have a strong opinion, but probably no.
But you're holding up your squirrel's hand. All right. Casey
really
didn't
get the
raise
prompt.
his hand. Okay, so it
Use
looks
your
like
goddamn
this is
cameras.
All right, everybody else, then tell us why it would be bad for us to industrialize the national military-industrial complex the way that we have the police force, for instance.
You mean nationalize?
I don't have a name.
Isn't that
I
what
don't
I
have a
said?
hand. I
All right.
mean,
Because some things in
I
the
don't have a hand.
military
What's happening?
have they
can't read.
function perfectly fine in a capitalist format, and some don't. So I don't know what this prompt means.
War
because-
profiteering is one that you would say is good.
No, it's just there's an efficient market happening to at least give us the things we need for the
Or war
if we
profiteering.
need it.
Yeah, no, I got
There,
you.
there are more.
So-
There are more
Military's
angles to
necessary,
this
though,
than
right?
just that.
No one
no.
wants
Yes.
to go to war, but if,
Well,
like,
so hold on.
we
No,
have a
you
bunch
just
of
hit it on the
companies
head. You
making
just hit it on the
something,
head,
that's fine.
Searka. The military is important and it is essential. Why would arming the military not fall into the same category? We don't want an independently owned and operated military. Why do we want a military that that is armed by companies that are independently owned and operated?
Private one? You mean a private military?
Yes, I don't want a private military, and so it doesn't make sense to me for us to privatize the arming of the military either.
Okay, so I can answer
the military uses might actually be better, and it might be more efficient and more optimal to have.
Might be, could be, could maybe be, could might be. What were you going to say, Tyler?
Absolutely.
Do we have crystal balls here? Does anybody have?
Absolutely. We have two. We have two questions. Absolutely.
Show me your crystal
is.
balls.
Not just maybe.
A lot of things
the free market is significantly more efficient and innovative than the government sector, who has no reason to innovate. Bingo. Yeah, absolutely innovative.
The government innovates.
But so now let's go back to the NASA argument. The NASA argument that was starting to happen.
Private market,
SpaceX, yeah. If we compare SpaceX and NASA,
compare SpaceX to
NASA. NASA.
Why do you need
prior
to? NASA outsources almost everything to SpaceX now.
They do now because one team decided they wanted to stop funding NASA.
They stole the funding.
Yeah, they stole the funding, so they took away the money, so they had no choice. So okay, but let's look at
but let's not.
This was one of the things. This was irking me during the debate that it didn't really get fucking nailed down.
Well, this debate pissed me off actually.
Yeah, no, this one.
Emmett will do that to you. Emmett will do that to you.
Oh, and you know what? I was impressed by it.
It wasn't
people
I
told me
voted
that
for him.
Emmett was going to be like riled up in bad faith. I got to say, and speaking of which, Casey, I do not appreciate you sparking the bad faith because Emmett was behaving.
Oh, I didn't
being
spark
good
that.
faith or his good faith. He
whoa,
wasn't
whoa,
insulting.
whoa.
You opened the door.
Okay, I insulted.
So
Yes.
you did insult first, and you and that did indeed. Like I didn't yell at him because you picked the fight, bro. I mean, so anyways, that said.
Emmett may be returning shortly to add to the discussions as Smoking Spaceman.
Fantastic. Awesome. Very cool. Look forward to it. So back to the question with NASA. So NASA used to be less corrupt. Both of y'all seemed to agree on that. But once we started outsourcing, I just want to make sure I understood your argument here, Casey. Once NASA started outsourcing their development, that was when it started getting more corrupt because now it's going to the highest bidder or the lowest bidder. Now it's going to the private market and it's getting outsourced to other countries with proprietary technology.
This feels wrong. Okay, NASA would use government money to then pay private contractors and private companies to then give them things to build with. So NASA,
even when we got to the moon,
military is kind of like that. Huh?
Never.
When we got to the moon, the process of us getting to the
NASA
moon
doesn't have a steel company, right? Like they don't have a steel company. They take the government money.
Sure, of course they buy things, but they
were
were creating their own groups to research things. Correct?
Well, yeah, but even then, it's like they're buying. You know, the private market is integral to all of these government markets that we have. Okay, as far as the military goes, the problem with the military-industrial complex is when we have like one company that is able to make, like, let's say is contracted out to make like a fucking circuit board, and then they can charge whatever the fuck they want for it because it's a really high barrier for the military to accept a new company or like switch that out, especially if these relationships starts to form. And then there's a lot of corruption there because now a circuit board costs $100,000 or $1 million.
Yes,
for one that should cost 10, but that's not capitalism happening there.
Hold on. So what you're saying, hang on, and I'll give it to you next, Tyler, but I just want to make sure I understand. It sounds to me like you're saying to get rid of the corruption, the government needs to take over the entire production line from start to finish. They need to have their own steel company to provide. They need their own circuit board company, et cetera, et cetera. Got it. All right, cool.
But there's different
now we're
companies in
talking
the military,
socialism,
right?
buddy.
There's markets where, like, you know, the material to make
I'm ready to counter Tyler's point.
certain metals is like not one company. I don't think we should nationalize that.
Go ahead, Tyler. What were we going to say?
Oh, Emmett.
So, in 1969, the Saturn V rocket,
69,
which launched the Apollo 11 mission, was built by 4 companies. The first company was Boeing that did the level 1 structure. After that, Matt went to North American Aviation for the second stage, Douglas Aircraft for the third stage, and the IBM was in charge of their entire guidance system. Almost the
Remember, we're going to hang out.
So was the military-industrial complex all along?
We're going to hang out till we get to the third prompt. Let's see.
Well, that doesn't make it
what's
better.
there. And
It makes it great because the military industrial complex is working fantastically. And we have guys who are taking a lot of wins.
It wasn't that
Project
they
us.
were never. It was never NASA made all of like they
Oh,
were
I
in
thought we
charge
were
of
going with that.
everything that NASA did. But the idea is that they were in charge of a lot more shit than today's NASA. Like the less outsourcing, the better.
I'll throw out there that, or I don't have like super strong opinions on this one, so I don't really have too much to say. But I think my one sort of concern, because I haven't given this tons of thought, is that if it were nationalized, I guess, especially in the context of the U.S., the fact that the U.S. spends so much on military, the idea of nationalizing that, I feel like in terms of the cost burden, would then solely be on the taxpayers, right? And so there are two things that maybe would. I could be, yeah. I'll let me just land the plane, and then you guys can tear it apart.
Yeah, do it.
Sure, yeah. I could be wrong about this entirely. Just vibes going here. That, yeah. So one would be that perhaps there would be like because they're, I guess, more democratically.
I drank a little too much, guys. Fucking shit face with all this fucking technical issues and
shit. And the only other thing is, I know that especially for technological development, that is one area where I would say that the private sector does tend to do better in terms of innovation. So, I mean, not speaking super broadly, but the government would probably have more inefficiencies, or they would be less concerned with certain deadlines.
The
or
issue,
things like that. So,
the issue
yeah,
is it's not an open market argument, because the majority of the contracts are like going to the exact same company no matter what, or it's a no bid contract that's from made by some anonymous. They just give the contract out.
So what would be the difference between that and what's happening now then?
When you give a no bid contract out, like to whatever amount, like you're just writing them a huge check. Like you're just giving them a bunch of fucking money. And by the way, and the same people who are giving them the contracts,
no competition.
No bid contracts,
right?
Yeah, okay.
How many no bid? How many like in the military industrial complex, like
for
sort of like
for
military
equipment
shit?
we're talking about? Like the expensive stuff. How many?
What kind of a?
You mean like steel that goes in
Wait,
F-35? What?
No, I'm not talking about steel. I'm talking about.
We talk
just
about
random-
DARPA in this conversation.
A lot of stuff in the military needs.
you could
They
build
need
this
to
or
meet
you-
expectations. They need to meet like a certain minimum because it's the army. It needs to function at a.
Yeah.
at a
Did you
standard.
miss
Sometimes
my?
it sucks,
Did you miss my very recent?
See, I don't really like this conversation as much because it's like everybody's got opinions. Nobody really knows exactly how it works, so you're just going on vibes. I don't fucking know.
Getting government contracts.
What you just
Isn't
described
China
about no bid
known for
contracts makes it
stealing
seem like we're just
intellectual
giving
property? I mean,
millions of dollars to random.
This
people.
is definitely true,
Oh,
but
he did.
oh
Oh, did somebody leave?
jeez.
He
Because
left and he
right.
fucking ruined everything.
Oh, no.
Also,
the current
Coach
system,
Tesla-
there is no punishment for companies who do this type of thing. They're still getting the contracts. It's not an open market. It's not the market. It's just and you could see it
I just
through
don't
the
understand
revolving
no-bid thing.
door.
That's what I'm.
You don't
Seems more
understand
like
no bid
maybe
contracts.
This
I
is
don't know
maybe
why
an
you
issue
brought
with
the no-bid thing.
monopolies. Would you say, like if one company does one particular thing, or like it seems like it's maybe more of a.
Is that you,
monopolistic
Zippy?
It's a
type of
government
issue.
creating it, though. It's a government creating.
Remember
this
Zippy?
monopoly happening. It's not the same thing. As
Right.
A company.
I miss
Some
Zippy.
things have
going
to be a
toward
monopoly, or more or less.
Monopoly is a
I-
monopoly.
Well, I mean,
Okay, yeah, I
this
guess.
is an adjacent point, but I agree with nationalizing things like natural resources, for example, so that
If you have a lot of
some
it,
company
yeah.
that can't put their finger on the
Yeah.
tap or the water sources and shit. I think some
Yeah,
things
if you're like
it makes
Venezuela,
sense.
then nationalize oil, right? But if you're Colombia, probably not a good idea. Make coffee, nationalize that, dude. Like that's
Right. Right.
No,
fair
dude,
enough.
not good for oil.
Horseradish.
Hey,
I'm back for a moment.
Hey, by
Welcome
that
They told me
argument,
they were
you
talking
should,
about my prompt,
support
and I
it.
decided
We are.
to
We
come back
were.
for a moment and see if you have any questions or anything.
We do. So bear with me for just 1 second,
I-
because unfortunately, average debate
Yeah.
enjoyer just left, and it made everything fucking shit the bed. God damn it! So
yeah,
I'm gonna
that's
have
what
to-
I left. That's what I didn't leave because
Yeah, I
I
know
knew it
you.
was gonna
I
happen.
appreciate that more than you could possibly know.
I was actually
And-
gonna CM it if you wanted to come back over here, but you were definitely like balls deep in some Limp Biscuit, so I didn't want to.
Did it all for the nookie.
What?
Well, to be
But
fair,
I'm glad
I
you
was
made it back
making.
over here.
Yeah. I'm riffing some songs. I told you I do karaoke, forced karaoke Saturdays, so
No,
people
it's
can
wicked
pay, and I can sing whatever song they want, which is interesting.
All right.
Oh,
So I don't know
one
what
thing
my
I meant to
husband here is.
bring up, and I've never got around to it, is like the Palantir of it all, where like where like the CIA or someone, they're not supposed to be doing something, so they'll hire a company to do it instead, or it's a lot of related to like the data. They're not supposed to be tracking our blah blah blah, so, but some other company tracks it and then they'll just buy the data, whatever. It's really gets scary when we're talking about companies like Palantir or
Morty dreams about me and nothing else. Just me.
When you're saying, Casey, that they're not supposed to be doing it, you mean
Jesus,
that the people there are the ones who are not supposed to be doing it, right? According to the law.
Yeah, like the law, like they got mad at the CIA for like recording like phone calls, or whatever, with the Snowden stuff or whatever. But there's sort of a loophole where like if someone else is recording, no, I'm saying it's a loophole. Like who's supposed? That's a good question. The very people we're talking about are supposed to enforce the law. CIA,
So
the
the
FBI.
arm of the law is not within the government.
No,
also
the CIA,
testicle,
the FBI are within the government.
What you were describing there, just so if you want to know, was like demand pull inflation and inflationary impulses, and like future inflationary expectations. For cost pressure is kind of okay to use there, but the increased spending won't really be a pressure for taxation. It'll just be a pressure.
Of course, we have pressure for taxation. What are you talking about? Where are you gonna get the money for it?
We're a government. We make it, dude.
we just print money.
When you go, that'll fix everything, just like it did in 2020.
Yeah, if I only knew that we could just print money, that would be so easy. What?
We fixed it. We found the way to fix the world, guys. We just print more money.
We were so dumb.
Brilliant.
All these
Unfortunately, I've heard a lot of debate. I've heard a lot of econ bros who have said that exact argument, that we literally get to just print our own money, especially since we have the fiat currency.
Yes,
that's why you don't send your kids to college.
That one.
Let's ask a question. A really important question: is it better for a government to have a surplus, or better for a government to have a deficit?
Better to have a surplus. But how do you get to a surplus?
Why is that
Searka?
better? Don't you want your government to give the money to the public? If it has a surplus, it's not being injected to the public.
Their work is not to give money to anybody.
You want the government to just pile fucking money in warehouses? What are you talking about?
Remember that thing that Casey was talking about, the enforcement arm, about not doing things you're not supposed to do? Who do you think is the one that's supposed to be saying you're not supposed to do X thing, and we're gonna stop you if you do it?
You're just jabbing, bro.
Who is the one that is supposed to stop you from doing the things that you're not supposed to do?
If you have a surplus, it's not going into the people's hands. The economy is
that doesn't
the people.
matter.
The government running a
Doesn't
deficit
matter.
is them putting money into
Unfortunately,
it's not your money, Sergey.
If you have a surplus,
unfortunately, no. I know a decent amount about whiskey. I don't really like bourbon, but I know a decent amount about whiskey. I specifically like the Fireball because it brings me back into the degenerate, the degenerate addict mindset. It's like dipping my toes back in that world. It's fucked, but that's why I do that.
Good turning point for me in the debate was when you pointed out the fact that the people who are meant to enforce these rules are the ones who we know are corrupt.
Like some
How
Blue
would you expect
Label,
that having them
Woodford,
take
I
over
like,
like if the people who are supposed to prevent corruption are corrupt,
Bullet Bourbon.
how does giving them
that's the only bourbon I like.
opportunity to be corrupt solve corruption? Like that was actually a really good take, and I think that's kind of what you're getting at here. Does anybody have a solve for that?
Yeah, that whole premise misses the point. That whole premise misses the point. And this is also why I thought. Here's the thing. This point is also why I thought Emmett won the debate, because Casey failed to actually address this point properly. That whole premise misses the point. What causes the corruption?
That's a good question, Maida, but it's not correct.
Incentives.
Greed.
What causes the corruption is greed, and it's the private companies being the incentive for greed, obviously, and the private companies. You're not muted, Searka. The private companies are being able to influence the government because they are private companies that are in this sector that are contracted to the government is exactly what causes that corruption.
Okay.
So when you nationalize
what is that?
You get rid of the lobbyists. You get rid of the lobbyists.
Hold on. Let Emmett respond to that.
Yeah, vigilante. What is that the government wants? Not the government. What is that the company wants?
Money.
Money.
Power.
Yeah.
Money.
Right?
Okay.
What is
Or
that?
power.
What is
And how
what
do
is
they
the
get that
thing
money?
that the government wants?
A government
Power and control.
doesn't
The product
want to
they're
hold
buying.
on
I was
to
muted.
money.
Power
doesn't want
and
Put it
anything.
into the
control.
economy. If a government's holding
Okay.
on to money,
One is
it's not in
yeah.
your
One
hands.
is shut up, Searka. Okay, I'm not done. So one of them has the capacity. One of them wants money. The way that they get money is by creating a product or a service and selling
No.
it. That's the idea.
That's,
I'm not
that's
saying
not
that
how they get money.
these contracts with the government are going to be perfect. In fact, I said at the beginning that these contracts usually go corrupt because the government is corrupt. Because the government, what it wants is power and control. Okay, the moment you allow the government to interfere in the private sector, in the marketplace, what they're going to
It's
do is
always
use
not
the
the
same
markets,
idea.
the
They still
markets.
want power and control. Now they want to control the money. Now they want to control the products. Now they want to control the services.
No,
And
the
way
the
they do by
individuals
force.
working for the
You
government,
save
they're
money.
they're not making the huge amount of
Yes,
money.
they're corrupt.
They're not
These
making
people are
the
corrupt.
tens of millions of dollars.
There
that
is
the
no money
private
in
No,
the,
they,
when
they
the
are
government
doing it.
when the government hold on when the government is the one making the products. There is no money incentive.
There is money
You take
incentive.
away the
What
money
are you talking
incentive.
about?
No, there's not
The
because
money
there's
incentive
not because
is
they're not
the
selling the
people working
product.
the company.
They're literally
The
not
people
selling the product.
There
It's
can be.
perfect.
They
There
are.
can
There's
be
just
Even
no
better.
in
competition.
People working in
certain
these
ways, you
companies,
can be
because these
wrong, but
companies
you're
still
correct in a way.
exist. Now they're
You're still
part
correct.
of the government. These companies will exist even if they make shitty products, but the people working
How?
there, they're still getting paid. And the reason why they're there working is because they want money and they want as
And
much as
who
they can
creates that
get.
money, Emmett?
And since they're
Who
not
creates the money?
selling the product to get a profit, who do you think is
creates the
actually
money?
paying for them?
Who creates the money?
So a government, hold on, Searka, let me ask you a question. Because I feel like you've discussed this with me before. A government wants to work at a surplus, right? A government's goal is to be at a surplus where they are
No.
making or bringing in more than they're spending, correct?
No, absolutely not. No,
Okay.
What is the goal?
absolutely not.
Tell me more. Tell me more.
Yeah, we learn a lot.
Because a government, you're thinking of a government in the same way you think of your bank account. A government can make fucking money. When you go to a
Right.
bank and you want to get a loan for a
And
house,
that devalues our
one
fucking
second,
money,
let me
right?
keep going. Let me keep going, please.
Okay,
You
yeah,
can't look at a government like your bank account. When you're negative,
I get
that's
that. You said
bad.
that. Yep.
When a government has a negative bank account, that's money in your hands. That is money that it's put into the economy. That's what a
Which
deficit
is the opposite. No,
How
when,
is-
when our taxpayers 15% of our
Does a
tax
government
tax
spend
money.
first?
Hold
or
on,
does
let
it
me
tax
can I,
first?
wait.
Does a government spend money first, or does
let
it
me,
tax
what-
first?
blah, 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 I'm going to say what I'm going to say.
First,
15% of taxpayers' money just goes to paying all the loans that the government has made because of those deficits. That's
It goes to the
15% of just burned. Like,
Okay,
why would you want?
actually,
Why would you want the system
what
that
is
just burned?
Is that even a good idea?
Federal debt held by private
I
investors.
don't know
in
if we
that
would
interest
actually
is
want
something.
that.
It's about a third.
You have to
It's 85%.
scan your ID.
Of
No, it's
private
not.
Scan your fucking face.
Yes, it is. It's 85%.
I'll go to the private one.
No, it's not.
Yes, it fucking is.
Okay,
Nope.
somebody show me.
Nuh-uh.
Let's not just
Yeah,
yes.
huh.
Federal debt
Thank you.
held by
Uh-uh.
private. Here, I'll just give it to. I'll
Somebody
give
give
it
me
to
a
fucking
link.
horse rider.
Inflation. Nah,
Yep.
yeah.
Just give me the link.
There you go.
Uh-huh.
How much
It's
time we got left on this
85% right
topic?
Just drop it in chat, man. Where's it at?
You say private.
Right there.
Did
Okay.
you not hear me? Why did you answer it confidently if you don't even know what the hell I'm talking about?
No, I do know it confidently.
Held by
Okay, and you
private
think it's wrong. You think it's
investors.
not 85%.
No, I think it's about a third.
Well,
Yeah. So
I
the
mean, that's
mo-
close.
All
But
right.
you,
Well,
you
then my
understand how
bot
that
is,
doesn't make
ready?
sense then, right? Like the thing is when the government changes its interest rates, right? When it gives out, it creates the monetary base. It, freaking borrows or whatever back to a private bank. Private banks do most of the money creation. It's not really.
so
the
the
government.
more the
They don't
national
print
debt
money,
goes
they don't
up, the
fucking
more
really do
money.
that.
The more the national debt goes up, the more money is in my pocket.
Yes. I mean, technically, wealth inequality is kind of making that not true for you right now because it's not being distributed that well. But a deficit is
So
money
it's,
to
it's
you.
in the hands of the elites, is what you're saying.
It's the wealth
It is right now,
inequality.
very
Thank
much.
you.
It's just the wealth inequality.
This is why government
We just
corruption
fix
is
that
bad.
thing.
Because if government corruption happens at a level like, let's say, the PPP loans, trillions of dollars will go directly into people who really shouldn't be getting that. That's why government spending can be really good
Okay,
for
perfect.
GDP.
How do you solve that? How do you solve the corruption in the government with PPP loans?
No, you don't solve it with PPP loans.
You
These
don't
things
solve
were
it. So you
massively-
just let
they
it
were
be
massively
corrupt.
defrauded.
You just let it be
Hold on,
corrupt.
hold on, Emmett. That's not what he said.
Oh
Hold
my
on.
God.
You
That's
said
not
you don't
the
solve it
only thing
with.
a government does. Governments do
What did
like
he say, Jesus?
infrastructure
Emmett,
Hold on,
projects.
hold on, hold on, bridge the
It
gap.
has the
Jesus, what did he
infrastructure
say?
project from the 1950s, not increased GDP.
Circa, let Indian Jesus try to
No. I was
summarize what you're saying to show he understands.
I don't understand. I'm listening to them, but Emmett was interrupting, so I was trying to just tell Emmett to hold on so
Bridge
I
the
could hear the
gap for
Searka.
us.
I don't know. Zerka was
Okay.
talking, and then Emmett
Sorry.
interrupted.
I
So I was saying,
misunderstood. Circa, please continue then. Please clarify.
Clarify which part I'm doing.
you were saying something, and
That
Emmett
you
just
have a
interrupted
PPP
me.
loans. How do you solve the
About
corruption?
PPP loans? Okay, so government spending, it can be good and bad. Government spending can be fraudulent and corrupted. Okay, that's not like a lie.
Aren't
PPP
they
loans was something that
all? Well,
Congress passed in a
I
law,
wish I could
but
smoke
then Trump handled
and do this well.
effectuation as
But
well
I
as
cannot.
the
I
fraudulent.
don't give a crap about your Trump derangement syndrome. How do you
Just
solve?
forget I said the name Trump. It's not really
How
important
do
to the
you
story. It's
solve
not
the
important.
corruption that happened in programs like the PPP loans? How would you solve that corruption?
I mean, the executive probably should have actually tried to find corruption instead of profited off it himself. It was designed poorly. Our Congress made a
So you're
bad
appealing
move.
to the government to solve
No, the
the
government absolutely made a
corruption from the
bad move here.
government.
They made a bad
Listen
move.
to my question. It's very simple. Are you appealing to the government to solve the corruption of the government?
It can. I mean, but I don't know how that's relevant to what I said. Do you know what an inspector
Okay,
general is?
perfect. Let's say that I grant it. Let's say that it can be done. It can.
Did you support
Okay?
Doge? Didn't Doge do exactly that?
Yeah, I support that.
Not as
Let's
much
say
as it
that
should have.
Can be done. Okay, let me say it. Okay, let's say that it can be done. It can be.
Is Doge part of the government?
Now, let's say that I'm not disagreeing with you, dum-dum. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying that it can
Did you
be
not
done.
appeal to
I'm
the
asking
government to fix
you
the government
what
there, or
would
what?
be
What's
the
happening?
process in which the government that you're appealing to is going to stop being corrupt, even though
Then why
it
did
is
you
the
appeal to
government that we
Doge?
have right now.
Why did you appeal to Doge?
Is he retarded? I mean, I'm
Are
speaking
all
a different
governments
language.
corrupt? Or would all governments
Doge
give
not part of the
PPP
government,
loans?
bro?
Could you please try to ask
So
him the same
okay,
question?
now I think I can bridge the gap. So I think Circa's
bridge
trying
it.
to say. I think Circa's trying to say that the Emmett, you're saying, well, the government's gonna. How is the government gonna fix the government? But then you also said that you were in favor of Doge, which is part of the government. Is that where you were going, Circa?
No, yeah. I'm saying that it can be done. I'm asking him to give me the process that he would use, the actual process that he would use to avoid the corruption
I'll
in
answer
the
your question, even though
PPP
it's
loans.
literally not even fucking closely relevant to what we were talking about. But you can actually design independent agencies to look and find fraud in other agencies who don't have
So
a relationship to
you're
them.
saying that
I
you're
was
gonna
just
have a
gonna ask.
contractor?
I was just gonna ask.
An
Your-
independent
Your
inspector
grand
general.
idea of how to do it is by contracting an independent people away from the government when you're saying
No,
that we
to
should
have
nationalize
oversight
them?
that is independent from the thing that we want to have oversight over.
He's talking about the thing that I proposed during my debate, the fucking the fucking ethics agency.
Hold
It's
on.
independent from the rest of the
We can
government.
go to
try to bridge the gap.
ethics, okay?
Emmett,
Because I
'cause
don't think
no,
you
hold on,
know
Emmett.
what's
Hold
going
on, Emmett, because I think I see where you're going with this. So once again, if you're saying that the solution to governmental corruption is to have an outside of the government oversight committee, then why would it
still the
not
government.
make stand to reason?
That's what
Why
me
would
and
it
Cisco
not
were
stand
saying.
to? It's a
still the
government.
government.
It's a group. It's an oversight committee that the.
Remember,
I see
the
what you're saying.
government's
You're saying
separated
creating.
into different
You're
things,
saying
yeah.
creating a governmental oversight committee as opposed
That's
to an
independent.
independent. Well, no, it's not going to be independent. Definitionally, if it's part of the government, it's not going to be independent. So it might not be of that
what me and Searka
particular.
were talking about would be
If
independent.
it's part of the
Okay,
government, it's
okay.
not
Let's
independent.
hold on. Let's talk about this like police
We
force,
have-
right? Like
we have,
internal
three
investigations,
branches,
right?
and we
Internal
have
affairs.
different authorities
Hold
in
on,
them.
hold on. So IA, let's say IA. Internal affairs of a police department is supposed to oversee the conduct of the policemen, but they do still ultimately answer to the same police department, right? So they're not truly independent They are just a separate organization within the
Well-
larger structure.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
They don't
No,
answer.
no.
They don't answer the police department. They answer the city council.
Yeah, I answered
So
to
the
state-
independent.
mayor.
Oh, okay,
Correct, so
so
that's part of
in
the
your
government.
opinion, IA is independent.
Independent,
IA
that
is
means
technically
independent
independent,
of
yes.
whatever government function
Okay,
or
s-
entity that we're talking about. Yeah.
Okay, so then
Okay,
when we
wait.
say
Because
independent,
I understood
on
what
the
I understood what
jurisdiction.
Emmett was getting at. I'm sorry, just real quick. I understood what Emmett was getting at. That if you're talking about outsourcing your oversight, then why would you not just outsource your fucking production? Like if the outside
Yeah, no,
outsource
we're
have
talking
the
about
oversight to
an
detect
independent
corruption,
agency.
you get it.
Yeah. So what we're talking
You-
about is
you're
an
gonna have to pay
independent
them?
agency within the government.
Well, yeah, we'd have
Do,
to
do you
pay
have to
them.
pay them?
Yes.
Yes.
But you would pay them. You would pay them as a governmental organization, Emmett, as opposed to paying them as an outside contractor.
Oh, it's
That's
kind
it.
of
They wouldn't
funny
be
because they were
contractors.
complaining
That would
about the
be
amount
really
of
bad.
about no, you know,
That
they're
would be really
complaining
bad.
about the amount of contracts going out to people that
If-
you're gonna
if
have to
anything-
pay, and they're gonna go ahead and create another government organization. There's gonna be
I
more
complain about
bureaucracy
bad money
so that they
being
can
spent
have
and
more
good money
people.
being
Okay, so
spent.
here-
I don't
here's the
think about
thing.
it like
So,
money
Emmett,
bad,
Emmett,
always
Emmett,
government
Emmett.
bad.
It's
I'm not stupid.
It's
Emmett.
like, oh yeah,
So here,
we're just gonna.
Here-
You know,
here's
we're
how
gonna
you
make
would do this.
the
So,
government
like,
not corrupt.
I'm
We're gonna give the power to the
drunk.
corrupt
There are
people
two
so that we have
ways-
a government
I
that's
haven't
not
really been
corrupt.
drinking all
Great
week.
idea.
Emmett, the government
There-
can make
I really
good
only
decisions
drink
and
here.
make
You could do
bad
this.
decisions. It's capable of both. You know that, right?
I disagree with you
There-
on
hold
principle
on.
simply because you would be one of the people in
There-
government. So fuck off.
I'm literally not. I don't know what that. What is that
There are
supposed to mean?
two
What the
ways that
fuck
you
are you
can do
talking
this.
about?
There are two
People like
different
you,
ways that you can do
people
that.
in government, and they're too
Shut up.
dumb to make good decisions.
fuck up.
That's the idea.
Easy,
Shut
easy
the
with the
fuck
dumbs
up.
and the
Government,
retards
so-
and the stupids. Stop it with the stupids and the dumbs and the retards. Let's just engage with the ideas. What were you going to say, Vigi, please?
Okay, so there are two different ways that you could do this. One would technically require a constitutional amendment, which would be to effectively create a fourth branch of government, which is to entirely
An oversight
just
branch,
oversee the,
basically.
it's effectively ethics
I
oversight
don't hate
branch.
that idea.
The
Yeah.
second way would be to create a branch of the Supreme Court, which only deals with ethics, and it would be an entirely separate court that would have to be elected.
And you're making a greater amount of bureaucracy in all of this.
What if that bureaucracy reduces?
Yeah,
the
in order to
bureaucracy?
have a government oversight, you have to have bureaucracy. Yes, that's
In
how
order
the
to have
government
it
works.
What if it
them,
actually
right?
reduces
Government
it?
is
What if it
bureaucracy.
finds a bunch of fraud?
Yeah,
and
so all you
then
want is
actually
to have
the
more
government
people employed by the government so
boring.
you can print more money according to the card. That's perfectly fine. So you can have more
Emmett,
inflation.
No,
Can you
either,
spend
either
money?
way,
Can you
either
spend
way,
money to
whoever's
save
in
money?
charge of the
Amazing.
branch would need to be elected.
Can you spend money to
Either
save
way,
money?
whoever's in charge of the branch would have to be elected.
I mean, they're elected
They
right
wouldn't answer
now,
the rest of
and
the
you
government.
apparently don't like much of what they're doing anyway. So give more power to them. I'm okay with
Well, hold
that.
on, hold on,
Let's make
hold on.
Emperor King
Hold
Trump is fine by me. I don't have a problem with
Hold
it.
on, stop with the TDS now. I'm sorry, I just had to. No, so real talk though. We do
Trump
not
bad.
elect people for the oversight committees. We elect people to decide which elected people are going to be on which oversight committees. Do you, Emmett, think that it would be better for us to elect people to, or for us, the public, to decide
Also, we don't
who is on the
elect
oversight
the
committees?
director of the
Hang on,
FBI as
Vigi. I
well.
want to hear his answer to this. Hang on.
No, I do not. First off, I think bureaucracy is kind of lame in general. But if we're gonna go with bureaucracy,
Holy-
the idea is that we have
Holy
a
fucking
representative
shit,
republic.
bro.
We have a
It's
representative
almost
republic,
1:30 in
and
the morning.
The representatives are the ones that
I wanna go to bed,
decide, and
but we
they're
need to fucking
able
talk about this.
To decide who's gonna go in which committee. So
What?
it's working as intended in a sense.
But you
what
do
are you
understand
saying?
that we the people do not decide who is specifically doing which oversights, correct?
Well, you're voting for the people that
people
are
who
going to have
decide
to make
for-
those
yeah, okay.
decisions,
Yeah,
right? Mhm.
sure.
So
Do-
that's the
do
point of the
companies- do
representative
companies have
republic.
perfect-
You're
Do companies have
you're
perfect
voting for
structure
them.
as well as internal
to represent you.
procedure, standard operating procedures? Are companies like perfect here, or how's that work?
Yes, companies are perfect. That was my argument. In fact,
All
I love
along.
them. I love them a lot.
Do you
They're
think
the
you know,
best.
it seems
thing
like you want to
ever,
get rid of government
especially
entirely,
mine.
and you think that corruption will just go away because government bad?
I mean, digital services is going to be the next big thing with the federal government.
Yeah, I think the question he's asking is how would corporations be different or be less susceptible to this level of corruption?
Because they're subject to market forces,
What
unlike the government.
incentives? So the incentive of what the company wants is to be able to make money by selling a product or service. That is the That is the basic idea of what
That'll
is
make
the
them
structure
corrupt.
of it.
And when they only when they only
Well,
sell
the
to the
incentive-
government.
I sure hope not.
Well,
I just want to get back to my fucking topic.
That's not
because
free market.
of non
Over here on the
of
East
non-competes
Coast, I
that
should
have
be
to be
fucking
enforced by the
first.
government. They,
But
you know,
you gotta
specifically
say
in
the
those
best.
cases. And I disagree
Relax.
with that. I would think, due to the Second Amendment, we should have access to every single weapon that we have access to, as long as you can pay for it. If you want an F-15,
let me
go
ask
for
you a
it,
question,
baby.
Rajas.
I don't have a problem with it.
Emmett, can I ask you a serious question?
Yeah, sure.
Let's just say
Afterwards,
right
I have
now-
a serious question as well, and then we'll move
Okay.
on.
If your whole idea here just produces worse outcomes, would you be willing to just change your mind?
Do you know the future?
No.
It's a hypothetical.
How do you know it produces
That's a
worse
hypothetical.
outcomes?
That's
I
not the
think
question.
that was the
Emmett,
qualifier.
that's
The qualifier of if. The word if. I think that was the qualifier.
Do we got to
So
go back
like,
to how would you feel if you didn't eat yesterday?
If private companies
yeah, of
were
course,
more
I understand
optimal
it.
at doing everything, I would
I understand
change
it.
my mind.
The clarifying question was for me to be able to know if he actually knows the future. If he doesn't, then yeah, I know.
It's implied that you
if
would
it
know
was,
the
if it
future,
was,
this one, okay?
there are some cases when it comes to ethics that I would prefer worst outcomes, but the ethical framework to be correct. For example, let's say that
Okay, so you
there's
would
a
actually
baby-
be like,
Hold
oh,
on,
I don't
let him
care if it's
answer.
worse.
Searka,
I don't-
hold on, let him finish.
We're over
For
five
example,
and a
let's say
half
that I'm in the
hours, guys.
1920s
5.5
little
hours.
baby,
If
well,
you
in the
appreciate
probably in the 1900s, a
the
little baby
work,
whose name
the
starts with
arguments,
H and ends with
the
Hitler,
entertainment,
okay, is
and please
born.
do
I would
think
still
about feeding
defend
the
the
puppy.
life of this
He
little baby, even
really,
though it's gonna
really
end
loves
up
it.
in, you know, in the Weimar, well, in the destruction of the Weimar Republic and the
Is
right,
the baby
or
a
the
company
theory
in
right.
this case? And what in the fuck is going
Is
on?
the baby incorporated? Or like I don't quite follow.
Yeah, no. So he's
was
looking.
giving-
So okay.
No, I was
So-
giving you an ethical framework in which I would accept a worse
Timer.
outcome, even though the
He
ethics
knows-
have
yeah,
to
he
be
knows the
preserved.
situation, yeah.
Because
If he
government's
knew-
bad, companies good. Companies are the
No.
baby.
No, again, he like I said, again, he just explained Searka. He is trying to give you an example of some situations where accepting of the worst outcome is still the ethical decision. So real quick, because we are out of time on this topic, and I want to ask you one more question, Emmett, because this one is important. If you support independent businesses being in charge of our military industrial complex, do you believe that those independent businesses should be allowed to sell to other countries the technology that they develop?
It would. I don't think so. I think they shouldn't be able to unless they are in direct military alliance with us. That would be the only
Okay,
way
why?
in which they would have.
Hold on,
access to
Searka,
it.
simmer down, buddy. That you see, this was the question.
And
We fucking broke Searka.
And
Go
I
ahead.
understand. I understand that they're like, oh my god, they're doing it right now. Yeah, the thing that I would do if I was, you know, if we have an actual god emperor that is able to do whatever he wants, is he would have the capacity to use the enforcement, right? He would go out and take away the CEO if necessary and put them in a tree if needs to be. That's the point.
What is his place?
Oh, God.
You know, where is he in the position of the country? Is he in like a government or something? Where is he?
What are you talking about?
So again, to be clear, we are looking to ask you if a country. I'm sorry, I got distracted. Somebody jumped in. They didn't know the rules. It's okay. We love you. We'll get back to you, Avarice. We do love our Avarice here. However, we're still locked down for the time being. So explain again what the disconnect is. Well, I'm assuming because I got distracted. I want to hear it again. And I'm giving you my undivided attention.
Okay.
If we do not want if we do not want a business to be able to sell the weapons that they develop for the United States to another country, but you also believe that we should not have the government in control of the businesses that are developing the weapons for our country, how do you peel that onion apart?
Okay, so I don't think these weapons should be outside of our domestic market. That is the thing. I think private citizens in the United States that are citizens of the United States should be able to buy whatever they want. Okay, and this is the thing, right? You're asking me about the enforcement of the contract. The contract should be with the United States government and should be decided towards the United States. and the ones that should be, because this is an ethics question, this is why we're talking about odds, what is good, the ones that ought be enforcing that nobody else gets that kind of technology is the US government. That is, so the point is, I would be saying, hey, US government, enforce on these companies your right to say, hey, nobody else get this. You are the sole proprietor of it because you bought it. That's the point.
Isn't it unethical though?
But
Because it's a government.
Yes, the government is a cudgel. They go and hit you and tell you what the fuck to do. They cannot make it, but they can tell you what to do. That's their job.
Or sorry,
their job is to enforce things.
So, hold on. So basically, you want the way that things work, but think that the way that things work are currently corrupt.
Yeah, of course. But I don't want. Listen.
Room
it's
temperature.
this
So
thing.
simple.
The way that I see it is very simple, right? You're telling me, hey, this thing that is happening right now is bad, and we can agree on that. But your solution is retarded. Your solution is, oh, well, let's give more power to the government. They will be able to solve everything for me. So
at least we have
there you go. There you go, retard. There you go.
It's our government.
Temperature IQ, bastard. Okay.
Our government.
You want to go in there? Let's go.
That you might want the government to do exactly what you just said with the weapons.
He said I could.
Yes, I want the government to enforce the laws. Is there a problem with that?
No. Can you?
Is there a problem with the government enforcing the laws?
Isn't it unethical?
For governments to enforce the law, that's unethical.
Yes. Is it unethical for the government to enforce laws?
What? Oh, I'm muted.
Oh, hold on, Searka.
Did
you mean to?
Can we move on, please? Oh my God, this is so dumb.
Did you mean to include banks and foreign countries?
Yes.
I didn't know you. If you're using the Fed's definition, that's what they're counting. More colloquially, held by the people, citizens. That's held by the public is also includes banks and foreign governments. To be clear.
All right. Okay. So that was an absolute blast.
I don't understand what you're asking me.
Yep. Nope. So hold on. We're going to come back to that hold on. We're moving on to the next one because we've got people who want to jump in, and we don't jump in until we're done with all of this and we get into the after party. So Emmett, I want to say I appreciate you coming back. Just so you know, this is what this is. The next hour and a half to 2 hours is like, where we kind of go over all three of the prompts, but we only give 30 minutes to each of the prompts so that way we don't like fall down a rabbit hole and get too bogged down. But after this next prompt, we're going to go back to an open format. I rate out. Everybody can fucking spurg as much as they want. I don't give a fuck because I ain't streaming. It's not my TOS. So you guys can do whatever the fuck you want. Whatever blood sports shit y'all usually get up to is cool with me. And Avarice is going to be jumping in at that time with us as well. So that said, I want to move on to our last prompt. I was just saying all of that, Emmett. If you want to go back to your karaoke for 30 minutes and then come back to us in a minute, whenever you can scream and yell and name insults, that's cool too. Or if you want to stick around, you're welcome to. I'm enjoying the fuck out of your
I'll be mostly
contribution.
quiet. I didn't actually listen to the whole debate. I apologize, but I'm gonna try to be
no
quiet
worries.
and just hang out
Yeah.
for a moment. And
Okay.
I just came back
circle
because
back.
people told me that you were talking about these. I thought maybe you have a question or something, so I was like trying to come back and
Just so you know, every week, this is how we do it. Basically, we go through each of the three prompts, or if we have a 3v3, we do a full 3v3 prompt. And then after that, we go through for about 2 hours and we discuss the prompts in a more open format like this. So that way everybody who didn't get to speak gets to, and et cetera, et cetera. So again, like I said, it's kind of more productive this way. But you pitch in if you want to, hang out if you want to, so on and so forth. People can come and go now because we changed some shit, so it's not going to fuck things up too much. If you leave, well, actually, it will, won't it? Fuck, it will. So yeah, if you don't mind leaving your cam on like this, if you do,
No, just move shit on top. Just drag it.
Yeah, I guess I can just move it to the top front. Cool. Yeah, I can fix it. We're doing.
Everyone can come and go as you please. It's fine.
Okay,
That's
so,
right. Come and go as you please.
So can I just, Searka, can I just ask you a direct question? Were you unaware? We've established that the unique DNA thing does not follow because each cell has unique DNA. Were you unaware?
Genome. That was the word you were looking for, by the way.
Yep.
I couldn't give it to you.
Yeah. Were you unaware that I was referring to the human genome or a new human organism Or were you genuinely thinking that I'm only
organisms
saying
lying?
DNA equals human?
Unique DNA is not a term.
That was not
like
the
Hunter
question.
said in the chat.
That was not the question.
It kind of.
Did you hear the question?
I know.
Do you need me to ask it again?
If you're referring to like chromosomal.
Did
like,
you know what I meant when I said unique DNA equals unique person, and then we went down the rabbit hole of saying, well, each cells are different. Okay, I didn't know that. You taught me something, but I was still referring to the genome that and a whole human person. So I'm asking you straight up: were you genuinely confused by my using the wrong words? Or were you understanding what I was saying and just using that as a debate tactic?
I'm gonna defer to someone right now. Hunter is literally a biology degree major.
Why
and
can't you
she's
just answer
straight
the
up going,
question?
Nobody knew you said genome much. She literally has a degree in
No, he
biology.
didn't say. He didn't say genome, but
I understood
Chief
it.
And I guess average.
And to be
Jordan.
fair, it's
That's
still
the point
genome.
of the question. I'm not asking about
Brown
Hunter.
personhood.
I'm asking about you, Searka. That's why it's a genuine question. If you genuinely did not
I
understand
actually
that I was talking
did
to
not
whatever.
think you were talking about genome specifically only. No.
So what? So then, what did you think I was referring to when I conceded that unique DNA was not a unique person, and I was talking about the hair? What did you think I was referring to?
Again, it doesn't matter.
It
It's
matters
not
to
enough
me.
for
It matters
personhood.
desperately to me. I'm pathetic
If
and a
you did, you
loser,
would
and
actually
your
have an
words are going
answer
to live
to
in my
this, and
head
you
for
would
the
be able
next
to
10 months.
ground-
What did
you
you
would be
think
able to
I meant?
ground why this
What?
has such a
Okay, I'll just
uniquely
you just go.
fucking strong.
You just go, and I'll ask you the same question when you don't answer it now.
Dude,
Could
I
I,
can tell that's kind of how you operate. Like, just
Maybe I
stop
can-
talking. and
Yeah,
listen
how
to
dare I let you answer a non-question? Go ahead.
Again, you need to actually show how you are grounding the property of uniqueness.
So the question
Or
was,
personhood.
what did you think I was referring to?
I don't know.
Okay,
Gene
so let's
Fair enough.
differentiation,
Fair enough.
unique
May I,
Fair
me
enough.
and
If you're-
Jesus,
It seems like
Jesus,
unique-
may I please steel man you? May I please white knight you, friend? So,
it seems like
Searka,
uniqueness.
Searka, what would you call the process of genotyping a person for the purposes of forensic evidence?
It's not relevant. I'm serious. It's not.
It is. I'm asking
is,
a question.
I feel like
it's
it is.
relevant because
It's
I
not
asked you
relevant.
the question.
I don't like the
Yeah.
answer,
It's
so it's
relevant
not
to this
I don't
relevant.
know the phrase. I don't know the fucking.
Okay,
the
cool. You don't know.
terminology for
So
this, yeah.
genotyping is what we're going to call it. So
Cool.
you do acknowledge that if I leave a hair follicle at a crime scene, that they are able to track that unique imprint of my DNA to me. Correct? You do what you're familiar
No.
with that idea, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
No.
So within that, do you understand that whenever that new imprint, that new structure of DNA, that new genome or genotype has been created, that is what Jesus is trying to refer to as the moment that a new being has been created. Do you see
Why? What
Okay,
about
no,
when
no,
a
but
cell-
I'm
what
not saying,
about
I'm
when
not
a
saying
cell-
yes or no.
What about when a
Do
cell
you
has
understand
mutation?
that is what he's saying? Do you? That's
about
all we're
when a
asking.
cell
We're
has
not saying do you
What
agree?
about when a
Hold
cell
on,
has a
hold on.
mutation?
We're not
About
saying
it.
do you agree. We're saying do you understand that is the framing he is trying to put forth.
It's just
That's all I'm asking.
uniqueness there.
Yes,
That's
you
it.
understand, or
Yep.
no, you don't understand,
Hold
brother.
on.
Just
That-
answer the fucking question.
That might be the framing that he's trying to put forth, but he's simply wrong.
Fair
You might,
enough.
yeah, and
Because,
we'll
like,
get to
even-
that
Fair
next.
enough.
We'll get to that
That's
next,
fine.
Vigi.
Yeah.
Hold on. We'll get to that next, Vigi. I just want to make sure that Searka understands the argument that Lutch is putting
If
forth.
I say yes, will he just tell me that uniqueness is his argument?
I don't know. Why don't you answer
We-
the question and we can find out?
I don't think it was.
I said yes.
So do you? Okay, fantastic. Now,
Oof,
then
we got there.
Is
the
it
next,
uniqueness or
the
not?
next question. Even if you don't know the term, Lutch doesn't know the term. That's fine. Genotyping, right? We know that is the technology, the forensic technology that is used to determine one person's individual genotype or DNA from another's. Now, to answer you back, Lutch, there are similarities to a point of virtual what's the word I'm looking for? I'm sorry, the whiskey's starting to catch up.
Irreplaceable?
Not being able to tell the difference between identical twins.
Okay.
That two identical twins are going to have the exact same genotype.
No, sometimes
Right?
it's not even that. It goes farther than that. There's sometimes where when we run the DNA sequence, we mistake brothers and sisters that are not
Or
identical
cousins,
twins,
yeah,
and
no,
we also
100%.
Okay, but that's an issue with the technology, not with the
direct-
principle.
Well,
Not
I don't
with
think
the
that your
idea.
I don't
So
know. I
if
didn't think
technology-
your argument
it's
was
literally because of how
uniqueness.
It's
Hold on. Would you
literally
mean
because
sorry,
of how
so
it works.
the Indian Jesus dude? Sorry. Yes, sir. Would you make the same case if we were talking about a baby,
Non-life
a
and
fetus
not
that is a clone?
Baby.
Would you be making the same argument if the baby was a clone of something of another person?
I don't know. I'd
Would
have
you
to
be?
think
Would
about
you
it.
make
It,
the same?
it seems like I would. I don't know, but I'd have to
I think you
about
would.
it.
So I don't
Probably,
think.
yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
think
that
your
was gonna be a
argument
question I
was
was gonna ask you,
uniqueness.
Casey, just
Like
so you
the
know.
whole thing
Was if we clone a person,
right? But
are we then still
yeah.
having a unique person? That was going to be my next
Well,
question.
and so
you
yes,
stole
that's
my
exactly what I was
question.
going to say. Is that
Hold on, Emmett, we'll give it to you. Hang on, let Indian Jesus finish.
there is we can like there already is examples of twins existing and courtroom stuff. So I don't know exactly how they iron that out, but that is a process that we can use. I'm sure if you find DNA at a murder scene and it's twins, we don't just go, oh, whoopsie, we can't know. Right? There's other things that go into it. And so, fine, I will take the L that I was under the impression unique DNA equals a unique person. I did not know that each cell has a unique DNA sequence, but I think it was pretty clear that if not from the wording itself, if not from the wording itself, that from the very specific example of almost in a childlike way saying, I take mine, I think that was pretty clear, and I just honestly don't believe you. I don't believe that you didn't know what I meant.
Just so you know, Jesus, so you know, during the stream, I did double check and fact check it, and it does seem that it is true that all cells have slightly different structures. However, the DNA itself is the overlapping. So yeah, again, but the cells themselves. So again, it is sort of a semantic scientific argument.
It feels very no, because if uniqueness is what the grounding property is.
Yep. I know uniquity is not necessarily indicative of individuality, but individuality is, I think, or self-determination, I think would be a better way for us to classify it, but we'll come back to that. Emmett was next. I'm sorry, Emmett, what were you going to say,
What
sir?
about something that has a mutation?
Hold on,
sir.
sir. Emmett had something to contribute.
Exception makes the rule.
Oh my!
Just go see Emmett. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask Vigilante. Okay, sorry. I was just going to ask Vigilante. When you said that about about they running the sequence of DNA, you call it a mistake. Why would it be a mistake if it's if it's actually doing the thing, they're just running the sequence?
I was more so calling it unreliable.
Yeah, but you would call that a mistake, right? It would be saying that they're the same person, but they aren't.
I mean, yeah, that's
So that would mean that there
why,
is a truth of the matter, right? Otherwise, it would just,
No,
it wouldn't be a mistake.
So, see, there's a reason why you can't convict somebody purely off of DNA evidence. DNA evidence helps with the conviction, but you can't.
I would
yeah,
say
you
that a
can't
lot of
purely
people have been
convict somebody
convicted.
based off of.
I thought you
What's the percentage of
with extra
of it
evidence,
being
it's
wrong?
usually supplementary, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't think
DNA
DNA
evidence is
evidence
supplementary.
solely. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but
But
it got
remember, we weren't
presupposes
talking.
that
I
there
was
is
using
this
that as
thing
an
that is-
example to demonstrate the genotype. We weren't talking about the court of law. We were talking a particular trial.
Hold on, we are talking about legal
personhood
person. We are talking about legal person.
Right, but that's a legal concept is different than a legal example. Like in this example,
But it would still presuppose that there's a truth of the matter, right? It would still say if I run this sequence and it says the same person of cousins, you're saying that they're different people. It's
Right.
just that there's
Yeah,
reliability
so, like,
on
a lot of-
the technology, right? But there's a truth of the matter.
Generally
Right.
speaking,
And so there's
generally speaking, when you run the DNA sequence against like DNA that's already in the system, you'll get it's like a 97 and 99% match. Typically speaking, that's because you're going to pull the family members of that person.
What I mean is there is a truth of the matter. There's a genome that the genome belongs to a person, right?
It's not.
I mean, it belongs to a person, but it also belongs to the family members of the person because their DNA is similar.
Would that depend on like where was a hair follicle or a blood sample? Like there's. Like,
but these are all
quality
issues with the.
involved?
Are these not all
Yeah,
issues with the
quality does
technology?
factor in, yeah.
As Emmett said, there is a truth of the matter. So our inability to say that this hair is particularly from Lutch versus Lutch's sister versus Lutch's cousin, that doesn't change the fact of the matter that the uniqueness of that genotype is in fact unique.
The individualization, like you said, right?
Yeah.
So mutations. mutations are the exception, or are they a fundamental
Yes.
part of genetic variation?
Mutation, I would say, by definition, is an exception.
They
No,
are the
it's-
fundamental
they're
part
natural.
of genetic variation
Yeah.
to have genes.
Uh-huh.
How's that an exception?
Because it doesn't operate in the way that the genotype is
I guess if you think
meant
about it
to.
like a
Why
video
would we
game,
call it a
but it's like
mutation?
in real
Why wouldn't we
life,
just
a mutation is a actual natural part of being a human?
Yeah, it's called gene expression. So, like throughout your life, like your genes express differently. So mutations are not necessarily a bad thing. We always think of them as in,
Sure.
like you're going to grow a third arm or something. But like,
so it's not an exception. Is what I'm
But
trying to tell you.
okay,
I thought it was going to make me shoot lasers out of my eyes.
I'm not.
I'm not trying to like I don't know.
So when a cell
Okay, so-
mutates, it's
Trying to clarify.
individualized and unique, right?
Yep. Is it a
So
unique
that
human
means now
organism,
that
or
has-
is it a unique
that
cell?
means that's enough for personhood.
No. What?
Why not?
Because
If it mutates, it has fundamentally different DNA. It's individual, like you were saying, and it's unique.
it's not. It doesn't have the genotype
Yeah,
of
so,
a different being.
It has different DNA now. It's mutated fundamentally at its fucking core.
Well,
Okay,
you-
so
we
you're
don't
going.
even- we
So
don't
wait,
even
wait,
need to-
wait, wait, wait,
hold
wait,
on,
wait, wait, wait,
hold
wait,
on,
wait,
we
wait,
don't-
wait,
we
wait,
don't
wait,
even
wait,
need
wait,
to-
wait, 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 wait. So are you asking me a hypothetical
Weren't you talking
question?
about genome earlier?
Yes.
Weren't you talking about genome?
Yes.
A mutation is
Uh-huh.
a nucleotide sequence change in the genome. Is it not?
Can I have a clarifying question whenever you guys are through?
Yes, Circa.
Now's the perfect
So that
time. do
means
it
your
now.
argument
Yeah,
now
okay,
has no
if I could-
grounding.
Well, hold on.
Well,
Wait, can we
let's
let
see
Circa
Circa's
land the
question.
plane?
I'm just trying to. Oh, yeah.
Well,
if
hold
you
on.
have
Wait,
something
real quick.
else.
Can we just let Circa
Yeah,
land the
of
plane?
course, of course.
I'm sorry. Yep.
Yeah.
Nope. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
Circa.
So in oh, so my
Yeah. No, Searka. Sorry. Searka, go ahead and land the plane.
So I said
Your
yes.
argument to ground the property of personhood relies on individualization, new and unique. Then every cell that's mutated qualifies for personhood.
Right. I conceded that in the
Also,
debate.
every
That
individual
okay,
sperm is-
I was
So
wrong
how are you
about the
grounding
wording.
Personhood? No,
Say
how are
again?
you grounding personhood as a property then? With uniqueness and what you're trying to say about the DNA thing is just there's nothing there now. It's just
The way I understood it
answer?
was
Yeah,
with
please,
here
I don't
are
really understand the
instructions that will build a person. Like this is the argument that I was hearing. Here are new instructions that didn't exist before. We don't care really. Here are instructions to build a person that doesn't currently exist. Like I think that's how I took
mutation
the argument.
is new instructions to do something that it wasn't doing before.
So hold on. Can I step in and white knight you again? So
You love me.
if left unchecked, a fetus will become a person. If left unchecked, an egg will become a tampon.
Yep. Potentiality. Every cell has the potential to at some point maybe become a new organism.
Okay, but we're not talking
Once
about organisms.
again,
we're
I
talking about
understand
humans.
There's some level
Humans.
of potentiality to everything.
Always a human.
However,
okay, but Circa-
however, without any further interference, an egg is going to continue to be an egg until it gets purged from the
Yeah,
female
but
body.
Okay. So
If
unfertilized
left
eggs
without
are
any
somehow
external
different.
interference,
That was the Bill Burr
that
thing.
fetus-
Are you guys not familiar
once
with the
again,
Bill Burr bit?
That's the distinction. That's the difference. One, if left alone, becomes nothing. One, if left alone, becomes a human. Most
Not
likely.
true. Give it
Maybe
Yeah, but that's not the
always.
standard he's using.
It could
That's
change.
not the
It-
standard
it-
he's using.
That is what?
Do you disagree with
That-
what I'm
no,
saying?
that's
Do you
exactly what I'm saying. That's precisely
literally
what I'm
what
saying.
he's saying.
He did
Literally
mention
what
that
he's
in
saying.
the
No,
debate.
it's
What
not.
if I said that was not
He
in line with that?
He said it during the debate. I wrote it down.
Yeah, he just didn't use that exact framing, that analogy that I'm using. So answer my
This is
question.
Yeah, so then you move the
potentiality. I
goalpost.
answered potentiality. I answered potentiality in my opening.
Okay, say it again for us.
I
Give us-
don't
give us the
remember what
truncated
your opening
version.
was.
Potentiality
Yeah,
doesn't
extract.
mean anything about personhood. It doesn't actually give enough for this. I'm sorry.
So what does then?
It was just one.
Oh, yeah,
line,
no,
right?
So what
no, for
does?
legal
Because
personhood.
that begs the question.
For
If you're
legal
saying that,
personhood, the fucking
legal
topic of
personhood.
the fucking debate.
Wait,
I'm
can I?
losing
Okay.
I need to chime in.
calm
here,
down,
if you don't mind.
calm
Yeah,
down.
guys,
We're all
hold on,
friends here,
hold on,
brother.
hold
We're
on.
all
I hear
friends
a
here,
new
brother.
voice.
Is
I
somebody
hear a
gonna-
new voice who wants to chime in. Somebody said, "I want you to chime in." Go ahead.
Well, the key for me in this debate was that they're like I think it was intentional.
Why is he so mad?
Is that there is
He
a
was.
concept of personhood in like a philosophical sense, right? And the debate prompt itself was specifically legal personhood. So when you're
Yes.
making these sort of more like, so I guess to that last point, right? I think that's where Searka was coming from.
Yes, that's the whole fucking point.
To be
yeah.
clear,
So let's-
real quick,
let's-
real quick, I want to interject. I'll give
That's
it
why
to you
you won't
next.
call it
Vijay.
murder. because
I'll get
he's
yeah.
not even giving the fetus personhood.
He did. He
Right
agreed
there.
with killing. He agreed with killing to acquiesce.
But he's
to
literally
your framing.
not giving personhood to the
he was
fetus by
literally-
not calling it murder.
because you didn't. He was trying to
No,
find
he's doing that
common
on
ground
purpose
with-
to fucking
It
obfuscate
was
his
an
own-
internal
purpose to find
critique.
common ground with
You were saying it's not murder, and that doesn't change my argument. So fine, I'll concede that it's not murder. It is killing, though. Whether we decide it is a
You're
human
the
or
one
not,
with the
it is still
position
killing.
here.
So we
You
can
were
get to
the
that next.
affirmative.
And
why are you
it-
internal critiquing me?
Because your arguments are because the only thing you could do is well, that's not technically right. Semantics bullshit. Blah,
And
blah,
it
blah,
did
blah.
come down to technicalities and semantics. That's true.
I don't know what else you
real
want me to
quick,
do.
real
That's
quick,
what a
real quick,
debate
real
is.
quick. Sorry, stop, everybody. I just want to give a quick shout out. This is super important. I just want to give a quick shout out because this particular prompt,
Love you, bro.
yes, was intentionally developed this way. And I put this to the judges. So we have 6 people that have at this point for the next season been decided to be the 6 judges that I'm going to pull from. And those judges are in a group text and I'm sending them the prompts in advance of me sending them out to you guys. And each of them is weighing in and helping and kind of throwing in any adaptations or whatever. With that said, I'm full disclosure. Lutch specifically asked for an abortion-related prompt that was not related to religion. So I asked the judges, "Give me something," and they kind of went back and forth. And this is the prompt they came out with. So I just want everybody to know
Why
that
did it
these
change,
prompts.
though? It got changed actually.
No, this was the
it?
exact wording of the prompt that was sent to you guys. Literally,
my
copy
message
paste.
shows life begins at conception. But not that it matters. I mean, I kind of just went off the cuff at the end there. But the message I got was life begins at conception. Which
Then I must
did
have
think
sent
there
it
was
to
gonna
you
be a
too
little-
soon.
there was a little bit of a theological thing in my whole. I barely prepped, but
Oh, interesting.
I mean,
I thought the legal
they would be a little bit
personhood
there.
angle was
I
clever.
thought I just copy pasted, but I'm not sure when it got changed to legal personhood. It was Ancom.
it was
I
fine,
think
but-
who was Ancom
Oh,
was the
yeah.
one who specifically contributed the legal personhood framing. But when again, I just want to make it clear that moving forward, all of the prompts that you guys receive are going to be going through filters
Ancom
of
sent me
all
the
of the
prompt
judges.
early though.
So
Ancom says specifically designed this prompt to be legal personhood. That's what I heard the whole time.
I think that's a
again.
clever way to
I
phrase
just
it,
wanted
yeah.
to put that out there. Yeah, I just wanted to put that out there so you guys know. Number one, that the prompts are going through more people than just me, and number two, that the judges are first of all have already been gleaned from previous season, and second of all, or third of all, are contributing to all of these prompts. So I just go ahead. I just want to throw that in there.
So, but wouldn't
do you call
life
it
beginning
murder,
its conception be an easier
No.
argument for you?
Do you think abortion is murder? Just answer yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. I'm just curious.
Okay, so question. Since we're talking about like the potentiality, is somebody who's legally brain dead still human?
Yes.
It has personhood.
Well, that's a different question. Being a human and being a person are not necessarily the same
Technically,
thing,
liberal
right?
democracies, our country and the idea of unalienable rights, you do not own them.
Yeah, you can't put a pillow
Unalienable-
over their head, unfortunately.
Oh,
Unalienable rights are unalienable. It means you don't possess them. So the government has a duty to protect
I think
you
we
from
mean
yourself.
inalienable is the word. And real quick, Searka, I just got to jump in because I was just double checking. Looking back, it looks like on 4-1, the last time that I mentioned the prompt, legal personhood should begin at conception was what I sent you. So I was clear about the prompt to you, just for the record. Just to clear my name. It's okay. I just did because I didn't want it to be my fault.
Is
So
there anything before that?
anyways.
So I have several questions that I wrote down. So
Lay
let's
it on
jump to
us,
the
Vijay.
next one.
took
So
notes,
should yeah, I got so frustrated I started taking notes. So should birth control that prevents implantation be illegal?
No.
Oh, like Plan B. Okay.
Well, Plan B.
Well, yeah, that's not a
and there's a lot of other ones.
Is it not okay.
Well,
clearly I've never taken it, so I don't know, but yeah.
I bought it. Never taken it, but I bought it.
Well, actually, no, that's not how Plan B works.
No,
Plan B, that's actually not how Plan B
ignore
works.
me. I'm just chiming in for no reason. Go ahead.
Sometimes it plants and it fucking does an abortion.
Yep.
Most of the
Right.
time it
Well,
doesn't. Most of the
no,
time it doesn't. Most
Abortion,
of the time it
abortion
releases
requires
the-
external influence.
So we can murder
right?
some of the time, I guess.
Yes.
Abortion
Yeah,
requires
birth-
external influence, right?
Yes,
Well,
and
that
the birth
to be-
control would be an
no,
external
because
influence.
Colloquially.
A miscarriage is a
Friends
spontaneous
ovulation,
abortion.
actually.
No,
Yeah,
because
yeah,
as
exactly.
you asked me that
Miscarriage is
specifically,
technically
Searka.
an abortion.
Did
Yeah,
you not
there's a
ask me
difference
that?
between a miscarriage and an abortion.
Well, it's
That's why there's
referred to
different
as a
words.
spontaneous abortion.
I wonder
so
how you would
terminology
legislate
gets
that,
wrong.
though. How would you know?
abortion.
Well, if there's evidence, just like the betting earlier,
They
we'll
look the
look
same.
after the fact. It's just like we discussed earlier with the sports betting. After the fact, we can look at it and be able to legislate whether or not it appears the evidence supports the idea that the person influenced the end of the
Laughing
the
at this
termination of the
again.
pregnancy.
Okay, so let's just say she had like
Yeah, but like taking
took a
She was
Tylenol.
smoking lots of cigarettes and rode on a lot of roller
Took a
coasters.
Tylenol. Took a Tylenol.
Yeah. Well,
so now the baby has to have its rights protected. How do we do
reasonable
that?
expectation of results. We would look to
That would be
reasonable
very,
expectation of results.
Very hard, man.
Right, but I think
sometimes the courts are hard, bro.
Sure, and exactly,
No,
and
I mean,
that's
like, just
specifically
think
my
about the
that was
ways in which
specifically
we
my
would just,
argument.
like, punish
Difficulty is
women
not
for
an
things that we
argument
have no
against
idea
doing what
about.
is right.
Sorry,
Difficulty
Lutch, I
is
didn't mean
not-
to take your thunder. I
But
did it in less
at-
words.
At least with the Tylenol thing, at least we're actually like, I feel like that's actually the prompt thing. We're like, but which the debate never.
I
actually
chose
got
to give my baby autism
because his grounding is worthless, in my opinion. But yeah.
Okay,
let's-
okay. So now that we're in the panel, what's a better one? What's a better one than conception? Conception. Did you not say birth? That's
That was a great
that's
question. Yeah,
fucking
birth.
insane, bro.
Yeah, hold on,
How
hold
is
on.
that insane?
Lutch,
It's the moment
Lutch,
where
Lutch,
it's very
I wanna
clear
give you,
that
I'm going
you
to give
can
my
give
hold on,
personhood.
Hold on, Searka. Let's articulate exactly what I want you to steel man right now. I want you to explain why there is some magical change that happens when a baby plops through a urethra, or excuse me, a vagina is what I meant to say there. Yeah.
why are we
What
using the
what
word
is it?
birth
What
like
is it
this?
about crawling through that portal that suddenly bequeaths personhood?
The pregnancy in and of itself is a liminal thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Cool.
transitory.
That doesn't answer
As
my
is
question.
life.
Birth.
What is-
birth
yeah,
is the moment.
right.
Birth is the moment in which there is a non-liminal thing happening. You are exiting a transitory stage, a development stage.
Okay, so what about that transitory
Well,
stage?
people
Is
say the
giving
same thing
what?
about going from an egg to a fetus.
No, that's a complete
Bars.
transitory stage.
Bars.
It's
It's not
designed to
the
be
Bars.
It's not the stage. You're just leaving the womb and disconnecting the thing on your
Yeah,
belly.
the
And we're
egg was
talking about
already in
fucking
the womb,
personhood. We're talking about
or
giving
in the
rights.
uterus. The egg was
Yes.
already in the uterus when it got
That
inseminated.
is the
by
most clear
sperm.
non-liminal moment when we can actually give rights.
Except for conception.
Why?
Except-
Why is
Oops.
it
When you-
clear?
Oops.
Why is
No,
it that
because now you're
once-
interrupting the woman's rights
True, too.
because she has a fucking person being developed in them.
Correct. That's how sex works. That's how reproduction works.
So that's
You
not
put the
clear,
P
bro. That's
in the V,
unclear.
and you pump
It's
a little bit.
complicated.
It's clear though.
Hold on, hold
I
on,
think
hold
that's
on,
a
hold on,
fair-
hold on, hold on, hold on,
There's
hold
an
on. hold on.
event that's clear.
You do agree, Searka, that there is more than one stage of events prior to the baby becoming in the womb, correct?
That's why it's unclear.
Is it though?
The moment
but
of birth
hold
is
on,
where
hold on,
you
hold
are
on, hold on.
exiting the woman, and you can give personhood clearly without really making,
I'm not a
women lose
biologist.
rights.
I'm not a sex educator. However, I feel like I remember in that really cool video, "The Miracle of Life," that the sperm and the egg meet each other before they find themselves to be in the wombs. So why is it that can't be the moment, the subliminal or superliminal or whatever fucking philosophical word we're
Hyperliminal.
using? The other
I'm not using a
liminal.
philosophical word. I'm using
No,
like
no,
a
the other
natural
than
law.
liminal, the other than liminal word
No,
version.
we're talking about
Why is it that
personhood.
can't be the moment that it becomes personhood instead of when it goes out the hole?
Because personhood is a legal description, a legal
Yeah.
prescription of described governmental rights, and it's
Yes,
not
we
very
get that.
clear
Yes.
how to give those rights to a developing fetus.
That's a
I
different.
just clearly laid it out for you. When it went from being the joining in the one place to being turning it into a womb, when the uterus goes from a uterus to a womb, right? When it turns
Implantation.
into a baby, when
They
it's
can't live
implanted,
independently.
that could be just as easily the moment of triggering that you're prescribing as sliding out the vajayjay.
Giving a social
can't
security
live
number is
independent at that
very
point. It's a parasite.
clear at the moment of conception.
Ooh,
Having
hold on,
legal
hold on,
wait,
hold
wait,
on,
can you
hold
say
on.
that-
in
sorry,
court.
can you say-
Security number.
Having
Wait,
legal
the
rights
assignment
in
of a
court.
social
Sorry,
security
can-
number?
Easy.
Wait, sir, I didn't
for
hear the beginning. Can you say,
conception.
sorry,
Wait,
I
that's a good-
apologize. Can you
good
say that again?
Fucking Christ.
Yeah, that
I'm
is. That is a
sorry,
good
bro.
comment.
People
Hold
aren't
on,
talking.
Searka.
I'm not mad at you.
Yeah.
I just said I didn't hear you.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Why are you getting so
Yeah,
mad,
simmer
dude?
down, Searka.
We're all
Searka, it's
friends.
okay.
I'd like to
Relax.
have
Pulse check,
a
bro.
comment later
People
on
literally
whenever,
are dying
whenever
over
you give
this.
me time.
Like, all right, guys. Like, Texas has
yes, people
hundreds
are
of
literally
thousands of
dying.
women
over this.
literally dying.
Some
or
of
at
them,
least
some
becoming
people
infertile.
consider those deaths to be the unborn fetuses. For what it's worth, Searka. Both sides of this
fine.
are equally passionate about saving lives. Let's be clear about
they're
that.
not.
I don't want to make
you.
it feel like
Fuck
it's
you. Get the
I
fuck
do.
out of here. No, don't
Yeah,
fucking play that bullshit.
Hold on,
No,
simmer
I
down.
care
I would
about
like to say
life, but
something
you
nice
don't, because
here
you just.
this time.
Searka, I want to be clear. This
That's
is
the
an
end of it.
important distinction.
You're in bad
People
vein.
who are
I knew it.
pro-life
I knew it.
truly believe that they are protecting an unborn child. What would you do to protect a child in a stroller in the street? That is what they are willing to do to protect a child.
That is what it is, bro.
That is
How are
literally
you
what
telling me
they're-
what
but you
I
only care
think?
about the life
How
of
are
the
you
baby
telling me what
up
I
until the
think?
point of
You
it
can
being
disagree.
born.
You can disagree that
The
is an
Nazis
avid.
thought they were doing a good thing too.
Yeah,
dude.
so did slave owners, and they were like, "Oh, these are not people, so we can do all this stuff." So fine, let's make
You're correct.
fine. So let's go this way.
Yeah.
Let's go this way
Just
with your
because you
slave owner
think it
bullshit.
doesn't mean
I'm not
it's good.
saying
Hold
it's
on.
right or wrong,
What
Searka. I'm saying
instead?
you can't misframe their intentions.
Instead of going,
Sorry, go ahead.
instead of saying, because the prompt doesn't say anything about full personhood, right? So beautiful. Let's give fetuses 3/5 of personhood. Solves
sorry,
every
what?
fucking issue you brought up.
You think the prompt
And a
can
donkey.
be half personhood?
It says personhood. Did it say full personhood? Was there examples in history where people were not given full personhood, or am I making that up right now, Circa?
I don't know.
Exactly.
You've
So
never
let's
even
go
read
back.
the
3/5 of a
fucking
person.
definition of
A
what
fetus is 3/5
personhood
of a
is,
person until they are born.
Making
I'll
a really
give you
valid
that.
point here, Searka.
So why?
No, he's not. He's literally not.
I think I am.
We're talking about giving governmental rights.
Okay, then shut it down then.
How do you
What is my
represent
question? What is my question?
conception of
What is my
fetus
question?
at one
What is
day
my
in
question?
court?
What is my question? Because I gave you a real
Slaves
good
didn't-
question, and now you're rambling
slaves
about
didn't have
bullshit. What
any-
was my question?
Slaves didn't have any rights, to be clear, so that it's not really analogous. They weren't considered
Currently does not consider because of the 14th Amendment, correct? Personhood, well, no, it's like one of the first, the definition of personhood is like one of the first things in the United States Code, right? So again,
older than
personhood
the United
happens
States, yeah.
when a person is born. It is already.
They don't
it is
like when
codified
I'm
in
right.
Were slaves considered legal people? I don't. That's
They
what
were-
I'm kind of.
That's the 3/5 compromise. That's
Their
specifically
birth.
what I'm talking
That's
about.
exactly what Jesus was saying,
So
and that's
we-
why
we
he was.
So
trying
you would be
better
the
to-
slave
but that's
owner.
what
Oh, I
they
agree.
didn't have any-
You
Okay, I
would be
see, I
the
see.
slave owner that
To
says
agree
these are
one,
not
then you're
people.
saying
Yeah, I hear you.
Partially
Okay.
human, yes.
And I would be
Yeah, I
the
hear
one
you.
that said, "Well, they are people, but if you
I don't
cannot
think it's
give
unclear to
personhood,
just
if you
give
if
personhood to
Yeah, but I guarantee you don't give a fuck about the method they're born.
Whoa, we're gonna
Yep,
finish
let-
that.
let-
I'm gonna
I
finish
would like
that.
to- Go ahead,
So
Jesus.
I would
so
like
if
to say
you're not
something
willing,
whenever-
if
Yep,
you're
we'll
not
bring it
willing,
back to you, Emmett. Go ahead,
if
Jesus.
you're not willing
Sentience
to
is not a
give
good argument, Razor,
full
because it
personhood,
develops differently for every person.
if you're not willing to give full personhood to a fetus, why would we not give it 3/5 personhood?
Because I think it doesn't actually work because we're mammals with complicated pregnancies. A black person you can clearly give personhood to. Okay?
As
It's
a
not
fetus,
unclear.
yeah,
They're
you can
birthed.
do it as a fetus too. Why can't you
A
do it? Can you
fetus is
explain?
not. It's in
Okay.
a developmental stage.
I'm
of
going to bring it
can't live
down.
on its
I
own.
apologize. I'm going to bring it down. Can you explain to
It
me,
li-
please, why I understand
Maybe
the
if you
different
stop
things, but why
talking-
it doesn't matter? I
Because
can't
the
stop
fetus
talking
is
before I give
inside
you
of
the
another
question.
person.
It can't live independent of its mother. That's your answer.
But before
Neither
birth,
can
it
any
can.
baby.
Viability.
But
Neither can
before
any
birth, it
baby.
can.
It's not
3-month-olds
just
cannot
live, it
exist
can't
without their
live.
mother.
It's the fact that it's
The
inside
viability
of,
outside of the
it's a
womb.
we're mammals, man. It's complicated. It's not going to be.
Oh,
an
really? I thought
easy
we were
thing.
fish.
That's the problem. It's important, actually.
It
Okay,
is
like,
pragmatic. Fucking no-
You know, birth.
if we were
birth
fucking
is
chickens and we
pragmatic,
shit out
but-
eggs, we could give personhood to the eggs, dude.
Why
That'd
the
be easy.
fuck would we do that? There's no. Oh my god. You do know that an egg doesn't
Okay.
automatically turn into a chicken, right? You do know that, right?
Could.
If left
Couldn't it?
Well, that's why I
unchanged,
said
if left
automatically,
under-
Circa. So
if
you
left
need to
unaffe-
listen to the
Are you
words
saying
coming
that
out of
it-
my mouth.
What
Sorry,
about a
HR.
baby, a fetus that accidentally
Nope,
like
it's okay.
it's a
No,
miscarriage?
I want to get
I
this out
stopped
there
for
'cause I said
HR.
it once. If left uninterfered with, one will turn into a life, the other will not. That's the
The egg
distinction,
won't?
and it seems pretty fucking clear.
The egg
An
won't?
egg, if nothing changes to the egg is not going to turn into a chicken. If nothing happens to an inseminated egg, is there a proper?
That's fine.
There's a
We
prop-
can give personhood to the egg. even
fertilized
without
implanted
incubation.
egg.
Fertilized. Thank you. Once that egg has been fertilized, it is a chicken in waiting? Is the argument that Lutch is
Yes.
making?
That is my
I
argument.
still think
Why
it's
is that not
actually
right?
probably
Searka, why is that not
more
right?
clear to give personhood to an waiting to be incubated chicken? Or sorry, egg. I mean, egg.
Well, I wouldn't give
it's
personhood to
outside,
any
it's
check-in,
already
but
like gone through the liminal stage. That's the problem. Now,
Real quick.
Let's
Real
say,
quick,
let's
hold
say
on.
it's
I'm
fertilized.
not giving
Hold on, let's say it's
personhood
fertilized.
to. Do you
Let's
want to
say
ask
the
that?
egg is fertilized, like you said, incubated.
Mhm.
Now we can give personhood very clearly. I think
It's a chicken.
I
What? Why
need
are we
to- I
giving?
need to interfere for a moment. I need to
I'm just
interfere for just
describing
one moment.
mammals
The conversation.
We're not
other
giving
animals.
chickens
Write it down,
personhood.
gentlemen. I promise you, you're about to be able to go way off the rails with this. So I am about to go ahead and rate us out to some.
He thinks
and we're going to go ahead.
chickens
and
are people, but fetuses are not.
Vigi, are you going to be going on for very much longer? Lutch, are you going to be going on for very much longer? Searka, are you...
Let Emmett speak first. Let Emmett speak first.
Emmett. One. Nope. I'm sorry. I forgot.
that's-
Everybody was fucking talking. Emmett, you've been gone for a while. Before I rate out, I'm going to go to Emmett.
I'm just trying to adhere to them. Okay. First off, I'm really happy for all the leftists here saying that all of the immigrants without a social security number are not persons. I'm really happy, and I agree with all of you. They should all be deported. And the second part that I really agree with the second part that I want to clarify is the parasite is an organism that lives on or inside another organism, the host, and gets food from or that expense of the host, which would mean that
Hold on, let him finish. Let him finish.
that a
He's been sitting here very
pregnancy would
patient.
not be that definition because we don't, we're the same organism. It's just part of the development of, of our species. But you know what? You can call babies parasites. I mean, you guys are the effects of morality, saying that all of the immigrants are not persons and shit.
I'm sorry. When
It's
did I
fine.
call a baby
So
parasite?
yeah, good one. I
No,
agree
you
with all
didn't.
of you.
What the fuck did you say?
You're
I
all
agree.
going to get the chance. You're all going to get the chance to go nuts on this. I promise. Again, we're about to enter the chaos phase.
right after.
We're about to enter the chaos phase where there's going to be everybody who has access to this room can pile in and go nuts. I'm going to rate us out to somebody else. Who wants to host that is my next question. Vigi, do you want to host that? Do you want me?
Sure.
Oh, yeah, Vigi. All right, cheers. Then we're going to go ahead and
Fuck
rate
it.
us out to Vigi. And you guys, everybody who has been waiting patiently, if you can hear me right now, please jump in. Vigi, where are you? Where are you? Oh, there you are.
We're staying in this voice channel, or we're going to another channel?
Yeah, nothing's changing, nothing's moving for anybody else. I'm
all right. So I'll hang around for a little bit. I don't know. 5 of you here. You've been here for a while, so let me know if you get bored or whatever.
Every Saturday we're doing the 6:00 p.m. and please, everybody, pile in, give them hell. Let's fucking go, kids. Vigi,
thanks for
you asked for
having
it,
me,
buddy.
by the way. Yeah.
No,
Oh,
absolutely.
work, right?
Thank
Yeah.
you guys.
Appreciate
Thank
it. It's fun.
everybody who hung out with us tonight and everybody who was new. Thank you very much. Tell your friends if you had a good time. Let them know. Respond to my fucking prompts, and we'll get them in as well. We're fair. We're even minded. We're trying to.
Symbiotic one.
Oh my God, Searka, fucking hold it in, bro. I just give it 30 seconds. I promise. Let me close my show. You guys have a great night. I appreciate every fucking one of y'all. We are going to go ahead and talk to you guys next Wednesday for sure. Respond to your prompts. Have a great night. Be nice to each other, and let's fucking go.
Hell yeah.
Beautiful.
Wait,
Are we good?
So
wait, Everest, are you gonna? Everest,
And we're all-
we're still live.
Wait,
We're
Everest,
on my screen.
I'm here to contend with the prompt.
Wait, are you gonna do baby maxing?
I don't know what we're yelling about.
Listen, I don't know where we're gonna go. I'm just saying that we shouldn't start the conception. No, it's that birth.
Thank you. Holy shit, right winger Grace.
Yeah,
I wasn't comparing.
Oh my God!
I need people to know that.
He's
I was
playing
not
Avarice, I love you
comparing
so
the
much.
fetus to the egg.
I won't ruin.
I love you for that moment so
I'm
much.
showing how they're so different that the egg is easier and clearly much less, fucking up.
No, it's very easy because if we legalize it to conception, then I can't kill all the babies and send them to heaven legally.
There it is.
All right.
Which is
there's the heaven maxing.
There
listen,
it is,
which is why I wanted an atheist v atheist debate on this.
Well, listen, what are you talking about? I don't see how this. Listen, I'm talking atheist. This is legalistically speaking here. I'm not talking. You don't have to be Christian in this endeavor, right? I'll make the machine.
Okay, but the
legally speaking, of course,
existence of
gotta-
heaven
No,
is
no, no,
heavily
but
dependent.
You have to believe that heaven.
I'm not
Right.
killing.
If I don't believe
I'm
that
not
heaven
killing
exists,
anything.
then you're just murdering people.
Avarice.
Well, no, I'm not murdering
Hi.
any. Hold on. I'm not murdering anybody because legally, they're
real-
allies when they're
hello,
born.
Hey, hello,
Avarice,
hi, real
Avarice.
quickly, hi.
If your
hi.
wife,
I'm not murdering anybody,
Hold on,
Indian
hi,
Jesus.
lady,
Who am I
hold on,
murdering?
hold on.
Wait, who am I?
Hi,
Who am
hold
I
on.
murdering?
The
Jesus.
baby.
Hold on, hi,
The
hello.
fucking
What
baby.
do you mean?
Can I-
They're legally,
real
they're
quickly,
legally
can I quickly just-
not humans.
Can I
Also, ultimately, we all gonna die, so it doesn't matter. You know, it's just
God, I gotta piss, but I don't want to
Alright,
miss
fucking
it.
nihilist.
agree.
You fucking nihilist. Grow up and be an absurdist.
Hold on.
Avarice,
Hello,
Avarice, can I ask you a
hello,
question?
hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Just being sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's say we do
Okay, I
give
hold,
personhood
hold on,
to
hold on, Searka,
fetus
please.
at conception. Okay.
God, this is your show now, Vigi. This is on you.
And
I'm getting
let's
fucked up
say-
and having
let's
fun.
say
So
that your wife doesn't
Dilly
have a
dilly,
diet for a
horseradish,
month,
dilly dilly.
hypothetically.
Yeah.
Let's say she doesn't
Yeah.
eat that well for a month.
Yeah.
Would you say that we should prosecute her?
What
We have to
my
protect the baby's
missus?
rights.
Wait, she
in
did
this
what for a month?
circumstance,
Wait,
right?
wait. What do you mean? What do you
Oh
mean?
my
They're not
God, this is
babies
a
in
bad
there. What are
arg-
you
this is
talking
a
about?
bad
They're not
argument.
babies
Wait,
till they're
hold on.
born.
Doing an internal.
Can you please hold on?
Okay,
Can
well, I
hold
guess
on.
I can't
Stop.
hear you through all the
Please,
people,
just
so
real
I'm sorry.
quickly.
I'm trying to. I guess I
No,
missed the
just real-
internal critique,
oh,
Searka.
just-
Every
Hi,
time
just
a
real
woman
quick.
takes a
Razor.
drug,
One at a
every
time.
time a woman eats anything, every time a woman doesn't take a
Searka,
walk,
please, can I?
or when she
before
does
I,
take a walk,
I want to just give.
she
I
might
want to give
actually
an
be
argument.
hurting the fetus, right?
Searka, I'm on your side. Could you please let me? I know, but I
Avery, are you over? You're over on YouTube now.
this argument is pissing me off because nobody is fucking talking about what
Everything a woman does,
or
may
how
hurt the fetus.
personhood.
I'm just looking to close
how
down. Close down the
personhood
chat.
is
So if you're over there, that's
connected
cool.
to sentience.
Just wondering.
What?
Nobody
I
is
have no
talking.
idea.
Nobody.
We're talking
Can
about
I-
legality. We're talking about legality here. That's all I'm getting
Yeah,
at. Like
I know.
legally, right?
I know you're talking about legality. The prompt was, should we make
so
the
how do we
the legal
legislate this?
personhood?
Do we never?
We're
I mean,
talking
women,
about
by
the guy.
existing
God
and being
damn it,
pregnant
Searka.
may
Searka,
be hurting the fetus at
let
every
Razor
point in
talk.
time.
Searka, can you hear me?
Well, I'm not hurting the fetus
Searka,
because
can you-
they don't.
hold
They
on,
don't
can
have
Searka
rights.
hear
She
me?
might be though. What if she takes a Tylenol? What if she has?
You can actually hear me or no?
That is
What-
damaging.
I think he's
Moms have been
ignoring
taking.
Searka. Let
Moms have
Razor
been
talk.
taking
Can
Tylenol
you
for
hear
years.
Razor?
No, I haven't
Searka,
muted.
can you hear Razor? He's been trying to cut
No,
in.
he has
I'm
Razor
trying-
muted.
I've muted. I don't know, this is fucking weird.
Nigga, what the fuck? I'm trying to. I'm on your side. What the
I did it
hell?
like instantly, bro. This dude's weird.
Yeah, please,
Yeah, you're
please
weird
don't.
too, but I was
Just so
on
you
your
know,
side.
I've been.
VC,
He's been. You both have been speaking at the same time, so that's why I can't hear you, Searka.
Yeah,
I'm trying.
Please, please don't mute other people in the VC. It causes problems with crosstalk and people not being able to hear one another.
Well, like
No,
what
like,
just
I-
happened? Like
What?
Yeah,
What are we talking? The dude's literally not even trying to communicate.
yes,
Why
I
do
was
we
trying
even
to,
give
you
him
wouldn't
any
let
credence right now.
Razor is, yeah.
Yeah.
so
I was
can
trying
we-
to communicate. I was saying, hey, hello. Can
Listen,
I?
I'm
If
not
I get
even
in with
talking.
this ask-
Look, I'm with you in Indian. I don't want to talk about the religious aspects of me sending the babies to heaven, right? I want to talk about the legalistic parts of how we that they are considered a person at birth, right? That's what we're getting at. Because if they're not considered a person, if they're considered a
you're
person at
literally
conception,
not understanding
right?
what's
Then
going
I
on.
can't kill the thing of whatever it is, the object
You are
of which
not
is in the
understanding.
belly.
This is not about it
Yeah.
being human. This is about it getting
Okay,
governmental rights.
Yeah, again, we don't have. I don't have to give it rights.
So
If the
a
mother
woman
is
eats
taking
poorly,
care of this thing,
she's hurting the fetus. The fetus needs to be protected. It has rights.
okay.
It
So
has
you want?
personhood. What do you
Okay,
do?
so what we do? So what you're asking is that everybody needs to be on a specific diet. That we should regulate every female, and
I mean,
how
much
they
are you
eat
going
when
to be
they're
okay
born.
with the fetus
So
being hurt?
communism. Well, I look at. I'm not in charge of other people's children
we can't
here.
just not give the rights.
Right. So
to the
we
fetus.
give
look, I
kids rights,
personally-
but
listen.
they don't have the same amount of rights
Look,
as an adult.
listen,
so you
I
can
get it,
give
but
you can give
hold
quote
on.
unquote rights
A
to a
kid
fetus,
is
but
I
you
just want to be
wouldn't
very clear. I want to be
necessarily
very.
need
I want to
to
be
give
very
the kid
clear.
quote unquote rights.
Hold on, let me be very
as
clear here. Let me speak. You guys are you guys are contending with me one at a time.
Over-talking each other,
Hold on.
please.
So
because I haven't got to say anything because I kept getting
Well,
stopped
well, hold on. So the answer here.
or ignored. Please.
Okay, just keep going. Okay, so the answer here is in your worldview. I don't really care what the mother's doing because I care about what I'm doing. I'm doing
care about the
Project
fetus
avarice. Well, no,
Don't you
no,
care about
because
the
I'll have,
person?
and on my side, they won't even make it that far, right? The
Avarice
mother doesn't care. right? They'll make it
Why are
about
we
2
not-
weeks.
This is a real question, Avarice. Why are we not answering?
Avarice, I'm wanting
Again-
to. I'm wanting to
Let
actually have
Razor
a
go.
conversation
Let Razor
because I
go.
haven't been able.
I'm just trying to get it back and forth here, but okay, fuck it, let's go. What do you want,
No,
Razor?
you're not. You're not letting me actually speak.
I was talking to Searka, so I mean, I
Don't
wasn't
talk about
talking.
not getting talking. Talk. Just talk. Say it. The mic's yours. Just fucking go.
I was trying. Yes. Sorry, I was trying to get into just say like when it comes to the talking about legal personhood, there's a certain aspect that I was not hearing spoken about at all, and that is sentience of
not
the
a good
being. It is
Sentient- no, it's
because
different
at
for
around
every
the age
different person.
around
It develops at different times. How do you legislate that?
Oh,
at
hold
around
on, Searka. I'm
24
sorry.
to
Did you
20
go back to your video game?
let's let it-
I'll deal
around
with this.
24
Hold on,
to
Searka.
26.
Why do you think, Razor, that sentience is a valid
Define
indicator
sentience.
of life?
Sentience is usually going to end up being when you're able to experience things around
date is
24 to 26 around 24 to 26 weeks inside of the womb.
That's
is
still
when
too long
a-
in my worldview. You
is
see,
when
listen,
a-
you think
I'm
they
gonna
won't
get to
feel.
you, Average. Don't
What
worry.
if you
I'm
make
gonna
a
go back.
mistake
I'm
and
gonna
it
go back
happens
to
earlier?
moderating. I'm sorry. I
You
can't just
kill
sit
the
here.
Well,
and
person.
let this shit
he's
happen.
not sitting
I wanna
inside
hear.
your
I want to hear
letting
the
me
Devin Max.
finish.
I want to
Look,
hear
if
the
I had
Devin
mod
Max
privileges,
Gabber.
I'd be muting people.
But yeah, no, I understand.
I
I
know.
hear you. So I want to. You just do it with a man voice, my friend. All right. So Razor, what you're saying that you believe that a person's personhood should happen whenever they have experience. How do we know that 24? What did you say? 24 to 36 weeks of
No,
gestation.
24 to 26 weeks is
24
around
to
the time
26,
when
cool.
the
How do we
brain is
know
when
that?
the brain starts to
Sorry,
develop.
how do you legislate around?
Many scientific. I sent it like
This
twice.
is so. This is so
chat.
fallacious.
Okay,
my
so
argument.
that is
legislate this?
hold on, Circa. So
I
that
sent
is
it in the
that
chat
is
like twice.
that is
It
when
was
science has detected brain development. You're saying, and you think that
Yes,
we
around
necessarily
the time.
know that brain development indicates experience
when you're able to start is when you are able to start experiencing and feeling the world around you, even when
Stimuli.
you're in
I'd
the
love to
womb.
know when we
Yes,
can
stimuli.
Okay,
Thank you.
cheers. Okay,
Such
Circa,
as
Circa, why is it response to stimuli is not an acceptable
because
layer
it's different
or
for
an
every
acceptable
single
barrier?
person. It develops
that's why
at a different time frame.
That's when it's
Yeah,
able
that's
to
why I said
experience,
24
though,
to
right?
26.
So why is
And
the
I also want to point
ability
out
to
that simply
experience?
looking at brainwaves doesn't
I would
mean
like to point
what you're
out
saying.
one sec. I have not been talking much. I would like to point
Yep,
out.
no, I'm gonna get
Almost
let
all
Circa
cellular
answer, and then
life
you can
has
go
the
next,
ability
Ancom.
to respond to stimulus. I just pointing that.
Yeah,
I'm
but
sorry,
that's
say
why I
that
was
again.
trying not
You're
to-
very quiet.
that's why
Say
I was
that again
saying
one more time.
experiencing like actual things, not just response to stimuli. Like it's more than just the stimuli part.
How do you legislate actual experience?
Okay, so are we gonna?
So if
Again,
a baby
you're
is-
being
if a
fallacious.
baby
Look
is
at
behind
he's
in
being fallacious to my
development-
argument, though, horseradish. So I'm trying to say, like, he's
Yep,
worried about the
if a-
24 to 26 weeks. They're not going to feel anything at 2 to 3 weeks. It doesn't matter. In
Well,
my
not only
worldview,
that, but if a baby is behind in development, does that mean that baby, like, do we have to detect where it's at in its brain development? Is there a way we can detect cognition?
So the reason
just
why
do
I
that 24
usually pick this this time frame of 24 to 26 weeks is because before that the quote stimuli that they would quote unquote feel is not they wouldn't actually feel it. It would be painless, completely gone, doesn't matter. They never knew what experience was of pain or anything like that. But once they hit that 24 to 26 week mark, pain actually can start to be felt, and that's where I usually put my threshold
So
for
the
when it comes to
experience of
abortion.
pain is specifically what you're putting the line in. I will ask my question
usually
again
when
to
they
you
can
directly,
start.
Razor, before we punt this to Ancom.
That's
If
fair.
a baby is late development on experiencing pain, that baby is allowed to be aborted.
Well, I am well
in your paradigm.
Yeah, in my paradigm, I am for the full 9 months because it's the woman's choice on this one. But and before anyone hops onto that,
then why are we even arguing
Hold on,
this?
everybody.
Give me a fucking
How
go.
are you still making
on this
Let her
dumb
finish.
fuck.
It's Ancom, then it's you, Avarice.
Yeah, so as I was about to say,
how are they still making this argument?
Because when it comes to the term abortion, it just means to terminate a pregnancy. The being that you are removing from the body can possibly survive outside the womb around that time. You're just removing the fetus. You're just removing the fetus, and/or at the time of possibly.
Well,
8
then
or
they'll
9
have the
months.
discussion.
But at the point of cognition is when you think the line should be drawn, is what you're saying. Ancom, what were you going to say, sir? I'm
not
sorry.
really. Still the mother's choice, but that's where the consideration needs to be.
Fair. Ancom, go ahead.
At this point in the conversation, the shit that I wanted to bring up, 40 minutes ago.
Run it back, brother. Run it back.
Been, as far as what
That's okay. I still have more
saying,
questions.
like, if responding to stimuli is is the metric we're going by,
Not just
there's
responding
a lot
to
of
stimuli,
shit
like very specific, very specifically actually
I
experiencing
don't
things, not
think
just
it's that
responding.
specific, man. Experience
Yeah,
is
and,
not
well,
a specific thing.
the problem with measuring it as experience is that is a very subjective term, and yes, we can put a lot
definitionally
of
subjective.
We can't really detect
we can
cognition.
put a lot of research into what counts as experience, but ultimately we're still trying to quantify an inherently and unavoidably subjective
Right.
Before you
measure.
can get an abortion, you have to poke the fetus, and if it flinches, you can't do it. Got it. Avarice, what were you going to say, brother? I'm sorry. Avarice has been super.
Okay, I
super
realize
patient.
that's a joke, but like my autism rate.
I'm not going to say too long.
it
but
just hasn't. The legal spot hasn't been.
Let me know how you guys are feeling, because like I'll keep it going. I had the whole week off. I'll keep going. But if you're like, let's close it down, we could definitely do that. So just let me know. Let me know.
You can post it in the chat here again if you want me to.
Yeah, sure. They can feel pain, but in the way that I'm aborting them, I mean, they're going to be at 2-3 weeks max. I don't understand why it even matters making it to 24, 36. I don't understand.
A serious question for the
Wait, did he leave?
I'm not being serious right now. I'm not being serious right now. You're treating me like a fucking little clown over here. I'm trying to get
that was serious stakes.
If the baby in the womb can survive in an incubator, should it be illegal to abort it? If an incubator, if it can live in an incubator.
And what point is that, my friend? Is it week 9? Is it 15?
No, a doctor would decide.
Okay, so we're just gonna keep running from Avarice's argument. Okay, I understand.
Because your argument's fucking.
This is important. Hold on. What Anton's saying is important.
I'm talking about legally. I'm talking about legal stuff here.
Let Ancom clarify what we're talking about, so we know we're having the same conversation. Go ahead, Ancom.
Yes, I want to clarify that all pregnancies technically end in abortion. Abortion is just the end of a pregnancy. So I want to make it clear that
I'm so glad.
For example,
I'm so glad he came, because he's being a clown, representing what Searka's saying in the most disgusting way. Yeah, let's just kill all the babies so that they go to heaven.
Question that Casey just brought up is still technically.
How do you argue against that?
We are keeping the fetus alive, and that is the core of this question.
He's doing well tonight. He's on our side tonight.
Again, you keep calling the argument. You guys are dodging my argument. This has nothing to do with my argument of pushing the legality. Just because you don't like my argument, just because you don't like my argument.
Avarice probably isn't going to stop. Why don't we let Avarice go? Why don't we let Avarice go?
Just because you don't. How is it a troll? You can't, just because you can't contend with my argument, you're going to call it a troll. I'm sorry.
I'm asking you nicely, purely so that we can get through this. That you please stop with the troll thing.
Okay, listen, this is a perspective here.
I'm asking you very nicely.
Now,
I'm
saying that we shouldn't
be serious and stop with the trolling. I'm asking very nicely.
I'm saying, okay, again,
legitimately, I am upset. I am going to get more upset.
To the table. Why don't you fucking contend with it then,
because
you little bitch?
Because you're trolling about it, and trolls don't deserve respect.
How so?
We are no longer Razor. I want to be clear.
Seem to contend with him.
So hold on, Avarice, please, my friend. Hold on. Hold your fire. Razor, I need to clarify in case I wasn't clear about this whenever we rated out. But we are no longer in the DMZ, so the expectation of protection is no longer necessarily valid. So again, people are gonna. Okay, I just want to make sure you knew that. Okay, because again, I literally tell people hold for the chaos. Hold for the chaos till I raid out, then fucking go nuts, because this is no longer my party. I just want to make sure you understand this is not indicative of the DMZ.
What is the percentage of third trimester abortions?
I would
that
love to
aren't
hear
for
from
medical reasons?
Razor and then Avarice if we could. Just
I would love to hear someone just contend with my fucking argument and stop being a little bitch.
So let's well, Avarice. So let Razor say what he's got to say, and then you throw the argument at him.
I stopped listening to his argument because
No,
I
what is
know it's
your
a troll.
argument?
I don't want to.
You were
How many,
jumping.
the
You were
incubator,
jumping in.
the incubator question is good.
Yeah,
How
I
many
already said it.
abortions-
The person.
How many abortions actually
Like, it was the first
happen that aren't medically
At the
related
third
after that?
More than one.
Sorry, I missed. Hold
It
on.
was
can you
more
repeat?
of a philosophical. I mean,
I
or
know,
not.
I'm just-
I mean,
Yeah,
Okay,
easier
so
to
Razor,
have
if you're not
an
going to
opinion
go,
How
then
many do
very
versus
often.
how many should is the same conversation.
Because everyone started speaking, and I heard like three
we can
separate
continue
people, and
it.
I
I
didn't
have
hear.
more
Okay,
questions.
So
okay?
talk then. You have to talk.
I
did,
wanted
ask
to
the
hear
question.
this question. I was waiting. Okay, Searka, you asked the question. Please ask it again. I misheard.
Yeah,
How many
so
third
what is
trimester
the per-
abortions
What is the
happen?
percentage
That was the
of
question.
medically related abortions after that stage that you mentioned, the incubator stage, or
After
third
the-
trimester?
Medically
It's
related or elective?
After it's
medically
probably
necessary,
go
as in,
medically
like,
related.
emergency
It's
medical
probably
relief.
like less than. I think it's. If I might be misremembering the exact number. It might be somewhere like 1-2%, maybe
Are
less
you
than that.
including elective?
The number is insanely low, but that doesn't mean that it can't or that we're
wait,
talking about
but-
should or shouldn't, not does or doesn't.
Holy shit.
Wait.
No,
Circa's asking about like a doctor saying for the life of the mother. they
Damn,
need
there's
to remove
nobody
the
here.
baby. That's
Correct. How
what
rare,
percentage of
how
pregnancies?
rare third trimester or late term abortions are.
Do doctors
We
do
got
that?
Very
nobody.
Do
Are we-
elective
let me know if you're here.
That's what
I'm
I'm
gonna go to
asking.
bed.
Again, we're
A
still
lot of the
talking.
time, a lot of the time with that ninth month or that third trimester one, the baby will have some kind of defect that will make it won't survive outside the
You're
womb at
still,
all.
you're
medically
still
related.
talking about. You're still talking about like something about the baby. We're not talking about the
Oh, sorry.
legality here.
I misunderstood your question. I apologize.
Up until
Yeah, no, it's
birth,
a hive.
the baby
It's-
is an
when
object
it comes to
of
being
the
medically-
parent, right?
Yeah,
The
it's like
mother.
I don't know how much I'm going to be able to say here.
Doctors
I
will
misunderstood
not
your
do
question,
elective
Circa.
abortions most of the time in these stages.
Yeah,
that
or
we're
at
talking
that
about. They
time.
literally will
At
not
Some
do
that
it.
things
stage,
don't
they'll
happen
do it.
very often, but we
Okay,
still make them
time-
illegal, even though they don't happen very often.
Okay,
So
so
what
There's
is
a
the
weird
percentage?
mandate the government.
Is the
You
thing-
mandate the
is-
government
is-
to do a
is-
hard
is-
stop at the
is-
7th month. You've now
is the thing
fucked the
inside a
medical
belly
procedure for the
property
8th
or
You will
month.
not
do
property?
it, okay?
So technically,
No
so yeah,
one
technically,
said hard stop,
at
and-
the
and-
yeah, when it comes to the whole medical thing, yeah, sorry, I flipped the numbers in my head.
I want to
because
hear what
I
I want to hear what I want to
question.
hear what Avarice was just saying. Somebody contend with this. Say it again, please, Avarice,
Thank you.
because I do
Is
actually
the-
want to hear that.
Yeah, that's what I've been trying to say, but they're treating me like fucking chop liver.
Yes,
Okay,
and Com's
you
going to
contend with
respond.
it.
Avarice.
Go ahead.
Wait out.
Yeah. So is the thing inside the womb the property of the woman? Yes or no?
No.
Her
So
body
it
is
means
her
Hold
it has
on,
rights
Ancom.
outside
This
of
is Avarice v. Ancom for a second. Just let it happen. Hold it in. I
sorry.
know. I know. Angrily type
if
it,
we could-
Searka.
I can't give a straight yes or no because I need to do one clarification.
He's
If
so
we
mad!
consider
He's so mad!
body to be her own property, then anything that is directly relying on her own bodily resources falls under the same category.
So
All right,
it's a
Searka,
property.
Avarice, yeah.
Is this
For
an
the
odd
purposes
question or is this an is question?
determining, for the purposes of determining whether biology counts as property, yes, I would say.
Well, we're talking.
the
Okay, look at
fetus-
this. This is we're talking.
Is
Okay,
a
this
mother allowed
prompt is about
to
legality. Just
kill
so
her
we're
own
clear.
pregnancy?
The part is about legal. That's the very first word of the prompt. So I want to be very
Yeah,
clear here.
I know the
it's-
prompt.
People
I
think I'm
created
trying to
the damn
fucking be
thing.
funny here. Okay, just so we're clear, we're talking about
Yep,
the legality.
Iris is
side.
being
So
serious.
is
We
it
got it.
or is
Let's hear
it not property?
Is the fetus
If the
property?
mother's body can be considered her property, then the fetus inside it is her property.
It's not.
So
I wouldn't do
so
that.
is the
That's a
answer? Is it
wild
yes or no?
He's saying yes.
Oh my God!
If we
Okay,
if
so
we can,
if it's
just because in his opinion he doesn't because not everybody considers a woman's body to be her property, so
so
that's why
if
he's
it's-
making that concession.
I
So
if
the
it's
answer
her
is yes.
legal property.
Okay,
if
so
it's
he
her
says
legal
yes,
property, then
Avarice.
Why is she not legally allowed to abort it?
I think she should be.
Horseradish
Oh yeah,
makes a
Ancom
good
believes
point.
that she should be.
Then there
They're
we
actually
go.
both
What's the problem with
the
aborting
husband's
all
property.
the babies? I don't see a problem here. Then Why are you fighting with me, Ancom? Move on.
Yeah, Avarice is on our side, guys.
You're advocating for aborting all the babies, even
mass
against the mother's
genocide.
will, if I understand your argument.
No, listen. Well, no. I don't want to abort all the babies.
literally,
Like,
that's
if
what
they
happened.
want to live their life, I
That's
just
a
wanna
good
make
one, Dick.
machine That's
That's a
just gonna
good
start
one.
aborting all the babies. That has nothing to do. I'm not going to implement my machine into other people's lives. Until my machine gets
you're
big
going
enough
to
just to
create
implement
something. You
itself
want to
into other
create something
people's
that already
lives.
exists. We already
Kelly
have
going
machines
wild.
to abort babies.
Well,
Yeah,
my machine
and
will run
for-
indefinitely, right? And then it will
No,
continue to
all of them
maximize.
can. Well, so hold on, Avarice.
See,
So you're
Report the
taking away
maxi,
your
let's
choice.
go.
maximization. Why are you trying to maximize anything if we're talking about
This is the whole debate.
Well,
in
because
one
in my
fucking-
worldview,
one sentence, man.
baby
Emmett has been
fetuses
super
go to
quiet.
heaven. So I want to maximize souls
yeah.
going to heaven.
If we don't accept that heaven exists, then your entire argument falls apart.
Guys,
No,
guys,
but
do
if
you
you
not
don't
understand?
you go
How do
live
we
in
not
a
see the
I'm
irony?
He's on our
here?
side. Stop fighting with him.
We're
Fuck.
talking religiously
Avarice.
here. I'm talking legally, right? Legally speaking, if it's property, why can't the women abort all the babies? This has nothing to do with my argument of heaven maxing here.
They can.
I'm just saying
They can.
we
You're not
they
saying
can.
the same thing,
I'm
though,
saying,
Avarice.
I'm saying
You're
they
not saying
can.
they can.
If
You're
they
saying
want
that
to.
somebody's
It
going to
is
do
their
it for
choice.
them. Yeah, exactly.
Guys,
It's choice.
guys,
Women,
isn't
all
this the
women
ironic-
can, but not all
Yeah.
women will. You are
I got
proposing
it.
a device that will remove that choice. Emmett, what
No,
were
no,
you
no,
going
no,
to say,
no,
sir?
no. My
Hold on,
point
okay, we'll
is
come
this
back to
isn't
let
giving
Emmett.
me the
He's been
choice.
super fucking
Well,
patient, bro.
Well, I
Let
got
Emmett
it, but
talk just for a
I want to
second.
contend
Can
with
we
the one
please? I
sentence,
want
and
to
I'll
hear
be
his
done.
voice. He's got a cool accent.
Oh my
Thank you, Emmett.
God.
Emmett, go.
Okay, it's very quickly. If babies are property, how much should we tax them? I think about 45% is a good amount, and the 45% of the baby should go to the heaven maxing machine so that we can have more babies in heaven.
Okay,
Babies
no,
are-
hold on.
babies are already
Do
taxed
you not
because
think
they
that we
utilize the bodily resources of the mother? Done.
people already get taxed for in the process of having that baby and having the baby? All of the supplies for that baby are taxed, right?
Have you seen
but
the
property-
bills for having a kid?
Yeah,
Yeah, but sales
they're
tax
already
is not the
taxed.
same thing as having the birth
No, no,
tax.
you tax them in property. It's
Let
a
me
different kind of
let me
tax.
just give you this one thing. The fact
Ancom,
that
go ahead.
pregnancy
You steal man it all,
that
buddy.
more things be purchased to support the pregnancy, more food, all of the various supplies that come during or that are required for both the pre and postnatal care, all of the hospital shift, all of that shit is already taxed.
Yeah, but that is tax on that shit. I want to tax the property, which is the baby. I want to have a tax on the baby so that we can just
That's
have
why
a
I
nice-
don't like. That's why I
Well,
don't agree.
in a correct
then
way.
it has to have a
Property is
monetary
property.
value, and I'll leave it up to you to figure out what that should be.
Here, horseradish.
Why I
I'm
didn't
not,
have a
I'm
talk
not
about
taking,
why
I'm not taking
the fetus
unwilling
is
mothers, right?
liminal.
I'm taking a willing mother.
Literally.
We're just starting with one, right? Then the machine will just be taking that property over and over again. So I'm
Yes.
not
Guys,
forcing anyone
Is
against
there
their
are there
will
two
here.
people who have rights
okay,
in
then
this
yeah.
scenario when
What
the
you're
fetus is
proposing,
born?
Avarice, perfectly good idea.
It already
Are
exists.
there
The rest of
There's
the
two
world
people-
will
It
All
already
those people
exist.
agree with you.
When the
Okay,
fetus
good.
is in a
So
mother,
we're
there's
gonna
two
just
people with competing
maximize
rights, correct?
Heaven for my own personal
You're just making
gain.
it more
Wait,
efficient.
wait
You're
a
making
minute. Hold on.
abortion
Wait,
more
Searka,
efficient.
did you just fucking exactly say the prompt in my favor? That it's two
No,
people?
No. I'm
What
not,
is
though,
singular?
because-
What is the singular of people?
No,
Person.
what is the moment
you
where there's
just
no more
said
competing
there's
rights?
two people.
Hold on,
Thank
hold
you.
on. Okay,
I talk
Jesus,
about
Jesus, hold on. Let him say it again
I never
because I
said it
missed it. I
wasn't
was
human.
listening to Avarice. Circa, say
said
what
it
you
wasn't
said
human.
again, please.
What the fuck?
Repeat yourself. What were you saying? What were you saying?
I said there's two competing rights when a fetus or when a woman is pregnant, right? There's a mother and a
Why?
fetus that have competing unfortunate rights right at that time.
But if it's not a person, why would it have rights?
Because the fetus literally almost kills her.
Things
and can kill her.
That's not the question. The question is why would a
things
fetus
that are
have
not
rights if
people
it's not a
can't have
person?
rights. That's
You're claiming it's
idiotic.
not a person, but it has
Animal
rights.
rights exist.
Wait, so
I'm saying there are competing rights, and the problem here is that the moment it's unclear is, oh, sorry, when it actually becomes clear that we can actually give rights to the fetus when there's no more competition happening, it's not like unclear.
Okay, so then that
If
goes
we
back
have
to my
rights, should
3/5.
give
Then
a
we
legal
say
bottle drinking age.
yeah, we don't think
Like, should it
we
be, like,
absolutely.
2 weeks?
Let me cook for a
3
second.
weeks. What's the legal bottle?
Hold on, let me
drinking
cook for a
age?
second because I'm about to dip
I
out.
think
Don't you
Jesus has a
remember me
really
saying
good
I
point.
actually don't
Please
like
let him
abortion?
finish
I just
this
think
because
we
I think
can't
he is
legislate
kind
it.
of catching something here.
So you're you're trying to have your cake and eat it too. And yes, fine. We can
No,
say
I'm
that
not. I'm describing a moment that's not liminal.
Oops. So we could say that, yeah, okay, animal rights exist, totally. But I don't think anybody here is, even if you're, a strict vegan, that you would say that human rights and animal rights are exactly the same. If you do, then, I guess that makes sense. But if you don't, if you don't, then what?
We're going to hear it over and over again.
Yeah, I could go there. If you don't, then you're establishing that there are two entities deserving of rights, and either both of them deserve the same rights, or both of them deserve rights to a different level. In either way, if it is a human being, then you are giving it personhood.
Of a woman,
you said there were competing rights. When were you talking about?
I'm talking about the fact that they both are essentially competing
in
for
the
rights.
process.
And what does that do to the legality? No, one sec. This is really important now. I feel like I can get to all you people right now.
Yep.
When this is happening, is it a clear legal moment? Do we have any clear legal moment there when these rights are intertwined?
Where in the legal system?
Is it easy to do anything legal about that? Do you
remember when I did the finger gesture where they touched and then they went down the tubes? Yeah, there are other clear examples.
This is serious, okay?
What do you mean this is serious? Why you think he was joking about that? Wait. Searka, did you think horseradish was joking?
Simple way, but it's still serious.
No, you remember when you asked me why do you pick birth?
Legal rights.
When birth happens, what happens to those rights? Are they competing anymore?
First Amendment.
Yes.
Where's the baby? Where's the fetus?
They're still competing. The rights of the fetus when it's birthed is still competing.
I just want to know, Searka, where they have these rights legally.
How do you think babies feed?
Here?
The answer, real quick, Avarice, you actually have the answer to this question. If you need to, I can send you the links. But first of all, the legal definition of personhood, according to the United States, combined with the 14th Amendment of when rights those are both. That's what he's referring to.
So we have a conflict with the woman and the fetus that's not clear.
At birth, specifically, currently,
so then why
personhood is defined at birth?
Okay, so then why
change it?
That's why it's not liminal. That's the transitory end.
You're agreeing with Searka now, Avarice.
Wait.
He's been agreeing with Searka.
That's when they have the rights.
Indian Jesus believes that it should happen in utero at the moment of conception.
Yeah, no.
He says it's more clear there.
Once it hits the tunnel, right? That's when we have the right. That's when they have the rights.
Except during that whole process, the woman and the fetus are literally denying themselves, right?
Then we prioritize the woman because she has we prioritize the mother because she has full personhood, and the fetus only has 3/5.
She can abort it.
No, it has no personhood.
No. Wait. Were you allowed to murder black people after slavery because they were only 3/5 of a person? Of course not.
Back to the 3/5 argument, kids.
Listen, they don't have rights right now. They have it at birth, Indian Jesus. That's why we have the ability to do what we want when there are property.
Blacks were birthed.
Right? Like putting them into my
I don't see children as property. That's a stupid fucking thing to say.
Right? So it doesn't matter what we do. If we want to squish some cells up or we want to play with some cells inside a body, we can play with some cells.
Look, man,
right?
They're
not property. Razor just said something that confused me. Razor, are you proposing that you're saying that a woman's body is not her property?
No, the woman's body is the person, the being.
The things that are in the woman's body are not her property.
The fetus.
They are
rights.
It can end up having
things in her body property.
Women are not allowed to drink excessively, right? When they're pregnant, right? Why not?
Yeah, they're not encouraged to. But there's actually no law against.
There's a human being.
Razor, let me ask again. Do you think that the things inside of a woman's body are her property?
No.
Okay.
Hold on.
So you don't think her poop is her property?
Who owns
Women can be prosecuted for doing meth while pregnant.
Okay, that's a different thing.
Yeah.
So Razor,
because Searka said something about drinking. Hold on. Yeah, I could be wrong.
Her body is her property, and she can choose to remove any foreign object that she sees or that she feels in her body.
Yeah, so let's remove all the foreign objects because then we can maximize them going to heaven.
So I saw somebody talking about the fetus. Somebody was talking about the umbilical cord. So then we have a born child that is still attached to the mother. You guys who are
Split out
pro-choice
the
here.
shoot hasn't been separated, right?
So it's
I got a
still
new idea.
it's still connected.
I
Hold on,
got a new
Everett.
idea.
So
If-
that
if-
one
Is it okay? Is it okay?
Can I
Everett,
Let him finish the situation.
It's just-
Okay, hold on. I want
I'm
Everett.
never gonna get a good
No,
idea like this.
please,
Hold on.
Lutch,
I-
please,
I-
Lutch,
you
please,
guys
Lutch,
let
please,
go.
Lutch,
I
please,
let
Lutch,
you
please,
guys
Lutch,
go. Hold on.
please, Lutch, I want Lutch, I want to hear Lutch. I want to hear Lutch.
I'm gonna forget the fucking question.
Well, hold on.
Lutch, ask your question for God's sakes.
If we
Just talk louder.
abort at 2 to 4 weeks, and then if they choose not
What
to
the fuck was my
abort to
question?
send to
Lutch,
heaven,
you asked your
then
question.
we
It was something about
property
umbilical
tax
cord.
them.
Oh yeah,
Then
yeah.
we
So
ask-
okay,
Split out the
Avarice,
umbilical
please,
cord.
brother,
Don't worry.
brother, Avarice. So if we are saying that as long as it is attached, then we have a born child that has not yet been severed from the umbilical cord. Is it okay to abort at that, or to kill the baby? Is it okay
At
to
that
kill
point,
that
hold on.
thing? Whatever you want to call it, is it okay to kill at that point?
As long as
Okay,
you're
so
paying
at that
the-
point,
no.
hold on.
As far as I'm
at that
concerned, no.
point,
As soon as
so
it
at that
exits the
point
woman's
they are
body, though,
born.
it has some
At that point, they're already
Circus says
born.
no.
They can have.
So
Average-
then the
Raise your
connection has nothing to do with it.
Can I please?
Or
raise
being
it, yeah,
part of
sure,
the body has
absolutely.
nothing to
No,
do with
not
it.
developing.
How is it not
they
part of
are
her body?
already born.
How
At
is
that
it?
point they are? At that point, they are already born, and a lot of the time that particular
Why does that
umbilical
matter?
cord is connected to. Let me finish. Is connected to the placenta,
Yeah.
which will usually come out as well for the and
Come
leave
out.
and
He's
leave
not
with the
really
baby.
too well-versed in
So they're not
biology,
talking before that,
technically
though.
fully connected.
Let me.
You're saying
listen,
that hasn't
if-
happened
Jesus, if they're still attached to the umbilical cord when they're out,
If
as
we're
long-
using
Dude,
the
the
medical
umbilical
term,
cord
Guys,
if we're
Jesus
using the
fucking
medical
Christ.
term
you
for
interrupt
abortion,
me, but I don't get to interrupt them. You see how this shit works out?
you've
Yeah,
been doing nothing but interrupting us, Aver. Shut the hell up.
everybody's
So
just
we
interrupting
are.
everybody. I'm doing my best.
This-
God damn it, I'm drunk.
You see? Now what I'm
So,
trying to say is,
with
if
the
they're-
umbilical
Utero, you're not
cord,
actually connected
can
any
the
more
Don't
than just
let me
the
speak.
umbilical
with
cord,
the
right?
umbilical
If
cord
they're attached to the
being
The
inside the
umbilical cord
body,
is the only connection.
Oh,
Even when you're in the
Jesus.
womb.
All right,
hear
I
anybody
can't.
saying.
with the umbilical
Guys,
cord, everything connected
We don't
Again,
understand
inside
anything
the
you're
body.
saying.
they're out and their umbilical
Yeah,
cord
'cause Average
is
is
like,
being
and they're
stupid.
still attached to the umbilical cord. As long as the woman is still paying the property tax, they can still abort.
Why is he
Okay,
wrong?
so
Why
again,
is he
if
wrong?
you-
Pro-choicers, why is he wrong?
Oh my
This
fucking
dude said
god!
property
Because
tax.
in the by
Without
the by medical terms, it would count as an abortion to end the pregnancy.
Okay.
The
but you're in
baby is
favor of that.
already, Let me finish. And the baby would be alive, and they could sign over their rights to parenting if they wish. If they don't want to take care of the kid, that
How
is
is
their
that-
choice. They are allowed to.
What is different about what you just said and the 5 minutes before it comes out of the birth canal?
The fact that at that point it's viable to live outside of the body and it can be removed without
been that
killing.
way
No,
for
it
months.
can't.
It can live
No, it's not
outside the
about
womb for
liability.
months.
Well, yeah, you could go one
Yes,
way or
I
the other.
would
You could
say-
either say
If
it can
can't
live
do
on its
that,
own, meaning it
then
doesn't have to be
if it
attached
can't-
to a body,
Okay.
or you can say that no, because it still needs mother's milk or whatever, that it's not viable on its own. So either way you take
My
it,
boy.
it doesn't make any
Outside
sense.
of the
It
fucking
doesn't
woman.
follow.
We have
my dude, my
I'm
brother,
literally
my brother.
farther than average. What I'm saying
Brother,
is,
my dude.
okay, it's this
Let it
way.
go.
Okay, if the woman doesn't want to pay property tax, she can heaven max the baby. But if she wants to pay the
I'm a-
property tax, then we can
Is the
have
property tax on a
another
building
kid.
inside
that's
of a parking
you know,
structure, or
I
on
it's
the
a little
outside
bit
of
of
a parking
a
structure?
That's how
God
it
damn
works.
it.
For paying the property tax,
That's
you
how it
gotta
works.
pass. You got to be able to afford it, right? You got to have the property.
Where's the
tax.
room here? Are you paying for a room inside of a house or on the street?
Or else we're going to
So is
save
the
your child
property
from a
tax
life
you're
of
talking
sin.
about the woman's uterus? Just to be clear,
Yeah,
is
but
that
when
what
the
you're
fucking
referring
baby's
to?
Heaven
outside,
maxing.
Yeah.
So why is the mom not
Okay,
charging
I want to
property
be sure. I want
tax
to be sure
on
that
her own womb against her baby?
I want to be sure
That's what
that
we're doing here.
Indian Jesus or Lutch, whatever, whichever one you want to be called, I want to be sure he's understanding what I am saying because
That's called
I'm
a
definitely
horse
not.
radish, a horseradish.
I feel like we can more likely agree on this sentiment so long as you understand what I'm saying.
Okay, so let's try to get an
wanna be
understanding
sure.
for what Razor's saying.
Understanding. Touch tips, boys.
Please.
Go ahead, Razor.
that's gay.
Razor, go ahead.
So
we can
I think
so
Searka froze. Can we
Yeah.
just get a snapshot of
Average,
Searka
please,
froze?
brother.
He's
Come
in
on,
right
man.
now. It looks like he's
So,
grabbing a nice juicy
ask the
pair
que-
of balls. balls.
Just so that I'm fully locked in for this, please ask the question again.
There we go. Oh, good. He's gone. I saved that, though. I'm sending that to Emmett.
Please ask the question
Okay,
again.
please,
There we go.
Average,
We're
please,
locked
for me, can I just hear what Razor is saying?
Yes, I want to
Yes,
hear your
please.
question again real quickly, and then so that I can be sure that we're locked in.
Okay, go.
Please ask your questions.
I thought you just said you wanted me to understand what you were saying.
Yes, I want to. Yes, you asked. You asked a question. and I was trying to answer it, but then everyone was speaking over. I want you to ask it again so we can lock in.
I am saying that if you
can understand what I'm saying.
Right, so you have to say it.
Yeah, because it was an answer to the question you were saying. So that we
Okay,
could
what's
then
the
have
answer?
conversation. I'm asking you.
42.
My God.
Okay, let's start over. So the situation is we have a born baby that is still attached to the mother. Some of you are saying it is okay to still kill that baby, and some of you are saying are not. So Razor, is it okay to kill that baby out of the womb, still connected?
It's that property, not baby at that point. It's not a baby.
Shut up, Avarice! Shut up! Razor.
Dude has zero.
Yes?
9 months have passed. It has been delivered. The umbilical cord, it may still be there. The placenta can be taken out for it to be left to the side to finish up the rest of the nutrients. It is not abortion at that point. It is not killing
not what
the
I'm asking
baby.
you.
It is ending the pregnancy. So no, you are not killing it at 9 months because that's stupid as fuck. No one
do
ever
it.
says that's no.
Okay,
Whenever,
so fine,
oh my
fine,
God.
fair enough. So if you're saying that you should not be able to do that, then what is your personal line as to where you should and then you shouldn't? Birth?
So again, abortion is.
I'm specifically staying. Razor, real quick. Razor, just to clarify, I'm specifically staying away from the word abortion because an abortion is a specific thing. I'm talking about ending the life of a living human fetus or baby at that point. That's what I'm talking about.
It's a good thing that they don't do that. It's a good thing that they don't do that normally, unless the child was going to die an extremely painful death, like having no kidneys, where his blood would have filled up his lungs and it would have died a horrible, gruesome death. So they have to end his life in order to give it
Got a new idea. I think property tax should go all the way up until the kid is 18 and they're out, right? And if they don't, then if they're out and removed from the umbilical cord at that point, then they go to labor camp.
Do you understand what I was saying there? Do you understand what I was saying there? Before we have to deal with that?
They yearn for the mines, right? Is that what you're saying, Avarice?
Well, listen, I just think
I've been DMing with Avarice. I fucking love
children.
I fucking yeah, I'm fucking tell you.
Property tax.
Did you hear what I was saying?
Toilet green? Is that what you're proposing?
Well, listen,
should we go ahead and classify
need to be
birth
milled.
like alphas, gammas, epsilons?
So Avarice, does that mean you think we should get rid of all the child? We should get rid of all the child tax credits that we currently give to parents?
Yes, absolutely.
So real quick, Lutch, did you get what I was saying, or do I need to repeat myself a little bit?
Look,
I want to just give me the TLDR. I think I understand. Avarice, if I could just get the TLDR from Razor. Okay, I think I understand. Just
I don't think you're getting it, and I'm not quite here. And Lutch, are you muted, or are you talking like your chat?
He's talking to his chat.
No, sorry, I was talking to you. My bad.
He doesn't want to contend. You don't want to contend with my actual argument here. You see, he doesn't want to pay the property tax.
We're on the same. I just want to say we're on the same page.
Is it because
point to understand what I'm saying. Did you get what I'm saying?
Give me the bottom line, the core. I think I understand what you're saying. I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Because he's poor.
Okay, so at the 9 months, if the umbilical cord is still in there, what will end up happening is that the quote abortion would have just been the baby has been removed. It is now possibly like an incubator to be taken care of by the ICU nurses or whatever doctor is taking care of them. Possibly that placenta is taken out eventually so that the baby can get the nutrients. Again, full 9 months already done. The baby will not be killed if it is a healthy baby. It is fine. It is good to go. But the mother can say, I'm going to sign away my rights to parenthood. I don't want to take care of this kid. Please, foster care. I don't care.
That's what should happen, right? Lawfully. Right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I think we can all agree on that. The problem I think is like other leftists, like besides me, if I can just, they refuse to say that a baby shouldn't be illegal to like abort a baby like before pregnancy, or before days before birth.
I love how we're just going to let Razor here. We get to contend with the property tax.
You need to get
our property rights here. I look at again. I get that you don't want to see your fight, but I'm not going to let you steamroll the property tax.
Thank you, brother. Very much appreciated.
I'm being very
keep that up.
Bottom line.
I don't.
Do you have a problem with me caring about the taxes of the unborn? I want to make it harder for people to have children, all right? Because if it's harder, they're going to be more inclined to send their baby into the acceleration salvation machine.
of what I was saying, the second half of what I was saying,
So you
is that
again,
whole
you're
thing
still
of like
having problems with
that
how we're going to
chance
contend with
of
the property
the
tax.
of the kids.
Why ought we not
who,
have property
end
tax?
up having to being killed? Unfortunately,
Why ought we not
it's
have
usually
property
because
tax?
it's
He
usually
doesn't
because
wanna
a
have the
genetic
property
defect will
tax.
have happened, and they did, and the doctors didn't catch it, and the mother didn't catch it, and they end up being born with no kid. As I stated before, they it makes it to where their blood doesn't get filtered correctly. They end up drowning on their own blood.
Again, who
and
gives a
dying
shit?
horrible
I don't give
cancer
a
death.
shit. They
So
don't have
they have to
rights.
be taken. So they have
As
to be
long
killed.
as the mom
in
is
order to
paying
not
the property
suffer.
tax, I don't give a fuck what happens. It's their
I'm
property.
not talking to you, average. You're a piece of shit. Shut up. Okay,
So,
we're continuing.
So contend with the argument. If they're
I'm
paying
not
property
talking
tax,
to
why
you.
does it
I'm
matter?
trying to talk to Lutch. I'm trying to talk to Lutch and Emmett here. Shut the hell up.
Again, if they're okay,
I want
if they're
to be
paying the
sure
property tax,
that
why
you
does
all
it
I don't know what Irene's drops. Oh. For his? Yeah.
If they're paying
Children
the
of
property
property,
tax,
shut
why
up.
does it matter?
Children of property. Shut up.
If they're paying the property tax, why does it matter?
So Lutch, Emmett, whichever
If they're
one,
paying the
whoever
property tax, why does
wants
it
to
matter?
go from there.
If they're paying the property tax, why does it matter?
If you want to contend with me, I'm the one that brought up the property tax because I think women have been
Okay, then
have
not
been
you.
too long
Was it Kate that asked
enjoying
the
the
other
fact that they have
question,
extra
or-
property inside of their bodies and
'Cause
not
I
paying their
don't- again,
taxes.
That is horse radishes Discord.
Let's continue with an actual conversation here. That's not about
But these
seeing
are not
children.
babies. You said that they're the
I
property of the
don't
mother. That's what they
care.
can do anything they want with it.
If they're at 9 months and born, they're now babies and children, and they are their own.
Why? 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 Why is
when
that the
they're in the
case?
womb.
What is the
Because
process
now
that
they-
turns it from a fetus to a
because now
baby?
they-
And the way that you are saying that is that's all I've been trying to drill on.
Yeah, I'm trying, and I want to have that conversation, but fuckface McGee and Emmett continue to fucking talk. I'm trying to have that conversation with you.
I haven't talked much. I haven't said much. I'm just saying
I know.
that if it's
I know,
if it's
but you bring up the
property,
property tax thing, and it's
and-
stupid.
and
Shut up.
it's-
I don't-
I just want to pay the property tax so that they.
All right, guys,
don't
I'm running up on
see
7
children
hours here. So if I could
as
just hear Razor
property.
out, I'm gonna bow out, and you guys could,
Yeah.
Cheers.
I don't
By the way,
see children
Jesus, I appreciate you, brother. I hope you had a good time. I hope it was good.
Wait,
good shit,
I
dude.
did.
It was
Wait,
great
no,
having
no, because you're not contending with the argument here.
I don't
Jesus.
see children as property. There's nothing to contend with. Shut up.
What is wrong with the property tax?
They're not property.
Sorry about that.
What do you mean they're not property?
Children are not property.
How are they not
Everyone-
property?
I
so
find anyone who says children are property suspect as fuck
Okay,
and
so
needs their
if my
hard drive
kid,
checked.
if
Why?
my
Because
child
it's a
goes
slave
and-
owner mentality, just like Searka had.
If my
No,
child goes
I
and
legitimately
breaks,
hate that sentiment of children are property. They are their own people that need to be taken care of by guardians.
if my child goes
Oh, they
and
need to be
breaks
taken
someone
care of
else's
now.
window,
They're not
who's
owned.
if my
They're not
child goes
owned.
and
They are
breaks my
taken
neighbor,
care of.
okay,
They're
again, you're not
controlled.
contending
Not
with the
the
argument. You're
children.
just trying to steamroll what I'm
Forced to
saying.
do
My
stuff.
question. You're trying to steamroll my question because you know you hate the answer.
Chaos!
If my child goes and breaks my neighbor's window, who is financially responsible?
Obviously, you, because children are not
My
legally.
property. Yeah, they're my
No,
property.
because
right?
you are
So
the
I'm
legal
responsible
guardian.
for
No,
my
because you are the
No,
legal
there's a
guardian
difference.
of that
There's a
person.
difference between
No,
being
because you are the
someone's
legal
property
guardian.
and being
Responsible for
someone's
my property.
responsibility.
Again,
Wait, give me one more shot.
There is a
legal
difference.
guardian.
responsible for my
There is
Legal
a
property.
guardian.
difference.
Legal
There
guardian.
is a
Because I'm
difference.
responsible for my
Legal
property.
There
guardian.
is
Hold on. I'm sorry,
They
y'all.
overlap.
I've been quiet. I've been listening. I do actually want to hear this because this is important.
Uh-huh.
What is the difference? What constitutes property? Like legal definition,
I set that not to expire.
faith purposes for a moment. What is the
Thank
legal
you.
definition of property? Can somebody give me
Go
that,
ahead.
please?
Yeah, to
Anybody,
have
I don't care who.
responsibility and ownership over.
That is
Cool, you don't have
you're
ownership
getting
over
that from
children.
where?
You don't have ownership over children, so you don't. Okay, so they can just go run free and do whatever they want. You have no. you
Owner
can't
is
tell them what to do?
ownership and conservatorship the same thing?
Correct.
You think
You're
they
wrong.
are the same thing?
So you can
They're
buy
kind of
and
the
sell
same thing.
children? Can you buy and
They're
sell
not.
How
children?
to have responsibility. To have responsibility for another person's safety and well-being, is that the same thing as owning them and having exclusive control over everything they can and cannot do?
Again, I own my Xbox and I can't make my Xbox jump. So you
I don't
can't
know,
just.
You can throw it up in the air. You can throw it up in the air. That's
I could throw a child up in the air. Again, you're
Children
being
and if it-
fallacious.
yes, but the difference is
You're being fallacious. You're being fallacious.
Oh, you're the one using a false dichotomy.
Hey, you need to stop fellatioing yourself, fuckface. Shut up.
in the air and it crashes to the ground and breaks. No one is going to charge
It's not the same, but it is a relevant part.
something. Whereas
Only you're
if you
saying
do the
that.
same thing to a child, you are going to be
This is true.
prosecuted
No,
for
you're
child
wrong.
endangerment.
If you
Children
damage
are
an Xbox-
not property.
If you damage an Xbox, you can actually be charged and fined for damaging an Xbox by Microsoft. This is true.
Is it yours?
No, you cannot. That is bullshit. That is
Terms of
no.
service,
That is
That was a
bullshit.
question, guys.
Terms of service, yes, you can. Go read the terms of service.
I don't know if I actually finished up
I'm so
with
happy
with
that
the lunch.
dummies now
I just
pro
put just
babies.
a little.
They're
just a
not
tiny
property
taste.
anymore.
All right, let's
I'm
respect
so
the host. The
happy.
host.
Tiny
No,
taste. I want to know what
I
property.
want to
tried.
point out that
Please, God,
I'm
let
talking
me
about
talk.
children after birth. And then I'm
Property.
talking about children after birth.
But yeah,
I
so
like that
you're okay
comment.
with paying the
Rabbit
property
hole.
tax before birth,
Horseradish,
right?
please.
Guys,
Horseradish,
let's let
please.
Horseradish go.
Thank you. Property definition, according to Oxford Dictionary, a thing or things belonging to someone, possessions. So we're now going to look up possessions. Same definition from the Oxford, the state of having, owning, or controlling something. So
Okay, there we
if
go.
we are in control, hold on,
Our
if we are in
children.
control of our child,
There we go.
we are
You
therefore
property.
they become
Okay. Nope.
possession. If they are possession, they are therefore property. A equals B.
There we
B
Is
go.
equals
it? Is that?
C.
Wait,
So,
wait. Is that, that last
I'm
judge?
going to go ahead and kill. I'm going to go ahead and kill that argument immediately
So, all right.
because with
Proving-
children, you are not. With children,
Hold on,
you are
proving-
not.
Horseradish.
Children
Horseradish.
are
I have the
property.
U.S. legal definition. I have the
Thank
U.S.
you.
legal definition according to the Cornell School of Law.
Okay.
Property is anything (parentheses items or attributes / tangible or intangible) that can be owned by a person or entity. Property is the most complete right to something. The owner can possess, use, transfer, or dispose of it. According to California Civil Code Section 657 and
I
663,
can dispose
property is
of a
divided
baby.
into. Shut
Okay,
the fuck
no.
up! I'm reading.
Yeah, no.
The property is
hang
divided
on,
into
Abby.
real property and
understand.
personal property.
Can I
Real
not
property
dispose
consists
of
of
a
land.
child?
Keep going, Ancon.
Can I not
Real
dispose of a
property.
child?
I will fucking
No,
mute.
you cannot.
Okay, no, I'm muting you.
Not legally.
Hold
No,
on, hold on.
just keep going.
Horseradish,
Just
I
keep
can't
going,
drop-
Ancon. I'm listening to you, buddy.
I am
he's
sort of
allowed
muting
to
him
do
just
that.
so I can finish reading this.
Can you drop a baby in the fire station?
Real property
Hold on a minute.
consists of land and items which are immovable by law, like structures or bridges. Property which is not real property is personal property. Property that exists in a physical form is tangible property, like houses, apples, and cell phones. Property which cannot be physically held is considered intangible property, like copyrights, trademarks, or the goodwill of a company. Yada yada yada. If property is held by the government or a public department, it should be listed as public property. Otherwise, it's considered private property. That is the definition. I am unmuting Avarice now.
According
I'm
thank
getting
you,
close
thank you
to
very
my
much. According to the law,
my limit.
Dispose
I'm
of a
getting
child.
close.
You start
No,
muting him
you
again so I
cannot.
can talk
not
now.
legally.
I can't.
Hold on.
I can't drop a child off at an orphanage.
Property is a legal
I can't
definition.
drop a child off at an orphanage.
No, you cannot.
Can
That is
you
not
drop it at a
disposing
fire
of.
station?
That is
Well,
not
hold on.
disposing of.
What
Yeah,
are you
that's
talking
Can you
about?
drop it at a fire station?
Here in California,
Right.
horseradish.
Hold on.
Just for clear,
Hold on.
here
Can
in
I please?
California,
Hold on.
horseradish, they
Avarice,
literally have
Avarice,
drop
Avarice,
points for
Avarice,
babies
Avarice,
at the
Avarice.
hospital. They literally
Please
have
stop.
no fault drop off points. What are you
Again, that
talking
is
about,
still
horseradish?
dispossession.
Clearly, you guys
That's
aren't
not-
watching the
that's-
pit.
Possession
Baby
is
Jane's
not
out.
disposing of.
Abigail,
Fire
I wish
station.
I could answer your question more. Like I'd be willing to have more of a conversation with you, Lech, about this because I like talking about this. It's just I wanted to get more into detail with you, but
There's a lot of people here, and
Shut
we're
up.
all late in the evening, and we're all trying to get our thoughts out. So yeah, 100%.
Yeah, add me on.
We've reached
Discord
argument
here.
stage, not debate and not conversation. So again, there's a difference between disposing of something and changing control or conservatorship of. That is not disposing of.
Okay.
That's not the same thing.
Just as a question, real quick. Let's say that you have batteries and
adoption
they're
selling
making
a baby?
batteries. If you throw them out and they realize, wouldn't you be charged because you are disposing them in an incorrect
Yes,
way?
you can. Yes, exactly. You cannot
it's the same thing
dispose
with
of your
the kid.
children.
You just have to dispose them
Sure.
the
Okay,
correct
you
way.
can
will
dispose of
put-
them. You're just not
Absolutely.
legally.
Right, legally. You cannot
I
legally
think
dispose
you're
of your
talking
children.
about
It's not
way,
property.
would be like
You were the
that.
legal guardian
All
of
I'm
that
saying
thing,
is-
and you got rid of it, which then is
all I'm
actual
saying-
murder of a
all I'm saying is that you will have to dispose them in the correct way. That would be like a fire
Correct.
station, a police
Sure.
department, or the places in
That's
the
not really,
hospital.
again, that's not.
And
disposing.
I'm sorry, I was trying to
You got it,
clarify
brother. They're too
that you
far
can
gone.
dispose of
They
them
are
not
too
legally.
far gone.
I
I'm
want
looking
to
for an out.
clarify something here. So
I'm looking
something
for an
Avarice
out.
mentioned, leaving a newborn at like a fire station, hospital, police station, whatever.
Yes.
That is, at least in Massachusetts, referred to as a baby safe haven law, and only allows that to happen if the child is 7 days or younger.
Still can do it. You can still do it.
It's
you can
not,
still
but it's
drop a
not
baby
disposed.
off.
Yes,
But you're
you can
transferring
relinquish your
responsibility that's not the same as
responsibility of the child,
Again,
but
property.
you cannot
Property.
kill the child. You
No,
cannot,
the children
you
are
cannot
property. They're
They're not.
property.
You cannot harm property.
If someone-
You
if
damage
someone-
your own property.
Property, and
You're
I'm going to
suspect.
tax them.
You're suspect as
my
fuck when you
God.
take
I
children as
Hold
swear
on,
to
property.
hold
God.
on, Ancom. Hold
Especially
on.
when we all can
Hold
agree.
on, this is
Everyone
important.
else gets
and
to
it's gonna
talk, but when
support
Avarice
you
wants
guys.
to bring up his points,
Let
everyone
me-
wants to just
hold on,
fucking
Avarice.
eat
I'm about to support you, buddy.
You're a suspect.
I just looked up the actual definition of dispose. I was incorrect. Dispose,
Thank
same
you.
Oxford language, get rid of by throwing away or giving or selling to someone else. So giving that
Thank
baby
you.
away is indeed disposing
Disposing.
of that baby. I stand corrected. Please
Thank
continue.
you.
The other thing that I would
So the
say
next
is,
question-
at least when it comes to them being property inside
Which
of the womb,
proves,
we should
proves
tax
under
them.
your
At the very
definition
least.
which proves under your definition that children are property, which means tax them. Tax them.
What is the monetary
Or
value
send them
of a child?
to baby heaven.
Yeah, what is
Why
the child going for
taxation-
these days?
And if
No,
you don't
I
want
wanna
to pay
address
your
this.
taxes,
I
and
wanna
if you don't
address
want to
this.
pay your taxes,
No.
then
What
heaven
is the
maxi
monetary
machine
value
goes.
of a child? Avarice, what is the monetary value of a child that we should base the taxation on?
Well, I mean,
Market rate.
that could be.
Average
That's
market
all.
rate.
That's on a sliding scale.
Right? Oh my god.
No, because
Lifetime
taxation
earnings.
How does
is
that
done
scale add
by
up, sir?
percentages.
What is your metric?
So, in order to calculate the percentage of the taxes that need to be paid,
Yeah,
we need
so-
to assign a monetary value to a child. Since you are the one advocating
Yeah,
that children should
absolutely.
be
So
considered property,
we'll assign.
you
yeah,
are the
sure.
one who needs to
I got
define
it.
what the
I will
monetary
define-
value is.
I will define the monetary value of an unborn or in vitro or even child. All right, so we'll have it at stages. All right, first,
Hold on. Insurance
in
companies already do this.
all right, yeah, I got this.
I have a
So
value.
Okay, go ahead, Emmett.
I actually have a value. It's very simple. So we will go to the personal income of approximately this 45,140 annually. So we will tax that at the 25% rate,
my God.
and we'll start at consumption. So it will be dependent upon the average income of an adult, and from there we can move forward.
I mean, you can
Right.
you can only
On
estimate
that
because
note-
the lifetime earnings of any human vary wildly. So that's
No,
what
no,
we do
it's
is
not an
is
estimation of
estimate.
a
And that
human.
assumes the
It's a-
child
Great time.
that
Thank you,
assumes,
sir.
that assumes the
Buddy, I
child
will see you
lives
hopefully again
to
soon. See you in a few
14
weeks,
age.
maybe sometime this next month.
No,
We'll see.
Don't leave, guys.
We're not actually estimating
Don't be such a
the
stranger,
capacity of the
Oh,
human
wait,
to
you and I have that
produce.
debate
We're
coming
just
up,
saying
don't
that a
Where are we
human
getting
is
that house?
is
Who are we
making
doing that?
45,000.
You do that, yeah, we do that on my channel.
this year. So you will be
Fuck
paying
yeah.
20%
I'll
of
DM
that. because
you
it's a
that.
human.
Next
Well,
Friday. correct?
it's a property, so it's a property that has the capacity to become a human. So we're gonna do it that way.
Thank you guys. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m.
Arbitrary.
Eastern. Come on through. Until next time, we are out of here. Peace. Oh, my Lord. Is this going to be able to turn on? Oh, my Lord. Whew. I mean, sometimes, brother. Sometimes. It's no, I do appreciate the platform. I wish Horseradish had a little bit more. I'm the right way around now. I've been staring at myself in a mirror the whole goddamn night. Yeah, I mean, very clearly, none of the argument, even without the basis of my entire argument was unique DNA equals unique human being. And even though that was incorrect, I still mocked him. And so I'd definitely be down to have a longer debate with him. I'd definitely be down to have a longer debate with him. And then Razor hit me up, is saying that Wednesday. And then if you just heard me and Horseradish, we were supposed to debate abortion, but he was like, you know what? We'll pick something else. So I feel like he was scared, but that's just my own speculation. That was my own speculation. Are you hanging out? All right, I'll hang out for a little bit. I gotta take out Morty and make some food and stuff, so I'll hang out in Discord. But I'm fucking exhausted. 7.5 hours on my first day back. Guys, thank you so very, very much for hanging out. So the debates were well done. The free-for-all makes me want to puke. Yeah, that's why you usually don't stay. And that was actually better because usually a lot of the housekeeping gets done in between the debates and the panel. And so at least, we were in there. But again, I really do. You're exhausted. You're exhausted. Appreciate you guys. So I said, I'm pretending they didn't know what you meant when you spoke about it. I mean, come the fuck on. There is no way Searka did not know what I meant. There is no way. And that's why I fucking straight up, I was like, okay, real shit. Did you know what I meant? He's like, well, no, I'm fuck you, liar. You're lying. You are lying. And that's the ability to, because that was, again, the basis. Unique DNA, unique person, unique human, whatever. And so when he's like, well, did you know? I mean, I did not know that each cell has unique DNA. That is not technically the same. But then when I give the circumstance of the hair, if you don't understand that, then you're stupid. And Searka's not stupid. He's very intelligent. So I know for a fact. Well, not for a fact. I know. He knew exactly what I meant. And he said, nah, I'm just gonna play games. But god damn. So a big shout out. Unwanted. Oh, where is it? Unwanted. Oh, TV. Soil for 29 months. Dexter. Soil with another 10. Rat the Reason with the Canadian 10. David. Soil the Soul. Testicle Johnson again. And Kelly, motherfucking Green, said Easter equals God chose life. Even the Indian Jesus, an atheist, agrees. Anti-life logic falls apart without faith. I don't think it does because I don't have that faith. But if science and reason led here, what's your excuse? Christ is risen. Agree with some, but not all, but definitely appreciate the sentiment. So hopefully those of you who are members will come on and hang out. The party rages on. Like I said, I'm just cooking some food and going to bed. But we are not done. Guys, thank you so very, very much for hanging out. I know that you could be doing anything else in the world, and yet here you are hanging out with me and Morty, and he is passed the fuck out. So thank you so very, very much, guys. Once again, that is Morty the Overlord, and I have been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, very likely Monday, maybe tomorrow, we'll see. I'm broke as a joke, so we will see. Until then, we are out of here. Peace.